Chapter 1821. She raised her head and let out a long howl. Her howl shook the surroundings, causing even the dense black bones to tremble. The Devil Lord's aura instantly erupted under extreme anger. Her blood boiled, and the magic power in her body circulated rapidly. It gathered at a certain place. After a moment, it was as if a seal had been unlocked around her body. Suddenly, a golden red light burst out, illuminating the entire dark underground. Under the powerful aura, the black bones in the sea of black bones trembled and made a rustling sound. Some of the black bones automatically shrank back. Since they ate her friends, then they should all be buried together with her friends. Not a single one should be left alive. The Sky Splitter's sword in Ning Xiuma's hand shone brighter than the sun. With a swoosh, it was pushed towards the sea of black bones. Landslide and tsunami were not enough to describe the sound of the sea of black bones at this moment. There was a sentence recorded in the remnant of the demon god record. The great demon god war, heaven and earth were overturned, the sun and the moon sank, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and the three realms were overturned, because it was too long ago. No one knew what kind of situation it was at that time. After Ning Xiuma was reborn in this continent, she had always been low-key. However, within 3 years, she had swept through the 6 realms. She did not know how many real experts she had fought, but no one could win against her. If one wanted to make the 6 realms submit, they would only be empty words if they were not strong enough. After she was reborn, although she did not have the memories from 50,000 years ago, she still had more than half of the power that belonged to the Devil Lord. Although she could not remember the moves she used in the past, the magic power in her body was almost the same as before. She was like a dormant dragon. Once she was truly angered, the world would turn upside down. Half an hour later, the dense forest of black bones had all disappeared, leaving only a thick layer of black bones that could no longer be gathered together. It was like a broken wall after a hurricane. Ning Xiuma stood in the middle of the pile of broken black bones. Her ruby red eyes looked around the pile of broken bones. Where was the black snake that ate Shueilon? When she was destroying the black bone sea, she had already noticed the appearance of the black snake. It was the main culprit, so she would not let it go. She would skin that monster alive, grind its bones, and scatter its ashes as a sacrifice to Shueilon's soul in heaven. She destroyed all the black bones, but she didn't see the shadow of the black snake. Could have burrowed into the ground. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as her eyes flashed with bloodthirsty, killing intent. Nothing could get away unscathed after killing her friend. She would find that monster even if she had to dig 8 feet into the ground. The Sky Splitter's sword flashed in the sky, and the glaring red light once again lit up the entire space. In Mythical Fire Palace, Mother Earth was currently enduring the pain to heal her injuries. She wouldn't get injured easily, and once she got injured, she wouldn't recover easily either. She closed her eyes slightly and slowly put down the tree root that she had pulled out. She hissed softly, and the tree root silently drilled into the ground and swam towards the sea of bones. That sea of bones was both a barrier to stop the intruders and a place for her to absorb. Only there could her roots recover faster. That little demon, that scoundrel little demon, he actually dared to use such a ruthless method to hurt her, Mother Earth. It was a pity he was already dead. Otherwise, she would have let that little demon have a taste of her methods. She had lived for so long, and no one dared to be so disrespectful to her. Chapter 1822. So painful. The lower half of her legs were actually countless knotted tree roots. When she endured the pain, the tree roots that were coiled around the entire hall also extended and shrunk like squirming snakes. She was about to circulate her technique and meditate when she suddenly sensed something. She suddenly opened her eyes wide. She looked outside. There seemed to be flames surging into the sky. That fire wasn't an ordinary fire. It was the red lotus night fire that could burn everything. That fire was bright red and dazzling like gemstones. It was like the flames of a phoenix's nirvana, and it stung Mother Earth, who was used to the darkness. What was going on? Before she could come back to her senses, she heard a sound that was like a landslide or a tsunami. That sea of black bones was closely related to her, so if it was truly under attack, she would be able to sense it in time. Her sea of nutrients. Her eyes flashed with a sharp light. That little devil master actually dared to destroy her sea of nutrients. She originally couldn't hurt that little devil master because of her promise, but now that she had sent herself to provoke her, what was there to be polite about? She wanted to let this little girl know what it meant to not provoke someone she couldn't provoke. Her finger moved, and countless tree roots burst out from her body and burrowed into the ground. Huffed, bang, swoosh. Countless strange sounds came from the bottom of her feet, and countless black snakes burrowed out from the ground. Every black snake was 7 to 8 yards tall, and every black snake looked similar to the one that had dragged away Schwerlon. The only difference was in size. There were 17 to 18 of these black snakes that had appeared, and they surrounded Ning Xuema in the center. Violent, killing intent spread out from these snakes, and it seemed like they were going to freeze everything in the surroundings. Had she poked the snake's nest? Ning Xuema narrowed her eyes, and that pair of gemstone-like eyes revealed a bloodthirsty ruthlessness. Then let's get rid of them all in one go. Heaven's splitter sword in her hand burst into flames again, and she rushed towards the snake that was closest to her. That snake wasn't afraid of this. To be honest, it wasn't afraid of anything. In this world, apart from explosions made from soul power, no other weapon, no matter how sharp, would be able to harm them. Those who could break through so many obstacles and come to her live-fire palace were all extraordinary characters. The reason why they obeyed her rules was because her strength was extremely shocking. No one could truly contend against her. The main perverted rule of Mother Earth was that a person could only ask her a question once in their lifetime. Once they came for the second time, it meant that they were willing to be her food. There was also a price to pay for asking questions for the first time. For example, when crossing that sea of black bones, 1/3 of one's blood would be sucked away. Mother Earth's perverted rule that he could only come once was usually explained when he was about to leave. Therefore, for those who had come here once, as long as they didn't meet a huge problem that they couldn't solve, they wouldn't come here again. Ning Xuema had come here once 50,000 years ago, but she didn't have the memories from 50,000 years ago, so she came here recklessly. She didn't know that this was her second time here, and she also didn't know that in Mother Earth's eyes, she was already her food. Those people who came for the second time weren't willing to be food, and they would usually fight to the death for a while. However, no one could defend against the attacks of the black snakes, and they all became food in Mother Earth's mouth. Chapter 1823. When Mother Earth hunted for food, she usually only needed to use one black snake. Yet this time, she had sent out all of them, which showed how much importance she placed on Ning Xuema. Of course, she was determined to win. The flesh and blood of the Devil Master. She had always been waiting to taste it. Ning Xuema naturally didn't know the inside story. At this moment, she still didn't know that Mother Earth was the one behind all this. She also didn't know that these black snakes were actually the tentacles that Mother Earth had stretched into the ground. Heaven's splitter sword appeared, and flames rose up, lighting up the entire space. The black snake danced wildly, and countless black bones burst out from its body. They were like sharp arrows that shot towards Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema narrowed her eyes and didn't dodge. Sword lights swirled around her to form a huge ball of flames. And when those black bones shot into the huge ball of flames, they gave off sizzling sounds and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The speed of the huge ball of flames didn't decrease, and it directly crashed into the body of the black snake in the lead. A world-shaking explosion rang out, and a huge hole was blown open in the body of the black snake that couldn't be harmed by anything. Chirp! That black snake gave off an ear-piercing cry, and countless black bones poured out from that huge hole. Those black bones were different from normal black bones. They were all dyed in blood, and the air was filled with the fishy smell of blood. That injured black snake seemed to have been struck by lightning, and it plunged back into the ground with a plop, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The other black snakes seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and they suddenly spread out in all directions, surrounding Ning Shuama from 8 directions. Without waiting for her to make a move, every black snake shot out countless black bone arrows, and they attacked Ning Shuama from all directions without any blind spots. This kind of black bone was extremely poisonous, and as long as one of them pierced Ning Shuama, her nerves would instantly be paralyzed, and she would lose all ability to move. She would then be at their mercy. If one looked down from the sky from afar, you would see over a dozen tall monsters surrounding a petite girl like an iron wall. The black bone arrows that were shot out were densely packed, and they poured towards Ning Shuama like a tsunami. They could drown her 800 times. Chua! A dazzling red light that resembled the morning sun lit up once again. It was like a sun rising from the vast darkness. In the middle of the sun was the little girl. The sun moved extremely quickly, and like a flash of lightning, it rushed towards one of the black snakes. When the black bone arrows hit the sun, they sounded like raindrops falling to the ground, but they couldn't stop the sun from moving. The sun crashed into another black snake. Another ear-piercing screech rang out. Just like the first black snake, a large bloody wound appeared on its body, and it drilled into the ground and disappeared. That sun didn't stop, and it crashed into another snake that was next to it. Just like that, one after another, the black snakes were injured and burrowed back into the ground. The last 3 black snakes probably knew that they wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Without waiting for the sun to crash into them, they also drilled into the ground. You want to run? How could it be that easy? Ning Shuama leaped into the air. Her movements were as fast as lightning as she followed the last snake. Mother Earth was about to cry from the pain. Her tentacles that had always been successful, were all defeated. She would tremble for a while if one of her tentacles was injured, but now she had injured 17 to 18 of them. She simply didn't know which one to stop the pain first. The martial arts of that little devil master were simply too out of her expectations. 50,000 years ago, when this little devil master came to her, he was still extremely innocent, and his martial arts weren't so terrifyingly high. Chapter 1824. How did her abilities become so high after not seeing her for 50,000 years? More importantly, a pure devil could actually execute the moves of a god. This was why Mother Earth had kicked an iron plate. She wasn't stupid either. After her tentacles got injured one after another, she knew she couldn't use them to harm Ning Shuama anymore. So she pulled them all back. Forget it. She wasn't going to eat the Devil Master's flesh anymore. She would let that little girl off this time. That little girl probably didn't know these black snakes were her tentacles, so she could go and mess around in the sea of black bones. Anyway, when the tentacles were pulled back, the earth and rocks would automatically bury the places where the tentacles passed by, so there wouldn't be any traces left underground. That little Devil Master wouldn't be able to find this place either. Murderous aura that was like a tidal wave suddenly poured out from underground. With a flash of red light, a person flew up from underground and floated in midair of the hall. Mother Earth's expression changed, and countless tree roots swirled around her body, protecting her tightly. Ning Shuama looked down at Mother Earth from above and looked at everything in the surroundings. She instantly understood everything. You are the one who caused my friend's death. She gently spat out a few words. Her voice was indifferent, as though she was telling a plain fact. She was clearly wearing fiery red clothes that floated in the air like a burning fire. However, the aura around her body was extremely cold. That was an extremely cold pressure that caused the temperature in the hall to plummet. It was as though the warm mountains and warm waters of Jiangnan had fallen to the North Pole with howling cold winds. Her aura made Mother Earth, who was used to seeing great winds and waves, suddenly feel a chill in her heart. Those who come to see me for the second time have to stay behind to be my sacrificial offering. This is my rule. He replaced you as the sacrificial offering. That's why I let you go. Mother Earth opened her mouth, and her voice was also cold. She had lived for God knows how many years longer than Ning Shuama, so the aura around her body was naturally extremely strong. She was neither a demon nor a god. Because she lived deep underground and did not participate in the disputes of the six realms, very few people knew about her. However, she was the creator of this continent after all. Naturally, her aura of a ruler was also very strong. It was not inferior to Ning Xiuma's. Both of their auras erupted at the same time. Even before they clashed, the great hall of the Li-Fire Palace already couldn't endure the pressure. Cracking sounds rang out, and if it wasn't for the intertwined tree roots, the walls would have already collapsed. Seeing that someone has already become a sacrifice, I'll let you off this time. Hurry up and leave. Don't make me regret it. Mother Earth threatened. After all, she had lived for so many years, and her intuition was still very sharp. She knew that Ning Xiuma was a strong opponent when she confronted her. If they really fought, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. The most important thing was that the longer a person lived, the more afraid they would be of death. Therefore, Mother Earth was also afraid of death. She didn't really want to fight with her life on the line. She still wanted to live well and continue to be the supreme ruler of this world. Therefore, when she saw Ning Xiuma, her first thought was to scare her away. Meanwhile, Ning Xiuma only smiled at her threat. You want to let me off? But I don't want to let you off. You have to pay with your life for killing someone. Mother Earth, you have to pay with your life for my friend this time. The smile of this red-clothed little devil master was very sweet, and there was a dimple on one side of her face. However, there was no smile in her eyes at all. Her pupils had already gradually turned into a demonic purple. It was an intense and cold purple. Her pupils were vertical and deep, and when one took a look, their heart would also feel like it was frozen. The words she spoke were like ice blades that gave off an incomparably cold aura. Chapter 1825. Mother Earth's heart turned cold again. You are courting death. And indeed, Ning Xiuma smiled again. I want to send you death. Before she could finish her sentence, Heaven's splitter sword appeared in her palm again. She lowered her head and blew gently on the tip of the sword. Her posture was devilish and beautiful, yet it made people tremble with fear. Now that she had said this, Mother Earth also knew that there was going to be a bloody battle. Very good. Since you are courting death, don't blame me. Mother Earth narrowed her eyes and suddenly waved her palm outwards. Countless black lights burst forth from her body and flipped in the air, transforming into black souls. These souls were densely packed together and formed a black sea that was like a wave. They swept towards Ning Xiuma. Soul weapons. Furthermore, they were soul weapons with immense resentment and extremely strong abilities. Ning Xiuma's eyes narrowed slightly, and she suddenly sneered. This Mother Earth looked like an expert that stood aloof from worldly affairs, but she was actually such a cruel and cunning person. She had been living underground like a groundhog for tens of thousands of years. She had killed countless people, and those who had died here were all turned into soul weapons by her secret techniques. These people were all overlords when they were alive, and now that they had died here silently, their souls couldn't be released, so their resentment was naturally immense. Now that they were released by Mother Earth using her secret technique, they couldn't wait to tear apart everything that was alive. There was a barrier around Mother Earth that controlled them, so they naturally couldn't harm her. Therefore, they went straight for Ning Xiuma. She was the only living creature here other than Mother Earth. Therefore, they wanted to tear her apart. The screams of the ghosts were as sharp as knives, and all Ning Xiuma could see were all kinds of human heads that were rushing towards her. Their faces still had the appearance of when they were alive. They were ugly and handsome, male and female, and they were densely packed like a huge tide as they flooded towards her from all directions. Ning Xiuma's expression changed slightly. She wasn't afraid of these soul weapons, but she was afraid that there was someone she was familiar with among them. Would Shui Lan also be among them? Because of this concern, she couldn't unleash the kind of large-scale attack that could truly kill a spirit soul. She could only attack from a small area. After making sure that there was no one around, she finally made her move. Mother Earth was still too careless. She thought that because she had this soul weapon tied, she would be able to kill gods and Buddhas without fail. Perhaps this weapon of mass destruction could really deal with gods, but this time, she was dealing with devils. Demons were naturally immune to evil tricks, not to mention that the other party was the spiritual leader of the demons, the Devil Lord. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Xiuma was wary of these soul weapons, they wouldn't be able to threaten her at all. The Crimson Sword light was like a meteor shower, slashing on the bodies of the soul weapons. The murderous Heaven Sword was formed by the accumulation of the heaven and earth's murderous chi. The murderous chi of these soul weapons paled in comparison to the murderous chi of the murderous Heaven Sword. Cries of agony could be heard in the palace. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus that emerged from the Sky Splitter Sword was the bane of these soul weapons. Balls of soul weapons dissipated in the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and turned into nothing. Mother Earth had a total of 3,000 soul weapons, and when they were gathered together, even a spit from one of them could drown a person to death. Furthermore, these soul weapons all had extremely strong abilities. Furthermore, Ning Xiuma was afraid that Shui Ilan's soul would pounce over by mistake, so she didn't dare to set up a fire barrier that could block these soul weapons. Her defense was completely dependent on the dancing of the Sky Splitter Sword. Chapter 1826. In this way, it was hard to avoid oversights. Furthermore, during this period of time, Mother Earth's black snake-like roots would attack her from time to time. Therefore, Ning Xiuma still suffered some injuries. She got a sword in her chest, a knife in her back, and even a spear in her abdomen. The blades of these soul weapons all contained poison of the soul, and if it was an ordinary immortal or devil, they would probably be sent to meet the gods. Blood soaked her clothes, but Ning Xiuma didn't even bat an eyelash. She moved to and fro among the soul weapons, and wherever the sword light passed, there would be cries of pain. None. The soul of Shui Ilan wasn't among the soul weapons that she destroyed. As the number of soul weapons decreased, her moves also became faster and faster. 2 hours passed, and when there were only 1 to 200 soul weapons left, Ning Xiuma could already take a look at them all. There was no Shui Ilan. She seemed to be disappointed and relieved at the same time. Heaven Splitter Sword flew into the sky again, and it split into several hundred swords in an instant. They flew towards the remaining soul weapons like flowing lights. Cries of ghosts and howls of wolves reverberated through the entire space, and black blood splattered down. Mother Earth's perfect killing weapon was destroyed by Ning Xiuma, just like that. Destroyed. Mother Earth's heart ached so much that she almost pulled it out. However, she couldn't care about her heartache now. She was Mother Earth. She was born here and grew up here. Even though her magic power was high, she couldn't move. In other words, she couldn't run even if she wanted to. She saw the Heaven Splitter Sword in Ning Xiuma's palm, flying up to attack the remaining soul weapons, and she steeled her heart. Countless black snake roots whipped towards Ning Xiuma. It was obvious that she was bullying her because her weapon was temporarily out of her hand, and she couldn't protect herself. This was her only chance to kill Ning Xiuma, so she didn't want to miss it. The black snakes danced wildly and pounced towards Ning Xiuma, wanting to turn her into a porcupine. Mother Earth thought Ning Xiuma would set up a barrier to block it, and her roots could break any barrier. So Ning Xiuma couldn't avoid being killed. However, he did not expect that Ning Xiuma had no intention of setting up a wizardry barrier at all. She did not even resist. Her figure flashed like lightning, and she pounced on a black snake. She grabbed the black bone spikes on the black snake's body and pulled with all her might. Mother Earth let out a world-shaking scream. Ning Xiuma actually tore the black snake tree root into two. Mother Earth's body twitched from the pain, and before she could do anything, a red light flashed in front of her eyes. That little girl in red had already pounced in front of her, and Heaven Splitter Sword's sword light spat out a red light that was a foot long as it swept towards Mother Earth's neck. Mother Earth was scared out of her wits. In a moment of desperation, he blocked Ning Xiuma's sword with his hand. "You can't kill me. If I die, the God-fiend continent will be destroyed." The crimson sword pierced through her hand and stopped a few centimeters away from her neck. The scorching sword breath churned around Mother Earth's neck, giving her goosebumps. It also destroyed her usual dignified image. She couldn't care about anything else. She didn't even care that one of her hands had been sliced into two. She hurriedly said, "I'm Mother Earth. I'm in charge of the essence of the entire God-fiend continent. If I die, the mountains will crumble, and everyone on this continent will die with me." Is that so? Ning Shuima's lips curled up slightly, and that was a bloodthirsty smile. But what does that have to do with me? Mother Earth choked, and only then did she remember that the other party was a devil. How could a devil care about the life and death of everyone? Ning Shuima's treasure sword moved forward another half an inch, and her smile became colder. "I'll count to 3. I hope you can give me a reason not to kill you, otherwise." Chapter 1827. Ning Shuima's sword moved forward another half an inch, and her smile became colder. "I'll count to 3, and I hope you can give me a reason not to kill you. Otherwise." She had to force this she-male to hand over Shue Ilan's soul. However, if she asked for it directly, Mother Earth would use it as a threat, and who knew how much trouble she would cause. Therefore, she had to force her to hand it over herself. Shue Ilan's corporeal body was gone, but if she could get his soul back, she could send him to reincarnate again. She could even use his soul to condense his body and think of a way to revive him. She wasn't willing to let him die like this. Mother Earth's face was deathly pale. The black snake tentacles on her body were all injured, and they were all twitching. She wanted to turn one around and attack Ning Shuima from behind, but she couldn't do it. Originally, it was others who were the meat on her chopping board, but now it was her turn to be the meat on someone else's chopping board. The more afraid of death a person was, the easier it was for them to lose and die when they were truly fighting with their lives on the line. Her martial arts were actually about the same as Ning Shuima's, or even slightly higher, but she was afraid of death. On the other hand, Ning Shuima was famous for not being afraid of death. Furthermore, her battle experience was miles ahead of Mother Earth's. Once she fought with her life on the line, even those several levels higher than her would have to admit defeat. Those who were afraid of death would only lose when they met those who fought with their lives on the line. At this moment, under Ning Shuima's coercion, Mother Earth's body trembled like a sieve. "I'm not lying to you. Once I die, this world will really collapse. You might not be afraid because you are the Devil Master, but don't you have friends and family? They will also die." Before she could finish, the tip of Ning Shuima's sword had already touched the fine flesh on her neck. "You really haven't learned your lesson. I already said that even if this world collapses, I won't care." The tip of the sword entered her flesh, and a thread of blood flowed out. It was clearly just a scratch, but Mother Earth was so frightened that her face turned deathly pale. Don't. What did you say you wanted? Or what do you want to know? If I have it, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Where's my friend's soul? Hand him over first." Ning Shuima coldly stated her first condition. Mother Earth was stunned, and her eyes flickered. "You care about him so much?" In that case, she could use this as an excuse to fight for a chance of survival. How smart was Ning Shuima? One look at Mother Earth's expression, and Earth knew what she was going to do. She smiled and said softly, "What do you think? I can kill my own people, but if someone else kills them, it will make me very unhappy. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't hand it over. It's the same if I make you pay with your life. He is a demon king, and you are Mother Earth. Using your life to repay his is enough." She blinked her eyes again and smiled even more gently. "Forget it. You don't have to hand it over. I'll just kill you." She exerted force with the sword in her hand. "Wait!" Mother Earth shouted, and she didn't dare to keep him in suspense anymore. "Devil Master, it's not that I don't want to hand him over. It's just that his soul really isn't with me. Before he died, he used soul explosion technique, so I'm afraid his soul has already dispersed." Ning Shuima's expression changed. Soul dispersed. His soul had been destroyed again. "I don't believe it." Ning Shuima said word by word. "You are really not obedient. You still dare to play tricks in such a situation." Her treasure sword suddenly flashed, and half of Mother Earth's ear was gone. Mother Earth was almost paralyzed from fear, and she said anxiously, "No, definitely not." Chapter 1828. Mother Earth was almost paralyzed from fear, and she said anxiously, "No, definitely not. I can swear that what he used then was the soul explosion technique, otherwise my leg wouldn't have been injured." Looking at Mother Earth's expression and words, she didn't seem to be lying. Ning Shuama's fingers that were holding the sword turned cold, and ruthlessness flashed past her purple eyes. "In that case, you will have to pay the price. Your soul will scatter, right? I know this technique as well." No. How about this? I can't hand over your friend. How about I answer some questions that you're interested in? Mother Earth was anxious to live, so she tried her best to negotiate. "I don't seem to be interested in anything else." Ning Shuama's voice was indifferent. "Don't you want to know the exact origin of the purple fiend? Don't you want to know what is the disorder of heaven and earth, the chaos of the heavenly Tao?" Ning Shuama looked at her with an indifferent gaze. "I feel that this has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, how do I know if you're lying? I might be wrong in the way I do things, but I never lie. I can't lie when it concerns the heavenly Tao." Mother Earth was just short of swearing. Ning Shuama's gaze drooped slightly. These were indeed what she was concerned about, because these might be the key to why Shun Julie had to leave. And tell me about it first. Her tone was indifferent, but her heart was slightly raised. "You, let go of me first." Mother Earth saw that she had the intention to move, so she immediately made a request. "I asked you to tell me. I just wanted to hear it for the time being. If I'm satisfied with what you say, I might spare your life. However, it's still too early to let you go now." Ning Shuama naturally wouldn't let her go. If she let her go, it wouldn't be easy to catch her again, and she would have to spend more effort. Ning Shuama's injuries weren't light, and the wounds on her body were very painful. However, she had always been resilient, so no matter how painful it was, she could endure it. She even didn't show it on the surface, as though she couldn't feel any pain. In order to survive, Mother Earth had no choice but to reveal the origin of the purple fiend under the pressure of Ning Shuama's treasure sword. To Ning Shuama, her words were no less shocking than a clap of thunder. His heart sank to the bottom of the earth. A long time ago, the Divine Demon Continent wasn't called the Divine Demon Continent. Instead, it was called the Six Realms Continent. The living beings of the Six Realms only believed in one God. This God was created by heaven and earth, and was in charge of the general balance of the Six Realms. He would not be biased towards any one realm, and was worshipped as the master of heaven and earth. In other words, he was the master of all six realms. However, at some point in time, there was a deviation in heaven and earth, and another devil was born. As the demon grew stronger, he became known as the Demon Master. Slowly, he became as powerful as a supreme god and became the master of the three realms. The Six Realms Continent changed its name to the Divine Demon Continent. There can't be two suns in the sky, and there can't be two lords in the people. In fact, the Six Realms Continent only needed one lord. Once there were two lords, the order of the world would be reversed, and the purple evil would begin to breed. Of course, if the gods and devils simply coexisted, even if the purple evil started to breed, it wouldn't cause any harm. However, the gods and devils were born to be opposites. Once the gods and devils fell in love, it would be the true calamity of the Six Realms. The purple evil would grow rapidly, and one of the gods and devils would have to disappear. Otherwise, the purple evil would explode in a short period of time and destroy the Six Realms. The only way to seal the purple evil was to sacrifice one of the gods and devils. Only then could the balance of the Six Realms Continent be maintained. Chapter 1829. After Mother Earth finished her explanation, her eyes stared at Ning Shuama's face. 50,000 years ago, Devil Master came to find me once to ask for advice on how to chase after a man. If I'm not wrong, little Devil Master wanted to chase after Venerable God then. Ning Shuama didn't say anything. She didn't have the memories from 50,000 years ago, so she naturally didn't know if Mother Earth was right or wrong. However, she seemed to be very pure and straightforward 50,000 years ago. To find a way to chase after a man, she would go through so much trouble to find Mother Earth. These were all secondary. What gave Ning Xiuma the heaviest blow was that only one of her and Shun Julie could live. Her mind was blown, and she pursed her lips tightly. She said coldly, "I don't believe it. Why can't gods and devils love each other? What kind of broken rule is this? Why haven't I heard of it before?" 50,000 years ago, the six realms were completely destroyed, and only a few of them survived. Even if they did, they probably lived in seclusion. Naturally, no one knows about this rule anymore. Mother Earth's gaze moved around Ning Xiuma's face. "If I'm not wrong, you haven't recovered your memories from 50,000 years ago, so you naturally don't know about this rule." Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. "Who set this rule? Could it be Venerable God?" Mother Earth shook her head. "No, it's Heavenly Tao." "Heavenly Tao? What the hell is that?" Ning Xiuma sneered. "Wasn't Venerable God the earliest master of the six realms? Shouldn't he be the one to set these rules?" Mother Earth said, "No matter how powerful gods and devils are, they are born from heaven and earth. Naturally, they have to follow the rules of Heavenly Tao." Ning Xiuma shook her head. "I don't believe it. Then where can I see Heavenly Tao?" Mother Earth lowered her eyes. "Heavenly Tao isn't in the six realms. When something goes against Heavenly Tao will give a warning and appear automatically. I believe that Venerable God has seen it before. I've seen it before too. This was too illusory." Ning Xiuma lifted her chin with her sword and looked down at her. "Are you trying to lie to me?" Mother Earth's eyes didn't flicker with a hint of guilt. "I'm not lying. You don't have to think about what happened 50,000 years ago. Think about what happened recently. That Supreme God once came to me to ask for advice on how to cure the Devil Lord's chronic illness and how to restore his memory. He must have fallen in love with you back then. However, at that time, he had not yet entered the Fanteon Palace to recover his memories as a divine venerable, nor had he regained his divine position. How did he treat you after he regained his godhood? When did the purple evil break out this time? How was it sealed? If I'm not wrong, that supreme divinity is no longer in this world, right? Only then did the six realms return to normal." Ning Xiuma's face turned pale, and he couldn't answer Mother Earth's question. After pausing for a while, she sneered as if she had suddenly grasped at a life-saving straw. "I think Your Excellency might have forgotten. Since you said that only one of us could live, then why did you tell me that he would be reborn in 100 years? Mother Earth sighed. "That's because I thought Your Excellency would die here and become my blood food. Once you, the Devil Master, die, heaven and earth would need a normal master. Venerable God would naturally be reborn. However, since you are still alive, Venerable God won't reappear in this world." Ning Xiuma, legend has it that there's a kind of flower on the Yellow Springs Road called the Permitha flower. There's a saying in the Buddhist scriptures, "The Permitha flower blooms for 1,000 years, withers for 1,000 years, and the flowers and leaves will never meet again." Love isn't karma. Fate determines life and death. Chapter 1830. Spider lilies, flowers and leaves will never meet again. Their fates would be like this spider lilies. If he lived, she would die. If he died, she would live. They loved each other, but they would never meet again. Ning Xiuma didn't know how she walked out of Mythical Fire Palace. Her heart was heavy, but her legs were light. She couldn't step on solid ground. She didn't execute Mother Earth. After all, this person's life and death would affect the survival of the entire God-Devil continent. Shunjili had once protected this continent, and he might be reborn on this continent in the future. She didn't want him to see a barren and dead continent like Mars when he returned. She didn't care about the life and death of other people, but her son was still living on this continent. She couldn't let anything happen to her son. Of course, Ning Xiuma also didn't want to let go of the culprit who had killed Shui Yilan so easily, so she just crippled all of Mother Earth's skills and chopped off her 2 arms and 16 black snake-like tree roots. She barely managed to keep her alive to linger on at death's door. Ning Xiuma used Heaven's Splitter Sword to do this. There was poison in Heaven's Splitter Sword, and it was an incurable poison. Back then, even with Shun Julie's great abilities, he still couldn't heal himself. Therefore, Ning Xuema believed this Mother Earth wouldn't be able to do evil anymore. She should live her life desperately, trying to detoxify herself. She could be considered to have taken revenge for Shui Yilan. Ning Xuema's mind was in a mess. She had once questioned Mother Earth about the coexistence of gods and devils, and Mother Earth had laughed evilly. If you can't coexist, you have to give up your identity as the Devil Master completely. Ning Xuema wasn't interested in the identity of the Devil Master. If she didn't become the Devil Master, Shun Julie would be able to return. In that case, she would give up the identity of the Devil Master without a second word. Therefore, when her eyes lit up, she didn't expect Mother Earth's next sentence to send her back to hell. You are a devil born from heaven and earth. This Devil Master identity isn't something you can give up just because you want to. You still need to make a complete sacrifice. Ning Xuema naturally asked what kind of sacrifice she needed to make, but Mother Earth didn't say anything no matter what. Ning Xuema tortured her thoroughly, but she refused to say anything more. She was forced to say, "This is the real God's secret. If I say it out loud, my soul will suffer the calamity of heavenly punishment and will never be free." Therefore, she would rather die in Ning Xuema's hands at this time than suffer the pain of eternity. Ning Xuema swayed as she walked out of Li-Fire Palace for the second time. Mother Earth looked at her back view from behind, and her eyes were filled with resentment and delight. She still had one more important thing that she hadn't told this little Devil Master. That was if she died or made a complete sacrifice, even if God was reborn, the reborn God might not be the same God as before. Therefore, it was impossible for her to see her lover again. She was destined to be alone for the rest of her life. Unless that God used some kind of heaven-defying magic to turn things around, the miserable ending of this little Devil Master was already destined. The hope of 100 years had become a bubble, and even the promise of 1,000 years had become uncertain. Her lover was dead, and so was her friend. The two people who originally occupied the largest part of her life had now disappeared. She was the only one left in this world. If it wasn't for little Nianma in her heart, she almost wanted to be buried in this dark underground and never come out again. When she finally returned to the surface, the sky outside was already completely dark. The green mountains and clear water, the blue sky and white clouds, and the moon was waning. Chapter 1831. Green mountains, clear water, blue sky, white clouds, a waning moon. From now on, she would be the only one enjoying the scenery. No one would accompany her to watch the clouds roll by. The place she came out from was at the foot of the mountain, and coincidentally, it was the place where she and Shui Yilan had barbecued their game. Now, the traces of the barbecue were still there, but that man would never return. She stood on the spot for a while and looked up at the sky in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking about. She also didn't know how long she was in a daze when there seemed to be some movement behind her. She subconsciously turned back and saw a woman in white floating not far away. Her beautiful face was slightly pale, and a pair of ink-black eyes were looking at her. Fairy Ice Jade. Why was she here? Fairy Ice Jade walked over, but she didn't look at Ning Xuema. Instead, she looked at the ground under her feet and asked softly, "Is he dead?" Ning Xuema froze, because of this girl's sharp senses. "Why do you ask? Could this Fairy Ice Jade know some inside information?" Fairy Ice Jade still didn't look at her as she stared at the ground beneath her feet. After a while, she opened her mouth and said, "I drank with him for 3 days. He got drunk, and every time he got drunk, he would talk about you, Ning Xuema." Fairy Ice Jade continued. "Sometimes I would change the topic for him, but he would try his best to bring it back. It was as if he was possessed, crying and laughing one moment. He said he was a fool. He said he was poisoned by your goo and couldn't let go no matter what. He said he wanted to let go, but he couldn't do it. He said he would probably only be free if he died." Ning Xuema's fingers turned cold, and she said hoarsely, "You don't have to say any more." How could she not know about Shui Yilan's deep feelings for her? However, she couldn't respond. Fairy Ice Jade, seemed to have opened up a chatterbox. He's been paying attention to your movements these few days, and he knew you were going to find Mother Earth. He was afraid you would get into an accident, so he followed you secretly. Ning Shuima's heart ached like she was drowning, and she closed her eyes slightly. When she opened them again, they were already clear. He knows this is the second time I'm finding Mother Earth. He didn't mention it, but judging from his demeanor, he seems to have this suspicion. He didn't tell me earlier. Along the way, Shui Ilan didn't mention anything about meeting Mother Earth for the second time. If he had told you and let you know the dangers involved, would you still have gone? Ice Jade Fairy asked. Ning Shuima paused for a moment before she finally answered. I will. Her trip to the underground world was imperative, so it didn't matter whether she knew about this rule or not. The difference was that if she had known about this rule, she wouldn't have let Shui Ilan follow her no matter what. She would have searched for a breakthrough underground and dealt with Mother Earth herself. Shui Ilan probably understood this as well, so he chose not to say anything. He chose to stay by her side and become the sacrifice instead of her. He used his own method to protect her, just like how she had agreed to take him in as a guard in her first life, and he had personally promised to protect her for the rest of his life, until the end of his life. Shui Ilan used a tragic stroke to draw an end to his own life, and he had also left an indelible mark in her heart. The cold stars flickered in the sky, the cool breeze was still the same, and the bright moon was still the same. However, the person who left would never return. The only person in this world who could save the person whose soul had been scattered was no longer in this world, and Shui Ilan naturally wouldn't reincarnate, much less return. Chapter 1832. The Divine Lord, the only person in this world who could save the soul of a person, was no longer in this world. Naturally, Shui Ilan would not be reincarnated, and he would not come back. There was a rush of blood in her chest, and there was a sweet taste in her throat. Ning Shuima staggered a little. The wounds on her body had been treated, so it was not obvious on the surface. Ice Jade Fairy cannot tell either. Ice Jade Fairy stood there and slowly took out some fruits and snacks. She also took out a gourd of wine and opened the gourd. She smiled at the sky. Ilan, let me toast you. This is your favorite wine, your favorite fruits and snacks. Her voice was slightly hoarse. It sounded like she was crying and laughing at the same time. Ning Shuima's heart skipped a beat. She finally noticed that Ice Jade Fairy looked very haggard. She looked even more haggard than when she had just sealed Zisha. Have you been waiting for him here? She could not help but ask. Ice Jade Fairy did not look back, but her voice was dim. He has been waiting for you to come back, but I have been waiting for him to come back. She had been standing behind him, but he would never notice her. He only had eyes for his Momo. She knew that he would die this time, but she still waited here, hoping that a miracle would happen. However, the miracle did not happen. Shui Ilan, the man who was as dazzling as fire, would never come back. He used his death to commemorate his love and also to free himself. However, she cannot be freed. She had chased after him for 2 lifetimes, but his eyes never stopped on her. The wine spilled on the ground, and the air was filled with the fragrance of the wine. Ice Jade Fairy looked at Ning Shuima. Do you want to have a drink? Ning Shuima shook her head lightly. I should go. She turned around and strode away. She knew that she might be too heartless in the eyes of Ice Jade Fairy, but she could not care less. If possible, she also wanted to get drunk to relieve her worries. She also wanted to get drunk in the wine town, away from the burning reality. However, she could not. Little Nianma was still waiting for her. She could not break her promise to the child. Ning Shuima finally rushed back to Fantion Palace before dawn. As soon as she entered the palace, before she could see the scenery inside, a small body threw itself into her arms like a cannonball. Mother! Ning Shuima was knocked back a step by him. She picked him up and looked at him in her arms. After not seeing him for 3 days, the little guy seemed to have lost a lot of weight. There were dark circles under his big eyes. It was obvious that he didn't sleep well these 3 days. The little guy hugged her neck tightly and cried, Mother, you scared me to death. I thought you would never come back. Ning Shuima had promised him 3 days. If he counted carefully, she should have come back last night, not at dawn the next day. Shun Nianma was probably traumatized. Although he had been waiting obediently in the Fanteon Palace, he had been anxious. He was afraid that his mother would never return. Just like that, he waited and waited. On the third day, seeing that the time promised by his mother had passed, his little heart sank again and again. He simply stood at the gate and stared anxiously. The sound of the wind blowing through the treetops was enough to make him jump up. He was very scared and wanted to cry, but he knew that crying was useless at a young age. The only thing he could do was to wait endlessly, until Ning Xiaomo really came back and opened the gate of Fanteon Palace. He was relieved and directly rushed to her. Until he fell into the familiar warm embrace, his little heart was really relieved. However, he still hugged her neck and did not let go. Chapter 1833. Ning Xiaomo naturally knew what her son was worried about. She felt as though her heart was being pricked by something. Her child was still young. She really did not have the ability to indulge her sadness. Any pain, any sadness, any blow, she had to swallow it all silently. Little Nianma had already lost his father. She could not let him lose his mother too. She kissed the child's face. "Don't worry, mother will come back." Just as she said that, she felt a tightness in her chest. There was a sweet taste in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, she turned her head in time and did not spray the blood on the child. "Mother!" Shen Yinma was frightened. "It's okay." Ning Xiaomo tried to comfort him, but her vision suddenly turned black. Her legs went soft, and she lost consciousness. She was severely injured when she fought with Mother Earth, but she had been holding on. Originally, she should have immediately meditated to recover when she returned to the ground. However, she rushed back because she was afraid that Nianma would be worried. Coupled with the continuous mental blows, she finally could not take it anymore and fainted in front of her son. Before she fainted, the only thing she was thankful for was that she did not faint on the way back. Otherwise, little Nianma would have cried to death waiting for her. She heard little Nianma's voice. In a daze, she struggled to reply, "Mother, it's okay. Sleep. I will be fine after a sleep." Before she could finish the sentence, she completely fainted. The person in reality was no longer there. If she could see him from time to time in her dream, could she treat this dream as reality? Could she treat reality as just a nightmare? Ning Xiaomo saw Shun Julie again in her dream. Moreover, she could still clearly understand that this was a dream, and it was an old story from 50,000 years ago. It was even a continuation of the previous dream. Ning Xiaomo deeply felt that this was not bad. It was equivalent to her re-experiencing the life of Shun Julie in her dream. It was equivalent to another lifetime. This time, the perspective was still from the perspective of the Devil Master, Xiaomo. Xiaomo's hands were poisonous. She had scratched herself badly because of the allergic reaction. Her face was like a cat's, and she couldn't go out for a long time. She had the urge to smash the mirror. Although she was often injured, she was born and raised by the heavens. Her self-healing ability was extraordinarily strong. If she was stabbed today, she would be completely healed tomorrow. Only this time, even though she had been recuperating for half a month, the bloodstains on her face were still obvious. This made her a little anxious. Her subordinates told her that there was a type of herb in the sea of clear skies that had miraculous effects on skin scratches, so she went there. What she didn't expect was that she would meet Shun Julie there. Of course, these days, she was thinking about how to make him her husband. However, because of the ugly wound on her face, she didn't want to see him, but she still sent someone to deliver the flowers. Xiaomo was very tenacious in everything she did. Although her face couldn't be seen, she didn't lose much of her kung fu. She was still very capable. Every day, she would pick some specific flowers and send someone to deliver them to him. The person who was sent by her to deliver the flowers would come back hesitantly, saying that the flowers had been delivered. But often, when they saw the flowers again, they were the same as when they were sent. Other than being a little flat, the position of the bouquet didn't change at all. Of course, occasionally, the bouquet would disappear. The person who sent the flowers would happily come back to report to the Devil Master, saying that the supreme god of flowers should have received yesterday's flowers. Especially in recent days, the person who sent the flowers would always find that the flowers he sent yesterday had disappeared, so he was even happier when he reported to her. Chapter 1834. Shuama also felt that her painstaking efforts were not in vain. She had finally moved him. Perhaps if she worked harder, she would be able to embrace the supreme God. Then, she would be able to happily share a room with him and truly grow up with this optimistic thought. She wanted her face to recover as soon as possible. Only then could she personally go to him to ask for his hand in marriage. The Sea of Clear Skies was the most beautiful sea in the Six Realms continent. The blue sky, the blue sea, and the golden moon hung in the sky. The sea waves were like colored glass, gently rippling under the moonlight. The most beautiful sea had the most ferocious beasts: tiger, fox, shark. The power of each shark was comparable to the top experts of the immortal and devil realms. They knew magic could transform and could even merge into the water. Once they got close to their prey, they would immediately launch all kinds of attacks, killing without leaving a trace. There were all kinds of strange herbs in the sea, but few people dared to pick them. This sea was called the Sea of Death. The kind of grass that Shuama wanted to pick grew on the continental shelf 100 meters under the sea. Shuama was good at fire attacks, but the beasts here were best at water attacks. Water countered fire, so she would be more restrained if she encountered the beasts here. Therefore, she made preparations in advance. She deliberately wore a tight, waterproof suit. She couldn't use fire to attack the beasts here, so she could only use swordsmanship. Therefore, she sharpened her sword to the extreme. The scenery here was very beautiful, but she was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. She stood above the sea and estimated that the water was about 100 meters deep. She was about to jump down. The sound of water splashing could be heard below, and a person slowly rose from the water. Black hair, silver clothes, dark blue eyes. When he appeared, he almost stole the light of the sun and the moon. Shunjuli. Although he emerged from the bottom of the sea, there was not a single drop of water on his body. His wide sleeves spread out in the sea breeze. His posture was not ordinary, free and easy. This person seemed to have the ability to casually stand anywhere and create an excellent scenery. The moment Shuama saw him, her little heart could not help but beat faster. Shuama was still very confident. She immediately took a step forward and smiled brighter than the sun. Supreme God, what a coincidence. We meet again. If fate brings us together, we'll meet even if we're thousands of miles apart. This is really fate that can't be stopped. The moment Shunjuli saw her, he frowned slightly. He didn't say anything and just said, "What are you doing here? Did you follow me here?" She had really wronged her. Shuama immediately smiled brightly. Under the moonlight, a pair of small canine teeth shone brightly. "Julie, you think too much. I'm here to pick herbs. I didn't expect to meet you here. This must be fate." Shunjuli glanced at her. He obviously did not feel anything for her bright and beautiful smile. He did not say anything and turned to leave. Shuama finally saw him. Naturally, she didn't want to let him go so easily. She flashed and blocked his way. "Julie, have you received my flowers? Which one do you like? If you tell me, I can give you a special one." She had read in a novel that giving flowers was about sincerity. If you found out that the other party liked that kind of flower, you would give that kind to them. This was called catering to their preferences. Usually, when a beauty felt the sincerity of the person who gave her flowers, she would be excited and marry him. Shunjuli was more beautiful than a beauty. He might feel her sincerity and marry her in excitement. Then they could sleep together. Her wish could come true. Chapter 1835. The smile on her face couldn't be more sincere, but Shunjuli had the urge to grab her and give her a good beating. What did she take him for? He was good at staying calm. His face was still calm and composed, but his words were as cold as ice. "I don't like any of them. This. You should like one or two, right? Simple and elegant, rich and rich, extraordinary and refined. There's so many different kinds. I don't like flowers." Shunjuli cut her off. Then the green peony and purple linglong that you accepted are... I didn't accept them. Shunjuli's voice was still indifferent. "But the flowers that were sent to your door are gone. Didn't you accept them? They were in the way, so they were destroyed." Shunjuli answered with 4 words. These 4 words seemed to be a bit of a blow to Shiwama. Her bright eyes dimmed. So you don't like to accept them? She was still a bit shocked. After all, it wasn't easy for her to pick those flowers. She even got hurt a few times because of them. She didn't expect that her good intentions would be treated like trash by him. You don't need to waste your effort. I won't agree to your marriage. Shinjili was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. After saying this, he turned around and left. Do you think I'm ugly now? I can actually get better, Shiwama said unwillingly behind him. It was said that there was a thin veil between a woman and a man. However, the veil between her and Shinjili was too thick. Shinjili didn't look back at all. His figure gradually disappeared. Shiwama sighed. She was a bit hurt from being rejected by him again and again. She didn't want to chase him anymore. She looked down at the unpredictable sea below her. It was more important to get down to business. With a leap, she jumped down. Hwah! A purple figure suddenly rushed up from the sea. At the same time, Shiwama was jumping down. Coincidentally, the 2 of them jumped up and down, and Shiwama crashed into that person. The man staggered after being hit. Fortunately, his kung fu was very good. He was not smashed into the sea by Shiwama again. Instead, he raised his sleeve and hugged her. After swaying a little, he steadied himself in the air. Then, he looked at the person in his arms. His hand trembled, and he almost threw her into the sea again. So ugly. Shiwama's lips twitched. She was indeed disgusted by her current appearance. With a flip of her body, she had already escaped from that person's embrace and was sizing him up a few times. That person was dressed in a gorgeous purple robe. Her features were picturesque, and she had a natural smile on her lips. She was as beautiful as an orchid tree. He looked elegant, and refined. He held a fan in his hand and waved it in the sea breeze. What a show-off, Shiwama replied to him. She had never been at a disadvantage, so naturally, she would not be at a disadvantage with her words. That person smiled. Miss, why did you jump into the sea? Your appearance. Although you are a bit unconventional, you don't have to seek death, right? You should know that life is not easy. This person seemed to be comforting her, but every word and sentence of his was stepping on her sore spot. Shiwama had the urge to scratch him. She raised her head. I'm not ugly. I'm just a little hurt. I'm not seeking death. I'm just here to pick herbs. That person touched the fan with his fingers and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Me? Miss, you are? Devil Master, I.M.O. Shiwama introduced herself. She addressed herself as I.M.O. to the outside world. The name Shiwama was only known to a limited number of people. That person's pair of glittering eyes slightly widened, continuously sizing her up. Chapter 1836. He did not expect the little girl in front of him to be the famous Devil Lord. He touched his fan again and bowed. So, it's the Devil Lord. I didn't know and have offended you. He looked at Shiwama again. Devil Lord's face is... Shiwama said, I'm injured, so I need to pick herbs to treat it. The herb you want to pick is the cinnabar orchid? Shiwama's eyes lit up slightly, and she nodded. It seemed that the cinnabar orchid was indeed the herb to treat her face. The man in front of her also said so. The man frowned slightly. I'm afraid the cinnabar orchid is not easy to pick. There are tiger, fox, sharks guarding it. Shiwama did not care. It doesn't matter. The tiger, fox, sharks are no match for me. Although Shiwama's small face was covered in scars, her eyes were big and round, sparkling brighter than the stars in the sky. Her facial features were also very beautiful, especially when she spoke so proudly. It made people ignore the scars on her face and feel her beauty. She was petite and delicate, with long eyelashes that flickered. It made people want to protect her at first sight. It was easy to arouse a man's desire to protect her. The man's desire to protect her was obviously aroused by her. He blinked slightly and said with a smile, Then, does the Devil Lord want me to be your bodyguard? I know a few techniques to deal with the tiger, fox, sharks. Shiwama did not know what politeness was. Her eyelashes curved like the moon, and she agreed readily. Okay. The man did not expect Shiwama to agree so readily. He was slightly stunned and looked at her with a complicated gaze. Do you know me? Shiwama tilted her head and looked at him. I don't know you. You don't know me, but you dare to let me take the risk with you? The man could not help but ask. Shuamal blinked and said very impolitely, Why wouldn't I dare? If you dare to play tricks, I'll beat you up. She had rarely met a match in this world. The only one who could be considered a match was probably the supreme divinity. As for the others, her battle record was extremely brilliant. Anyone who refused to submit to her was beaten into submission by her. The man couldn't help but laugh. His smile was as beautiful as the moon. I didn't expect the Devil Lord to be so interesting. It was easy for good-looking men to win people's favor, especially men who like to smile. Shuamal also felt that this man was much more pleasing to the eye. She looked in the direction where Shun Julie had disappeared. Shun Julie had long disappeared. She couldn't even see the corner of his clothes. She was a little disappointed. It was so hard to chase a man. Since the other party was so stubborn, she was at her wit's end. Even if she recovered her looks, he would still treat her coldly, right? He wouldn't let her throw herself into his arms anymore. She looked at the man in front of her again. You're the Divine Lord's friend? Did you come here with him? The two of them appeared in the same body of water one after the other, so they should have come together. As for why Shun Julie left without waiting for his companions, had this Almighty ever waited for anyone else? It was always others who followed in his footsteps, okay? If she didn't happen to fall on this man, he would probably have chased after Shun Julie. The man smiled. He seemed to like smiling very much. His smile gave people a feeling of starlight. Yes, we're friends. Very, very good friends. My name is Tianshun. You can call me Tianshun. Okay, Tianshun. Since you know that the vermilion light grass is guarded by the tiger fox shark, you must know where it grows. Let's go. Chapter 1837. Shuamal was a straightforward person. What she urgently wanted now was to recover her face. Doubt Tianshun nodded slightly. Okay, I'll take you there. The bluer the sky, the darker the sea. When they reached the depths, the sea and sky were already the same color, making it difficult to distinguish between the blue sky and the sea. Doubt Tianshun finally stopped. This is the place. Shuamal looked down. The sea here was deep blue like a gem. The snow-white waves rolled, and the moonlight spread on the surface of the sea, sparkling like fragments of silver. The scenery here wasn't just any ordinary beauty. Doubt Tianshun smiled. Mo, do you want to enjoy the scenery here before going down? No thanks. Shuamal was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Let's go down to pick the herbs. Her figure rose, and with a splash, she jumped into the sea. The sea looked so beautiful, but she did not expect it to be so cold. The temperature was 10 degrees below zero, but there was no sign of it freezing. This made Shuamal a little unprepared. She shivered as soon as she entered the water. What was even more unexpected was that her waterproof clothes instantly froze the moment she entered the seawater. The clothes stuck to her body, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She heard the sound of water splashing, and Dao Tianshun landed beside her. Most likely, he was already prepared for this, so he didn't notice anything unusual. Inside the water, he looked at Shuamal's pale face and stretched out his arm to gently hug her waist. I forgot to remind you, it's very cold here. I can warm you up. He grabbed nothing but air. Shuamal's body was faintly flowing with red light. After a while, her face returned to normal. It's okay. I can warm myself. She was obviously using the corresponding magic, and her body seemed to be covered by a layer of light red cover. Dao Tianshun was slightly stunned and praised with a smile. Mo's skills are indeed profound. Mo did not buy the compliment and urged, Where's the vermilion light grass? Let's go. Follow me. Dao Tianshun swam in front. Dao Tianshun swam in front of them at an extremely fast speed, like a barracuda piercing through the water. Surprisingly, Shuamal didn't fall behind and followed closely behind him. She set up a barrier around her body. Although it could keep her body warm and her movements were flexible, it consumed a lot of magic power. After swimming in the water for half an hour, she was a little tired. Why aren't they here yet? She couldn't help but ask. Almost there, almost there. Dao Tianshun swam a little slower, side by side with her, and looked at her with concern. Are you tired? Why don't I take you for a swim? He reached out his hand to her. His hand was slender and fair, as delicate as jade. This reminded Xiuma of Shun Julie's hand. The shape of their hands was very similar. Xiuma didn't want him to hold her hand, but when she saw this familiar hand, she couldn't help but reach out her hand for him to hold. However, when he held her hand, she immediately felt the difference between the two. Shun Julie's hand was warm and dry. Every time he held her small hand, she felt warm. However, Dao Tianxin's hand was slightly cold and slippery, probably because they were in the water. His 5 fingers were also much softer than Shun Julie's. When he held her hand, she felt like she was being entangled. So when she felt that something was wrong, she immediately wanted to withdraw her hand. I'll swim by myself. Don't try to be brave. Dao Tianxin's voice was gentle, but his grip on her hand was strong, and he had no intention of letting her go. Chapter 1838. It was indeed a lot easier for him to swim with her. So, Xiuma no longer struggled to break free from him. The two of them swam hand in hand like 2 mermaids. The scene was very harmonious and beautiful. Ning Xiuma had been following Xiuma Demon Lord unknowingly, so she naturally saw this scene. Little Xiuma was really good at fighting, but she was still too inexperienced in dealing with people. She actually trusted a stranger so easily and followed him into such a dangerous area. This Dao Tianxin looked gentle and elegant, handsome and intelligent. He also had an immortal aura around him, so he didn't look like a bad guy. However, a bad guy didn't have bad water painted on his face. It was really dangerous for little Xiuma to follow him blindly. Ning Xiuma rubbed her eyebrows. She was really naive at that time. If it were her now, she would definitely not follow this person. She might even be on guard against him. Ning Xiuma had been watching Dao Tianxin's every move, judging his kung fu through some of his subtle movements. After watching for a while, she raised her eyebrows. This Dao Tianxin seemed to be not much weaker than Shun Julie in terms of appearance and kung fu. If the two of them fought, it would probably be an earth-shattering battle. Was he really friends with Shun Julie? Ning Xiuma had deep doubts in her heart. Shun Julie was used to being alone. Other than finding people to play chess with, he rarely traveled with others, not to mention coming here to take a bath with others. Even if Shun Julie was not used to waiting for others, he should have informed Shun Julie through the directed audio talisman if Dao Tianxin and Xiuma came out together. Even if Shun Julie was not used to waiting for others, he should have informed Shun Julie through the directed audio talisman. Although this Dao Tianxin was very beautiful and looked like an immortal, Ning Xiuma always felt that this person was a little strange, which made her vigilant. If it wasn't for this dream, Ning Xiuma wouldn't have known that Dao Tianxin had once existed. It could be seen that this person didn't die in that catastrophe, but had retired. Then what role did he play in that catastrophe? According to the known clues, Ning Xiuma couldn't figure it out, so she continued to follow. "Imo, where do you live now?" Dao Tianxin asked. 35th layer of heaven. Xiuma answered straightforwardly. In order to make it easier for her to chase after him, she had specially opened up a territory on the 35th heaven and built a temporary residence just to be closer to him. "You are the devil master. Why don't you stay in the devil world?" "I don't like living in the devil world. I like living in the 35th layer of heaven." Xiuma still didn't want to reveal her true intentions to outsiders. Dao Tianxin's eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly smiled. "You really don't look like a demon. Do demons have a fixed nature?" Xiuma retorted. She just wanted to be herself and didn't care what she was. "That's a talent. I like it." Dao Tianxin leaned closer to her and kissed her on the hand. This was a little too much. After being educated by Shun Julie, Xiuma had learned to keep a distance from men. Being held by the other party was already her bottom line, and now she was being kissed. Although it was just a kiss on the hand, it still made her frown slightly. With a flip of her wrist, she finally pulled her hand out of the other party's grasp. Dao Tianxin's hand was empty, and he looked at her. "Imo, your kung fu is really beyond my expectations. It's only been 3 days, and I have a whole new level of respect for you." Xiuma glanced at him. "You knew me before?" Dao Tianxin smiled. In the water, his eyes were as intoxicating as the night. "Guess." Chapter 1839. Shuama disliked this kind of guessing game the most. She was also disinclined to continue chatting with this person. Although they had a secret technique that allowed them to casually chat in the water, it was still a bit exhausting, okay? She hadn't picked the herbs yet, so she didn't want to waste any more energy. So she simply shook her head. I hate guessing the most. It's fine if you don't want to say it. Let's go and pick the herbs. Dao Tianshan followed beside her, his voice gentle. I'm Mo. Remember, I'll always be good to you. Who would believe that? She just met him, okay? Although he accompanied her to pick the herbs, it was still too early to say this. As a devil master, Shui Mo was usually surrounded by glib tongues. There were many people who tried to curry favor with her, so she had long since become immune to these kinds of words and simply ignored him. I'm Mo. You seem to have something on your mind. If there's something you can't solve, you can tell me. I'll help you solve it. Dao Tianshan smiled warmly. Shuama's heart moved. She glanced at him. Have you ever pursued someone? Dao Tianshan fixed his gaze on her. Yes, I think so. This sentence was too ambiguous. Shuama hated people who didn't speak straightforwardly. She snorted. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Dao Tianshan sighed and reached out his hand, as if he wanted to touch her hair, but he stopped halfway and smiled, this time answering with certainty, yes. Then have you caught up with him? How are you going to do it? Shuama's eyes sparkled. Dao Tianshan smiled softly and said, good girls are afraid of pestering men. If you can't catch up, then it's because you haven't pestered him enough. Shuama was a bit distressed. I've been pestering him for so long. But maybe she hadn't pestered him enough. Then she would work harder after her injury was healed. Dao Tianshan suddenly said, we're here. Shuama looked up and saw a large patch of blue seaweed at the bottom of the sea. In the middle of the blue patch, there were 5 stalks of vermilion grass that shone like corals. The grass had its own fluorescent glow, and there were ginseng flower petals growing on top. This must be the vermilion grass. Shuama's eyes lit up. She pulled out her sword and slowly swam towards one of the vermilion orchids. She got closer. She got even closer. Shuama looked around. Why hadn't the tiger fox shark come out yet? Didn't they say that there were many tiger fox sharks here? Why didn't she see any of them? Could it be that they had sensed the scent of their devil master and knew that they could not afford to provoke her? So they ran away in fear? Although she didn't see the tiger fox shark, she could clearly feel that the surrounding seawater was getting colder and colder. Even if she was in her own enchantment, she still wanted to shiver from the cold. Hey, where's the tiger fox shark you were talking about? Shuama turned around and asked, but her eyes suddenly widened. Dao Tianshan, who had been chatting and smiling with her just now, had disappeared without a trace. There was only the rippling of the deep blue sea around her. Strange, where did this person go? He actually disappeared without a trace. She was about to look for him, but suddenly she seemed to have sensed something. Her body suddenly rushed forward. She moved 10 feet away out of thin air, and a huge mouth suddenly closed at the place where she was standing just now. Tiger fox shark. Its body was streamlined like a shark. The patterns on its body were like tiger stripes, and its head was like a fox's head. Its sharp mouth had jagged fangs. It looked very delicate when it closed its mouth, but once it opened, it looked like a snake, and people could only see its bloody mouth. Shuama had no doubt that if she was bitten by this thing just now, she was afraid that half of her body would be gone. Because of the appearance of this thing, the surrounding seawater became colder, and there were even signs of freezing. Chapter 1840. Every time Shuama paddled in the water, she felt as if she was swimming in ice. Her speed slowed down a lot. Not only did this monster have the ability to freeze seawater, but it could also turn invisible. When it missed its target, it instantly melted into the surrounding seawater and disappeared. Shuama was a devil master after all. Her martial arts were not ordinary. She activated her eyesight and finally saw a slightly darker color in the surrounding seawater. It was the shape of the tiger fox shark. It was quickly approaching her without making any sound. Obviously, it still wanted to launch a surprise attack. Shuama clenched her sword tightly. She did not seem to see the tiger fox shark and quickly approached the cinnabar orchid. People would only be nervous when facing unknown danger. Once the danger became real, they would be able to deal with it calmly. Xiuema decided to pick the grass first. Just as her hand was about to touch the vermilion grass, the grass suddenly moved and disappeared in a split second. A huge mouth appeared in its original place. Xiuema's reaction was really fast. She retracted her hand at lightning speed. The fangs in the huge mouth almost grazed her skin. It turned out that the cinnabar orchid was not real grass. It was the tongue of the tiger fox shark. This thing could hide its entire body in the water and only reveal a tongue that looked like the cinnabar orchid to trick people. Since there were already 2 tiger fox sharks, would there be more hiding in the dark? Xiuema's gaze turned to the remaining 4 cinnabar orchids. How many of them were real? She had never seen the cinnabar orchid before. She had only heard about it from others. Therefore, she could not tell if the cinnabar orchid in front of her were real or fake. Picking the cinnabar orchid could not be done with any utensils. It could only be picked by hand. Moreover, it could not be damaged in any way. Otherwise, it would lose its effect. Therefore, Xiuema could not use a hidden weapon to test it. She could only touch the cinnabar orchid one by one. The tiger fox shark was as cunning as a fox. If it did not bite, it would immediately turn invisible and wait for a chance to attack again. Xiuema pursed her lips. She stayed in the same spot and seemed to be in a daze. A tiger fox shark swam silently. When it was in front of her, it slowly opened its mouth, schwa. With the sound of water splashing, a cold sword light flashed in Xiuema's hand. With a puff, it directly pierced into the big mouth, turning and stirring. A shrill scream came from the water, and blood spurted out from that big mouth. The tiger fox shark's tongue seemed to be its vital point. With its vital point cut off, the tiger fox shark let out a sharp cry and flipped over in the water. Xiuema smirked. She wanted to plot against her? No way. She had killed a tiger fox shark, and it seemed that the other one was stunned as well. The tiger fox shark began to retreat silently. Xiuema blinks her eyes, and her figure flashes as she pounces towards that tiger fox shark. If she could break them one by one, then she would break them one by one. She wanted to force out the other tiger fox sharks that were hiding in the dark. Once she fought with her life on the line, even the tyrant tiger fox shark in this area of water would not be her opponent. She actually caught up to him in the blink of an eye and slashed at him with her sword. That tiger fox shark couldn't dodge in time and was struck in the head. Then the sword seemed to have cut into oil as it slid to the side. That tiger fox shark skin was not cut at all. After being stunned for a moment, it let out a sharp cry. This time it was a proud cry. It no longer opened its mouth and swung its tail in the water. The surrounding seawater actually turned into sharp ice arrows and shot toward Xiuema. Chapter 1841. Xiuema spun her sword and created a protective barrier around her body. When the ice arrows hit the barrier, they made a deafening sound after a dense circle of ice arrows shot out. Xiuema was turned into a hedgehog-like ice ball. She could no longer move. The tiger fox shark circled around the ice ball, but the little person inside the ice ball didn't move at all. It was as if she was shot to death by the ice arrows. The tiger fox shark's egg-like eyes emitted a greedy light. It opened its mouth and wanted to swallow the ice ball. However, the change happened in an instant. The girl inside the ice ball suddenly moved. A cold sword light came out from the ice ball and shot into the tiger fox shark's mouth. The tiger fox shark let out a shrill cry that was even more ear-piercing than the previous one. Half of its tongue was cut off. The tiger fox shark had to cut off its entire tongue to kill it. Only cutting off half of its tongue was enough to seriously injure it. This tiger fox shark was probably in extreme pain. It kept rolling around and screaming, shaking the surrounding seawater to the point that it sounded like a pot of boiling water. Xiuema jumped on its head and stabbed its eyes and nostrils with her sword from time to time, as if she was venting her anger. Although the tiger fox shark skin could withstand any kind of attack, its eyes and nostrils were still relatively weak. Moreover, the Devil Lord's strength was not to be underestimated. Every time she stabbed, it would draw a line of blood, making the tiger fox shark roll around and scream even louder. This was a method of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The other tiger-fox sharks that hadn't shown up yet began to tremble and quietly retreat. There were originally 4 vermilion orchids on the green grassland, but now 3 of them had automatically disappeared. Obviously, the 3 vermilion orchids were fake. They were the tiger-fox shark's tongues. Shuama looked at the only vermilion orchids left in the northwest corner and narrowed her big eyes. She finally found the real vermilion orchids. She was indeed the smartest. She smiled until her eyes were squinted and 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. She finished off the tiger-fox shark that she had tortured until it was half dead. Then, she turned around and swam towards the vermilion orchids. She was going to freeze to death. She wanted to end the battle quickly, pick the vermilion orchid, and run. She did not want to waste any more time here. This place was really too cold. Her clothes were frozen into iron. As she swam, the clothes on her body began to fall off piece by piece. Her attention was focused on the vermilion orchid, and she didn't notice the problem with her clothes. Her body was already numb from the cold, so she couldn't feel whether she was wearing anything or not. Her swimming speed was not slow. Soon, she reached the side of the vermilion orchid and reached out her small hand to pluck it. Vermilion orchid grass. You're finally mine. Swoosh! A white light suddenly flashed by and struck the only remaining stalk of vermilion-like grass with a loud smack. The water rippled slightly, and the vermilion-light grass broke off. It withered in the blink of an eye and disappeared. Bastard! Who had plotted against her precious grass? Shuama turned around angrily, but before she could see anything clearly, something fell from the sky and covered her from head to toe. Shuama was shocked. The speed of this thing was too fast. She didn't even have time to dodge. She didn't even see what was covering her. All she could see was white. She was about to pull the thing off when she heard the sound of water splashing. Then, she felt a grip on her waist and heard a familiar voice. Be good, don't move. Chapter 1842. Just as she was about to pull it off, she heard the sound of water splashing. Then, she felt a grip on her waist and heard a familiar voice. Be good and don't move. Shuama widened her eyes. Shun Julie. It was Shun Julie's voice. She pulled the top of her head with her small hands and finally revealed her head. She then realized that she was wrapped in a large robe and was being held in Shun Julie's arms. The robe was so big that it wrapped her up so tightly that not even her toes could be seen. She couldn't be more familiar with the material and texture of the robe. It was Shun Julie's outer robe. Not only was the robe comfortable, it was also very warm. It quickly warmed up her cold skin. Shuama was very surprised. Julie, where did you come from? Suddenly, she remembered the herb she had been longing for. She quickly looked in that direction, but there wasn't even a single blade of grass left. Why did you destroy my grass? She recognized the technique he used. He was the one who released the white light. Shun Julie didn't even look at her and didn't intend to answer her question. His left arm hugged the restless Shuama, while his right hand transformed into a sword. He slashed in a direction. Come out. The sword light caused the water in that direction to rise like a wall. A purple figure appeared in the water wall. It was Dao Tianshan, who had just disappeared. A cinnabar orchid was blooming at his fingertips. He smiled and said, Julie, we haven't seen each other for a long time. It's not good to release such a big move, right? His gaze fell on Shuama, and he smiled even more gently. Mo, didn't you want the cinnabar orchid? Come and get it. Shuama looked at Dao Tianshan and then turned to look at Shun Julie. She was obviously confused, but she was still very obsessed with the cinnabar orchid. She stared at the grass with her big eyes. So you've already picked this long ago. Dao Tianshan smiled faintly, and his voice became even softer. I said that I will help you. He flicked his finger, and the stalk of grass floated toward Shuama. Its speed was quite fast. Shuama subconsciously struggled out of Shun Julie's arms and wanted to catch it. Shun Julie waved his sleeve, and the grass disappeared. Shuama, why do you always destroy my grass? Shuama's eyes widened. It's poisonous. Shun Julie. Ugh. Shuama turned to Dao Tianshan. You lied to me, Dao Tianshan. A glimmer of light flashed through his eyes, and he raised his hand to rub his forehead. Mo, you trust him that much? You think it's poisonous just because he said so? Maybe he just doesn't want you to take my things, or maybe he doesn't want you to return to your original appearance. This sentence was very provocative, but Emo didn't buy it. He's not as stupid as you. I trust him. Dao, Tian Chun. This little girl really trusted Shun Julie more than a little. She's just a child, Luo Jiochin. Don't put your ideas on her. Shun Julie's voice was cold, but it was full of warning. Child? Shun Julie. Maybe you only see her as a child, but I already see her as a woman. She's really to my liking. Dao Tiancha, no. Luo Jiochin smiled and looked at Shuama with eyes so gentle that it seemed to melt. Mo, I really like you. But I don't like you. Chapter 1843. I don't like you, Shuama said crisply. You don't even have a real name. He actually gave her a fake name. The smile on Luo Jiochin's face didn't change. His words were still filled with tenderness. Mo, a name is just a code, but my heart for you will never change. Before he could finish his words, a white light shot towards him, accompanied by Shun Julie's cold voice. You can say these flowery words to other women. Luo Jiochin waved his fan, and a blue light flew out to meet the white light. There was an earth-shattering sound, and a bottomless whirlpool appeared where the white light and blue light collided, causing the surrounding seawater to be crazily sucked into it. Shuama's hair was also blown up by the whirlpool. If it wasn't for Shun Julie holding her, perhaps her small body would have been sucked in by the whirlpool. She had been in the water for too long, and she had used up too much of her MF. Now that she was being sucked in by the whirlpool, she couldn't breathe. Her small face was a little pale, and she struggled in Shun Julie's arms. He was holding her so tightly that she couldn't breathe. After the loud sound, Luo Jiochin disappeared, as if he had been swept away by the whirlpool. Don't move, I'll bring you up. Shun Julie's voice was still cold, but he raised his hand to gather her hair that was flying around and causing her scalp to hurt. His body moved, and he brought her up. Shuama hadn't been in his arms for a long time. At this time, she took advantage of the situation and hugged his waist like an octopus. She leaned her head on his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat in the water. She loved this feeling so much. Her arms tightened around him, and she nuzzled her head against his chest again. Being hugged like this, Shun Julie's body slightly stiffened. His arms moved as if he wanted to do something, but he inadvertently looked down at her long, curly eyelashes and her small, satisfied mouth. He gave up and brought her up directly. She didn't know if it was because she was wrapped in his robe, but Shuama's body was getting warmer and warmer, making her a little anxious and short of breath. She couldn't breathe in the water. Originally, she used a spell to breathe through her skin like a fish, but she didn't know what was going on, but that ability suddenly disappeared. She immediately felt suffocated. At this time, she was more than 100 meters deep. Because of the water pressure, the two couldn't go up too quickly or their bodies. Hence, Shun Julie carried her at a normal speed. They couldn't reach the surface. As Shun Julie carried her up the stairs, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with her. He looked down and saw that her lips were tightly pursed and her face was flushed red. She was trying her best to break free from him and climb up the stairs by herself. What's going on? Shun Julie then realized that not only was she in danger of suffocating, but her body was also burning hot. After a while, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She opened her mouth slightly, wanted to breathe. She was simply asking to be choked by opening her mouth to breathe in the water. But she couldn't care less in this situation where she was suffocating. She had just opened her mouth, but before she could choke on the first mouthful of water, the shadow in front of her darkened, and her lips were covered by someone. Then, a breath of life-saving air blew into her mouth. She greedily inhaled this breath of air and used her nose to exhale the foul air in her body. She blew a stream of bubbles in the water. Chapter 1844. She greedily inhaled the breath and exhaled the foul air from her body through her nose. She blew a stream of bubbles in the water. With this breath, her drowsy mind finally cleared up a little. She opened her eyes and saw a handsome face in front of her. His lips were on hers, and when she opened her eyes, Her long eyelashes brushed against his cheeks. He suddenly raised his head and looked down at her apple-like face. "Are you feeling better?" She nodded, and her eyes were sparkling. "I was just passing air to you. Don't think too much." Shun Julie spoke again. Shuamal blinked. She knew that he was passing air to her. How could she think too much? What did she think? She didn't know what was going on. Her body was soft, and even her magic had disappeared. Naturally, she couldn't speak in the water, but her eyes were too pure, and all her emotions were written in them. Shinjuli easily guessed what she was thinking. He was suffocating, so he was thinking too much. Shuamo really liked the feeling of passing on air. Earlier, when his lips were on hers, not only did it release her from suffocation, it also made her hot and dry body feel a trace of indescribable coolness in front of him. She didn't know how to hide her emotions, and her actions were much more casual. So she felt that would make her feel more comfortable. She immediately wanted to feel more comfortable. She raised her head and took the initiative to find his lips, wanting him to pass air to her. Shun Julie was very stingy. After passing air to her, he refused to pass air to her again. He said, "Bear with it." His speed suddenly increased. After a while, he finally came out of the water with her in his arms. A large amount of fresh air rushed in, and Shuma breathed in big mouthfuls of air. The problem of breathing was solved, but there was another problem that needed to be solved. She was too hot. Her whole body was uncomfortably hot. She raised her hand and tore off the robe on her body. Her movements were too fast. When Shun Julie realized, half of the robe on her body had already been torn off. Half of her shoulders and chest were exposed. Because she had to painstakingly maintain the appearance of a 12 or 13-year-old, her body had yet to fully develop. Her breasts were not even as big as a steam bun. Her waterproof red clothes had been destroyed very artistically. There were holes everywhere, and the parts that should not be exposed were all exposed. The parts that could be exposed were covered very tightly. It was just like the sexy clothes now. It was just that she didn't realize it. Shun Julie held his breath and raised his hand to wrap her tightly again. "Don't move. I'm hot." Her pair of watery eyes looked at him. Her little face was abnormally pink, and even the breath she exhaled from her little mouth was scorching hot. She was drugged with an aphrodisiac. Damn it! Shun Julie's eyes darkened as he cursed under his breath. The little fellow in his arms was becoming more and more restless under the effects of the drug. He clamped her hands, and she used her soft little body to rub against him. She desperately tried to burrow into his arms. "I'm hot, hot, hot." Shioma obviously didn't know what was going on with her. She only felt that the blood in her body was boiling. Only by leaning against him did she feel a little better. She wanted to tear off the robe on her body, but Shun Julie held her hands tightly, so she couldn't do it. She couldn't help but become very anxious and struggled in his arms. Shun Julie flew up with her. He had brought a lot of drugs with him, but he didn't have an antidote for this. He needed to refine it on land. Chapter 1845. Shioma could not break away from his embrace. When she raised her head, she saw his beautiful chin. Her heart warmed, and an inexplicable desire overwhelmed her. She could not help but raise her head and kiss his chin. "Behave yourself," Shun Julie reprimanded her. He tried to raise his chin as high as possible to break away from the poison of her little mouth. Since she was drugged, he could not hit her acupuncture points to let her sleep. Otherwise, the poison would linger in her 8 extraordinary meridians and be harder to cure. As soon as he raised his head, her little mouth landed on his neck and kissed his Adam's apple. Shun Julie almost threw her out. He roughly pressed her into his arms and said, "Be good." Shuama's little face was buried in his arms. Her nose was filled with the unique cold fragrance of his body. She was not immune to his body's fragrance. Now, under the influence of the drug, she could not control herself. She wanted to kiss him. She rubbed her little face on his chest. Shun Julie was only wearing his inner robe at the moment. She rubbed against him and opened his clothes. His chest felt cold and then hot. The cold was because of the wind, and the hot was because her little mouth kissed him again. She kissed him on his well-defined skin. Shun Julie's arm stiffened. He quickly pulled her away from his arms. With a flick of his fingers, his clothes were fastened again. This time, Even his neck was covered, so she could not kiss him. Devil Master, be more serious. His tone was a little strict, just like how he reprimanded her when she made a mistake when she was a child. Shuama was in a daze. She felt as if she had returned to her childhood. She felt uncomfortable, hot, and empty. This kind of discomfort made her anxious and aggrieved. When she was young and was by his side, whenever he wanted to punish her for something she wanted or made a mistake, she only needed to cry a little and his heart would soften. The punishment would be lighter and he would give her the things she wanted without any hesitation. She had subconsciously grasped this pattern, so she could not help but use it at this moment. Her small mouth flattened and tears rolled down from her big eyes. I feel terrible, Julie. I feel terrible. I don't want to wear your clothes. They're too hot. Although her small face was still covered in bruises, she still looked pitiful, especially when she was crying. Those tears seemed to drip into one's heart. You've been poisoned. It's not because of your clothes. I'll take you to detoxify the poison. Just bear with it for a while. Julie rarely opened his mouth to explain. Unfortunately, the aphrodisiac was too strong. Shuama was already a little dazed and couldn't understand what he was saying. She was still desperately trying to get into his arms. Her body was burning hot, and she kept twisting and turning. Julie, who had always been calm, finally felt a little breathless. He sighed. In the end, he lifted his hand and sealed her acupoints. He didn't make her fall asleep, but only made her unable to move her limbs. She finally became obedient in his arms and stopped moving. However, because her body was too uncomfortable, she couldn't express it anymore. She just stared at him with her eyes wide open. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked very wronged. Julie moved his eyes away and said coldly, "Are you an idiot? You even believe the words of strangers. Now you're going to suffer." Although he was reprimanding her, he flew even faster. Ning Shuama had been following them in the air. Everything fell into her eyes. She faintly felt that she wasn't dreaming. If she was dreaming, it would be very messy. Chapter 1846. She vaguely felt like she wasn't dreaming. Dreams were usually very messy, but her dream was very organized. She had always been an invisible spectator. It felt like she had traveled back in time 50,000 years after her soul left her body. Everything she saw was very real, but no one in this world could discover her. No matter how powerful someone was, they wouldn't be able to discover her. This was a good thing. She could get close to him infinitely, but unfortunately, she couldn't get close because she was only a spectator. Ning Shuama, as a spectator, was much more rational than the person involved. Her eyes greedily looked at Julie. Looking at his handsome side profile, she couldn't bear to look away. In reality, she couldn't see him again. No matter how much she missed him or looked for him, he wouldn't appear again. But in this dream, she could finally see him to her heart's content. Or perhaps he was her poison. She would never get tired of looking at him. The only pity was that she couldn't touch him. She actually wanted to jump into his arms and hug his waist again, but when she jumped over, she would directly pass through his body. She couldn't make any physical contact with him. However, being able to follow him at such a close distance, she could feel a trace of satisfaction. She faintly heard someone calling out to her, but that voice seemed to be separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. She couldn't tell whose voice it was, but she vaguely felt that the voice was asking her to go back, to wake her up. But this dream was so beautiful, and he was so real in the dream. She didn't want to go back, and she didn't want to wake up. She deliberately ignored the call and continued to follow Julie. Seeing her other self interact with the man she loved with her own eyes was a very strange feeling. Of course, this wasn't jealousy. On the contrary, when she saw Julie hugging her other self, her heart felt very warm. At the same time, she could rationally analyze it. The current Julie probably only treated Shuama as a child that he had raised. He didn't have any feelings for her. Although this child was quite capable and had even become the demon master, in his eyes, a child would always be a child. Although Shuama kept saying that she wanted to marry him and even sent him a marriage proposal, he only treated it as a child's willfulness and did not really take it to heart. Of course, he still took good care of this child. On the surface, he was cold to her, but when she was in danger, he would still save her. He had clearly left just now, but for some reason, he turned back and saved Shuima at a critical moment. As for that Luo Jiuqin, Ning Shuima thought about it, but she still hadn't heard of him. But it wasn't strange. Those people and things from 50,000 years ago were completely destroyed. Even the story of Shun Juli, the supreme divinity and the Devil Lord, had only been passed down a little, let alone a minor character like Luo Jiuqin. However, Luo Jiuqin's kung fu was surprisingly high. From the fight between Shun Juli and him just now, it could be seen that the two of them were actually evenly matched. Shun Juli was slightly better than the other, but it was very limited. If they really fought, it would be impossible to determine the winner if the two of them didn't turn the sky and the earth upside down. And from the conversation between Shun Juli and him, the two of them had known each other for a long time, and the way they got along was very strange. They were neither enemies nor friends. And although Luo Jiuqin's actions were a little evil, the way he attacked was very righteous. You should be a cultivator. Chapter 1847. Ordinary cultivators could only kneel down and kowtow to Shun Juli when they saw him. Even the Celestial Emperor had to stand with his hands down and speak respectfully when he saw him. How could this person be so rude? Moreover, it was already very heaven-defying for his martial arts to reach such a high level. What was his origin? Was he also a god? No, it seemed that there was only one god, and it was impossible for a second one to appear. Moreover, his attitude toward Shuima was also very strange. His words were quite ambiguous, and it didn't seem like he was simply flirting with a little girl. Of course, this person looked like a show-off, as if he was a hedonistic son of a wealthy family who often took liberties with women from good families for fun. She couldn't rule out the possibility that after knowing Shuima's identity, he would take the opportunity to take liberties with this little devil master. However, what did he mean by a scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes? From his words, it seemed like he had known Shuima in the past. Could it be that Shuima had interacted with him before? But with Shuima's temperament, if she had interacted with this person before, it was impossible for her not to recognize him. She had clearly seen him for the first time. Or was this person just saying it casually? Ning Shuima was puzzled. When she looked up again, she found that the scene in front of her had changed. The bed curtain was flowing with light ripples, and the screen was painted with Buddhist lotuses. The scene in front of her was very familiar to Ning Shuima. This was the side hall of the Fanteon Palace. She had once slept for a night and dreamed of the past 50,000 years in this side hall. It turned out that more than 50,000 years ago, Shuima had come to this Fanteon Palace. Ning Shuima looked down and saw little Shuima lying on the bed, unable to move, but her face was getting redder and redder, and her breathing was getting more and more rapid. Shun Juli was not here. He must have gone to refine the antidote for her. Little Shuima was in great pain. She was still wearing Shun Juli's loose white robe. She felt scorching hot, inexplicably empty, and irritable. She felt as if there were many insects crawling in her veins, making her whole body itch unbearably. This kind of itch was different from the itch she was allergic to. This kind of itch seemed to directly invade her heart, making her blood boil. To prevent her from moving around, Shun Juli sealed her acupoints. It was not good for her body to seal her acupoints at this time, so he sealed her acupoints very gently. Little Shuima's blood was flowing fast, so she violently attacked the sealed acupoints. Ning Shuima looked at her from the air and saw her subconscious intention. She couldn't help but fly over. No, you can't attack your acupoints, or else you'll go berserk. Of course, little Shuima didn't hear her. Her body trembled even more violently. After a while, her body suddenly shook and she jumped up from the bed. Obviously, her acupoints were unsealed. The light at the door dimmed, and Shun Juli walked in. Before he could see the situation in the room clearly, little Shuima had already rushed over like a cannonball and wrapped herself around his body like an octopus. Shun Juli's body stiffened. At this time, little Shuima had already removed all the restraints on her body. She was completely naked, and she had completely lost her mind. After hugging him, she immediately searched for his lips with her lips. "Julie, hug me, hug me." She was like a burning charcoal, clinging to him tightly. Julie wanted to pull her away, but he couldn't find a place to touch. Everywhere he touched was smooth and hot. Perhaps it was the effect of the medicine, or perhaps she was self-taught, but her little hands began to grope around his body. Chapter 1848. Julie shook his arms, and a white light flashed. Little Shuama, who was tightly wrapped around him, flew out and fell into the quilt. The quilt automatically rolled over and wrapped around her tightly, making her unable to move. Her acupoints were sealed again, and this time it was quite heavy. It was difficult for her to even blink, let alone move her hands and feet. Julie's breath was slightly unstable. He walked over and looked down at her little face, which was flushed with blood. "Now you've learned your lesson. Don't trust others so easily just because you're good at martial arts. This world is not as simple as you think. Strong fists can't solve all problems." As he lectured her, he stuffed a purple pill into her mouth. "Eat it. You'll be fine after eating it." Julie was very confident in the pill he had refined. After little Shuama swallowed the pill, he said, "Have a good rest. You'll be fine after a good night's sleep." Then he turned around and left. Ning Shuama, who had been watching from the side, couldn't help but touch her eyebrows. "Almighty, you should at least wait for her to be cured before leaving." She was already burning hot, and now that she was wrapped in such a blanket and her acupoints were sealed, the blood in her body was blocked. From a medical point of view, it was very easy for her to go berserk like this. As if to verify Ning Shuama's medical theory, little Shuama's little face, which was lying in the quilt, became redder and redder. 10 minutes later, her nose, mouth, the corners of her eyes, and ears began to bleed. This was a typical case of bleeding from the 7 orifices. Ning Shuama wanted to help her unseal her acupoints and lift the quilt, but she couldn't do it. Besides watching from the side, she couldn't do anything useful. She wanted to rush out and call for help, but this dream was very strange. She seemed to be imprisoned by little Shuama's side and couldn't go anywhere. She could only stay in this room. And she was even more surprised to find that the pill that Julie fed little Shuama was obviously ineffective. An hour had passed, and her face was already blue and purple. The extreme pain made her like a fish out of water. She opened her mouth wide, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. Ning Shuama's heart was also tightly curled up. After all, this was her previous life. To be exact, it was not her previous life, but her past, because she had now recovered her identity as the Devil Master, and her body was the body of a devil. Although she had forgotten what happened 50,000 years ago, it was now in front of her eyes. She could still feel the pain at that time. It was a pain worse than death. All the blood vessels in his body felt like they were about to burst. He was like a balloon filled with air, ready to explode at any moment. This was not an ordinary aphrodisiac drug. Although it was an aphrodisiac, it was very well, it was, and to see it, if she couldn't really get rid of it, this little Devil Master might really die here. Ning Shuama couldn't help but look out the window again and again, hoping that Julie would quickly come back to take a look. She didn't know how much time had passed, but it seemed as long as a century. The door of the hall opened again, and Julie appeared at the door with his white clothes fluttering in the wind. Better, his words suddenly stopped. He rushed over like lightning. "Shuama." Shuama's palm-sized face was already dripping with blood, and the blue veins on her face were popping out. Her mouth was wide open, and it seemed that she was already exhaling more than she was inhaling. Chapter 1849. Julie lifted her up and unsealed her sealed acupoints with a slap on his palm. Wah! The moment Shuama's acupoint was unsealed, she spat out a mouthful of blood. She spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Julie's hands were trembling as he hugged her. He couldn't care about anything else and pressed his palm on her naked back, wanting to help her tidy up her blood vessels. However, the blood vessels in her body seemed to have gone berserk. The moment his palm touched her, It was bounced off by the power in her body. Her eyes were red, and she used all her strength to push him away. Let go. The strength in her palm wasn't small. Under the surge of devil power, Shun Julie's body swayed slightly. And because of this palm, her already weak blood vessels couldn't take it anymore. She spat out blood again, and her body went limp. Her face turned pale, and she collapsed in his arms. She closed her eyes, and no one knew if it was blood or tears that rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Ning Xuan looked at all of this, and she didn't know what to feel at her heart. At that time, she had indeed gone mad, resulting in many of her blood vessels breaking apart. She was lucky that she didn't lose her life. A hint of apology flashed past Shun Julie's eyes. I'm sorry. She was still naked, and Shun Julie couldn't be bothered to help her put on her clothes. He laid her flat on the bed, and like playing a pipa, he tapped all the important acupoints on her body. A handsome young man dressed in white, and a young girl who was completely naked. This scene was actually very imaginative. Ning Xuanma sat in front of Shun Julie attentively, watching him busy. Even though the great god didn't have that kind of feeling for her at that time, he still cared about her a lot, right? According to Mother Earth, only gods and devils falling in love would attract the purple fiend disaster. In that case, the two of them had already fallen in love 50,000 years ago, right? Shun Julie's medical expertise was already at the point of perfection at that time. After he connected Xuanma's broken blood vessels, he casually put on a robe for her and carried her out of the door. Where was he taking her? Ning Xuanma was a little puzzled, so she followed behind. When Ning Xuanma first saw the layout of the hall and guessed that this was the Fanteon Palace, she was a little uncertain. At this moment, after walking a small circle outside, she was finally completely sure that this was indeed Fanteon Palace. The lake was suffused with rainbow-colored clouds, the pavilion of tortoise shell. All of them were extremely familiar to him. Looking at Shun Julie walking quickly in front of her, Ning Xuanma couldn't help but tear up. The Shun Julie in this world couldn't see her, but the Shun Julie in the other world had already disappeared. Compared to never being able to see him again, she would rather stay in this dream, even if she had to keep looking at him and not be able to hug him. She ran to his back and wrapped her arms around his waist. Of course, she could only hug him weakly, because if she used a little strength, her arms would pass through his body. In this dream, she could only hug herself. Julie, she whispered in her throat like a fool. Her arms hugged him weakly as if she was really close to him. Great God, she murmured the old way of addressing him. I really miss you. How can I make you come back? She really missed his embrace. She really wanted him to hug her. In the side hall of the Fanteon Palace, Shin Yinma was guarding by the bed, his little hand tightly holding the hand of the person on the bed. Chapter 1850. Shin Yinma stayed by the bed and held the hand of the person on the bed tightly. He cried, Mother! Mother! His mother vomited blood and fainted in front of the palace gate. Shin Yinma was small and weak. He did not want anyone to touch his mother, so he had to do it himself. However, his strength was limited, so he had to drag his mother to the side hall that was closest to the palace gate. It was not easy to get his mother onto the bed. He was almost sweating from exhaustion. He called out to her a few times. Seeing that she still hadn't woken up, he hurriedly ran to his father's bedroom to look at the bottles and jars his father had left behind. He found a few types of medicine to treat internal and external injuries and ran back with them all. He was too anxious. When he ran, he tripped on a stone under his feet and fell. He held the medicine bottle tightly in his arms so it did not break. He only hurt his knees. He did not care about it. He got up and ran again. His mother was still waiting for him to save her life. He had already lost his father, so he did not want to lose his mother too. After all, Shin Yinma was still young and had not really learned any medical skills. Ning Xuanma was severely injured by Mother Earth. When she was breaking the array of Ming Ling, she was stabbed by the weapon used by Ming Ling. That kind of weapon contained a very strong poison. On the surface, nothing could be seen. Even the blood that flowed out after being stabbed was bright red. However, the poison had already crawled to all parts of her blood vessels. When she was awake, she could use her magic to suppress it. However, when she was unconscious, she could not control it anymore. Her body was getting colder and colder. There was even a layer of frost on her body, which slowly turned into ice. Shinyenma did not know how to deal with this illness. When he saw the sword wounds on his mother's body, he could only cry and apply a layer of medicine on her wounds. When he saw that there was no improvement, he let her take it orally. After he used everything, he realized that his mother did not have any signs of waking up. She did not even breathe. He was really scared. He did not care that her hand was cold to the bone. He held her hand tightly and did not let go. He cried and shouted, "Mother! Mother! Wake up! You can't abandon me! Mother, I'm scared! Mother, give me a hug. I will warm you up." He desperately tried to squeeze into her arms and try to warm her body with his little body. He was shivering in her arms from a cold. His lips were pale, but he refused to let go. His cries attracted the attention of the 8 mythological beasts. The most knowledgeable one, Bai, had followed the Divine Lord for so many years. It knew some medical knowledge. It looked at the mother and daughter lying on the bed and transformed into a human form. Then, it carried out the little fellow who was almost frozen. "Little master, you can't do this." Shinyenma's hands and feet were frozen, but he still did not want to leave his mother's arms. He struggled in by Zay's hands. "I want to warm my mother up. She will wake up when I am warm." Bai said, "Little master, the devil master was injured by yin poison. She can't be warmed up by body heat. Then how do we wake her up?" In the past, the Divine Lord used to use his power to expel the yin poison. This is very costly. Shinyenma's eyes widened. He immediately wanted to jump on the bed. "Then, I will use my power to expel the poison from my mother. What should I do?" Bai hurriedly pulled him back. "Little master, this person needs to be at least at the 6th level of the heaven rank. If you don't have enough telekinesis, you won't be able to do it." Chapter 1851. "Can you do it?" "No, we are only at the 3rd level of the heavenly level. We can't do it." "You can't do it even if you join forces?" "We can't do it." Bai heard from a Divine Lord that the detoxification must be controlled properly. A little bit more will endanger the patient's life, and a little bit less will not work. If we join forces, we will not be able to save the Devil Master. We may even worsen her injury. What should we do? Shinyenma's eyes were already filled with tears. "Mother won't abandon me, will she?" Bai pondered for a moment. "Perhaps I should look for the Celestial Emperor. I remember that his power of will has reached the 6th level of the heavenly level." Shinyenma shook his head. "No, I am afraid that the Celestial Emperor will not try his best to save Mother." Bai was stunned and slapped his forehead. How could he forget about this? The Celestial Emperor did not really want the Devil Master to be well. It was hard to say if he would sincerely treat the Devil Master. What if he came and used a little trick? His young master was so young, but he actually knew about this. Bai raised his head to look at the frozen Ning Xiuma on the bed. Suddenly, he thought of something and slapped his forehead. The Divine Venerable once said that in the future, if I encounter an emergency that I can't solve, I can look for someone. A hermit who lives in seclusion. The Divine Lord said that if we ring the divine bell at the highest peak of the Fanteon Palace 10 times, that person will appear. Shinyenma immediately jumped up and ran out. "What are we waiting for? Go and ring the bell." The pattern of the bell was very simple, and there were words engraved on it that no one could recognize. No matter how strong the wind was, it could not move the bell at all. Shinyenma used to come here to play, so he was naturally curious when he saw the bell. He used to pick up the bell hammer next to him, strike it, but no matter how hard he tried, there was no sound. However, it was different this time. With Bai by his side, he learned that there was a set of very complicated incantations to ring the bell. A person with the blood of God had to recite the incantations and then ring the bell. Shinyenma had a good memory, and he was eager to save his mother. Therefore, Bai only taught him the formula once, and he quickly memorized it. By the time he reached the top of the mountain, he had already memorized the chant. He picked up the hammer and chanted the incantation. Then, he smashed the hammer down. The sound of the bell was loud and clear as it spread out in waves. As the first bell rang, There seemed to be some characters on the bell that faintly lit up and then extinguished. The words flashed too fast that Bai Zhe and Shun Yinma could not see what was written on it. The rune flickered in the air as it spun. A moment later, it actually condensed into a shadow. Shun Yinma was stunned when he saw the shadow. Bai Zhe opened his mouth wide and knelt down. Supreme divinity! The shadow was wearing a wide robe with long sleeves and black hair hanging down. He stood there quietly and looked at the person who had rung the bell. That appearance was clearly Shun Jiuli. Shen Yinma screamed and rushed over. "Father! Clang!" He did not rush into his father's arms. Instead, he went straight through his father's body and hit the bell. He almost had a bump on his forehead. He quickly turned around and looked at the figure in a daze. His father was still standing there, as if he was looking at him, but there was no expression on his face. It was indeed his father's appearance, but his temperament was too high and too cold. When he looked at him, it was as if he was looking down on all living things. Chapter 1852. Father! Shen Yinma pouted. His eyes were already filled with tears. He opened his arms to the figure. "Father, give me a hug." Bai Zhe quickly pulled him back. "Little master, this is the phantom of the Divine Lord, not the real person. He must have some instructions." The phantom finally spoke. It was Shun Jiuli's usual cold and indifferent voice. "Is there really an emergency? This is the bell of heaven. It cannot be rung at will. Father, mother is seriously injured. Her body is frozen. I can't wake her up." Shen Yinma was still a child. He cried out loud, "Father, please save mother." Shun Jiuli's phantom slightly lowered his eyes. "There is indeed an emergency. You can ring the bell 3 times. Father, can you please save mother?" Shen Yinma missed him so much. At this moment, when he saw him standing not far away from him, he could not care about anything else. He opened his little arms and reluctantly threw himself at him. His body was in the air again. This time, he clearly saw his little body passing through the other person's body. It was not the other person who avoided him. "Father!" Shen Yinma's voice was hoarse. His big eyes were full of tears. Shun Jiuli's phantom disappeared. Bai Zhe explained to Shun Yinma, "Little master, this is just a phantom set by the Divine Lord a long time ago. This bell is not a trivial matter, and it cannot be rung easily. The Divine Lord is afraid that someone accidentally rung the bell out of curiosity. So, he is not the real person. Little master, you should try to save your mother first." Shen Yinma was speechless. He rubbed his eyes and desperately tried to ring the bell again and again. When the bell rang for the 10th time, the big bell suddenly emitted a bright golden light. In the golden light, a person slowly emerged from the bell. The fire in the alchemy furnace was burning. A faint smell of medicine filled the entire hall. Ning Xuema did not expect that Shun Jiuli would bring Xuema to the alchemy room. Little Xuema was seriously injured because of qi deviation. Her meridians were broken in many places, and the aphrodisiac was still wreaking havoc in her body, colliding with her blood vessels. Once he let go, those meridians would be broken again, and her little life might be lost. "Shun Jiuli, I love you so much." "Shun Jiuli, let go of me." "Shun Jiuli, I feel terrible." Boo-hoo. Fearing that her injuries would worsen, Shun Jiuli no longer dared to seal her acupoints, so he only used his arms to encircle her in his embrace. Her little face was flushed red as she scratched his body. Not only did Shun Jiuli have to carry her, but he also had to pay attention to the fire in the medicine refining furnace and the concoction of the herbs. Inevitably, it was a bit tiring, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. "I'll refine the antidote for you. Be good and bear with it. It'll be over soon." He comforted her. Little Xuema was still a little clear-headed. The bloodstains on her face and body had been cleaned by him, but her eyes were still blood-red, as clear as gems. She tightly pursed her little mouth and endured bitterly. What the two of them did not expect was that the aphrodisiac was so overbearing. Shun Jiuli consecutively concocted 3 or 4 different antidotes for her to consume, but there was almost no effect. The blood in little Xuema's body was boiling more and more fiercely. An inexplicable desire made even her bones itch. Her consciousness finally fell into a semi-confused state, and everything was left with her instincts. She subconsciously rubbed her legs and wrapped her body around Shunjuli, as if he was the only source of her thirst. She rubbed against him like a snake. I feel terrible. I feel terrible. Chapter 1853. Although she was old enough to be a young girl, her body was still that of a 12 or 13-year-old. She was still very young. She usually did not pay attention to the matters between men and women, so she was still very ignorant about her own discomfort. Although she was very uncomfortable, she did not know how to solve it. She trembled and wrapped herself around his body, as if she could draw a little bit of coldness from him. Help me. No matter how calm Shunjuli was under her entanglement, he finally became a little unsteady. Be good. I'm helping you now. The next batch of medicine might know. I don't want to take the medicine. Woo-woo, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Little Shuama's hands and feet moved chaotically. The outer robe that was draped over her body was once again torn apart by her actions. Lying naked in his embrace, she felt so uncomfortable that tears streamed down her face. Just let me die. Woo-woo. You won't help me. The medicine surged up again, and she vomited another mouthful of blood. Ning Shuama looked at them from the side and knew that it was not good. It seemed that this aphrodisiac could only be removed by real means. And looking at little Shuama's condition, it really could not be delayed any longer. Luo Jiochin, that pervert, he actually used such a perverted method on little Shuama for no reason. When they were in the sea, if Shunjuli had not saved her in time, she was afraid that she would have fallen into Luo Jiochin's hands, and her virginity would have been taken away by Luo Jiochin. Was that person crazy? How thirsty must he be to scheme against a child? Ning Shuama's gaze fell on Shunjuli again. What method would he use to detoxify little Shuama? Could it be? Could it be? Just as she thought of this, Shunjuli suddenly stood up with little Shuama in his arms and said in a hoarse voice, "Okay, I'll help you." With a wave of his sleeve, a bed appeared out of thin air in the medicine refining hall. He quickly put her on the bed. Ning Shuama opened her mouth slightly. He really wanted to do it himself? But little Shuama's body was not mature yet. Could this bear him? Although Ning Shuama had only slept with Shunjuli once, she knew his body very well. His size was definitely not something that little Shuama's small body could bear. No matter what Shunjuli did, he always paid attention to the mood. Even the big bed that he had randomly created here was very beautiful. After he carried her in his arms, the light blue bed curtain with the blue sky and white clouds. In this kind of situation, Ning Shuama also knew that it was inappropriate to look on. Although she was extremely curious, she didn't want to be a spectator. However, in this strange dream, her actions were not based on her own will. She originally wanted to take a look at the medicine, but she did not expect that in the blink of an eye, she had already entered the bed curtain. Then, she felt the world spinning, and her vision darkened and brightened again. Then, she felt as if her whole body was burning up, and the heat in her body surged. Ning Shuama widened her eyes in shock, and her brain exploded. She actually entered little Shuama's body at this time, and not just a bystander at the side. She was lying in his arms with her clothes disheveled. She felt his heartbeat, smelled the unique fragrance on his body, and hugged his strong and sturdy body. She hugged him. She could touch him. Chapter 1854. The great joy even diluted the unbearable heat in her body. She stared at him with her eyes wide open. For a moment, she couldn't believe it. Her body seemed to be fixed, and she couldn't move. Probably because her expression was too strange. Shunjuli raised his eyebrows slightly. His palm directly covered her wrist to check her pulse. What's wrong? How do you feel? She could feel the heat of his palm. His faint and light breath was on the top of her head. Everything couldn't be more real. She actually had his embrace again. Before she lost his embrace, she didn't feel anything. But after she lost it completely, she realized how much she longed for him. She longed for him so much that her heart ached. She didn't answer his question. She just stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly. Tears rolled down from her eyes drop by drop. Shun Julie's body stiffened when she hugged him. Her hug was like a reunion after a long separation. He paused for a moment. "Why are you—" He didn't finish his sentence because Ning Xiuama had already raised her head and kissed him. Her hot lips covered his directly. "Julie, I feel terrible." Her voice was very hoarse, but there was a strange tremor in it. Shun Julie held his breath. He held her arms with both hands and wanted to push her away. But when he saw the string of tears rolling down her cheeks, he seemed to be unable to bear it. While he was in a daze, she had already pounced on him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Her whole body lay on his chest. Her arms were around his neck. Her lips and tongue were wreaking havoc on his lips. Their tongues intertwined fiercely. She was originally wearing a casual robe. At this moment, under the violent movements, the robe was opened and hung loosely on her body. Her hot and smooth little body was completely in his arms. Through the thin clothes on his body, he could feel the scorching heat of her body. Shun Julie had been a god for so long. Although he understood the relationship between men and women very well, he had never practiced it and had no experience. When he carried little Xiuama to the bed just now, he didn't really want to have sex with her. Instead, he wanted to use a special spell to treat her. Because that kind of treatment required him to take off all her clothes and lay her down, he simply conjured up a bed to make things easier. He was only doing this to bully her because she didn't understand this kind of thing. He guessed that no matter how upset she was, she wouldn't know what to do. But he didn't expect that she would pounce on him as if she was suddenly enlightened. Not only did she kiss him passionately, her little hand also reached into his lapel and her fingertips were caressing his sensitive spot. Shun Julie's body instantly froze. He raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, pulling her small hand out. "Who taught you these?" There was a trace of anger in his voice. In his impression, Xiuama was still a child, a genuine child. Now this child actually knew how to seduce men, and this technique, it didn't seem like the first time. Ning Xiuama raised her head and looked straight into his deep and serene eyes. Those eyes were extremely deep and dark, like a deep pool. No one could see the emotions in those eyes. At this moment, he was looking at her like this. There seemed to be a surge of dark fire in the bottom of his eyes. However, this dark fire was too fast to be caught. Ning Xiuama pursed her lips and closed her eyes slightly. In this aspect, she was very miserable. She had been entangled with the Almighty for 3 lifetimes, but they had only been intimate for 2 lifetimes. Chapter 1855. In Shui Imo's life, it might have been too long ago, so she didn't have a deep impression of him. But in Ning Xiuama's life, she only had sex with him once, and it was when he forced himself on her, of course. That was when she had already fallen in love with him, but she still had some misgivings in her heart, so it could be considered a half-hearted refusal. The current great god shouldn't have that kind of feelings for little Xiuama. The reason why he was entangled with her in this bed was probably purely to detoxify her poison. Although she didn't know what method he wanted to use, looking at his current expression, she knew that it wasn't a real physical intimacy, but something else. Could it be he wanted to use his hands? At this moment, Ning Xiuama's thoughts drifted 80,000 miles away. At this moment, she was still lying on top of Shun Julie's body. Her clothes were draped over her back, and her shoulders, calves, and even a part of her thighs were exposed. Her snow-white little feet were hooking onto his legs. The distance between the two couldn't be any closer, and there wasn't even a sliver of space between them. Shun Julie's clothes were disheveled as he allowed her to press down on him. His hand clasped her wrist, and the two of them looked at each other. "Speak." His voice was extremely deep, as if a storm had condensed. Ning Xiuama blinked her eyes. Perhaps it was because her soul had entered the body later than Ning Xiuama's, in addition to her understanding of medicinal properties. So when she took over this body, the magic in her body automatically activated and forcibly suppressed the poison in her body. However, she was, after all, experienced human affairs, so she was extremely sensitive to this kind of desire in her body. What's more, the person pressing down on her body was her crazy husband. At this moment, she simply had the thought of stripping him naked and forcing herself on him. She gasped for breath. and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She also couldn't answer Shun Julie's question. Could she say that she was his wife from 50,000 years in the future? Could she say that in this strange dream, she had possessed her previous body? No, she couldn't say it. Even if she said it, he wouldn't believe her. Maybe he would even think that she was someone else's soul and use some kind of magic to forcibly expel her. Although this was a dream from 50,000 years ago, she was already very satisfied to be able to have such close contact with him in the dream. Therefore, she didn't answer his question. She just blinked her big watery eyes and spat out a few words. I feel terrible. Julie, I feel terrible. As she spoke, she used her toenails to gently rub the side of his leg. Thanks to Shue Emo's memories, she knew that Shun Julie's place was also a sensitive area. Her little hand was being held by him, so she couldn't reach into his clothes. She used her fingertips to draw circles on his chest. Ahem, this was not her experience. She had learned it from watching movies and TV dramas in the modern world. Art came from life, and some things in movies and TV series were also very practical. Ning Xuema's two moves seemed to be unintentional, but they made Shun Julie's body suddenly stiffen, and his breathing became slightly chaotic. He looked at the little girl in his arms whose face was flushed red, but her eyes were watery. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak, and there was a desire, as well as an indescribable pain and love. She was no longer the girl who kept saying that she wanted to marry him, but was ignorant about love. He really doted on little Xuema. After all, she was a child that he had raised with his own hands. However, perhaps because she never grew up and looked like a child, he never had that kind of desire for her. Chapter 1856. But maybe because she never grew up and looked like a child, he never had that kind of desire for her. He only treated her as a child, even when she became the Devil Lord. Now that he saw her like this, he had a strange feeling in his heart for the first time. He had a feeling that he wanted to press her under his body. His eyes suddenly darkened as he stared at her. The expression in his eyes was unreadable. Xuema. His voice was low with a hint of dullness. The last syllable was slightly raised, as if there was a small hook that made her heart tremble. Do you know what you're doing now? How could she not know? She just wanted to seduce him. She just wanted to be close to him, even if it was with this small body. She longed for him so much that she was going crazy. She loved him so much that she wanted to merge with him. Not to mention that her body was still burning from the attack of the desire poison. She lowered her head and kissed the tip of his nose. Her hot breath was on the side of his lips. Julia, I want to sleep with you. Little Xuema often said these two words. Every time Shun Julie heard it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Naturally, he didn't lower himself to her level. Now that he heard it, his heartstrings trembled slightly. Her eyes were watery, and her small face was as red as an apple. Because of her desire, her skin was pink, and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. Her small mouth, which was originally like a cherry blossom petal, was now like a dewy rose, as if it was tempting people to pick it. His dark blue eyes seemed to have stars floating in them. Sleep with you? Did she really know what sleep with him was? He reached out his hand and wiped her sweaty forehead with his fingertips. Then he tucked her hair behind her ear. Good girl, tell me, what sleep with you is? If it was little Xuema, he reckoned that she would have buried herself in his embrace and told him that sharing a room was just sleeping on the same bed. This was also why little Xuema couldn't understand why Shun Julie didn't agree to her marriage. If he slept with her, she would grow up. It was such a simple thing, yet he still refused. It was obvious that he didn't like her. However, Ning Xuema was the one who possessed her body. She blinked her eyes and didn't know how to answer. Although Shun Julie had been lying on the bed, allowing her to lie on top of him as if she was a fish on a chopping board, his eyes were fixed on her face, and there was a touch of contemplation in his eyes. A hand gently caressed the back of her head. Ning Xuema was, after all, very sensitive. She could clearly feel his divine sense probing into her body. He was probably suspicious of her. He probably wanted to see if her body had been taken over by other wandering spirits. Suddenly, his fingers paused. Ning Xuema's heart trembled, but her eyes widened as she stared at him. Although she came later This body was originally her body, so her soul didn't feel out of place in it at all. He shouldn't be able to find anything, right? She didn't want him to probe any further. She tilted her head and kissed him on the lips. Her voice trembled. It's the pleasure of us sleeping together. Shun Julie stiffened slightly. He tilted his head, and Ning Shuima's lips touched his ear. She cursed bitterly in her heart. When a man wanted to rape a woman, he just needed to use his strength to suppress her. However, when a woman wanted to rape a man, especially a man with terrifying self-control, it was like a dog biting a hedgehog. There was no place to bite. Chapter 1857. She had been lying on top of him for so long, but she did not feel that he was aroused. She knew what he looked like when he was aroused. Even if he did not have sex with her, the changes in his body could not lie. She made up her mind and curled up one of her legs deliberately to touch that place under his white robe. However, before her leg could do anything, it was pinned down by his leg. His eyes became deep. I did not teach you this. Who taught you this? Ning Shuima blurted out. You me? Shun Jili raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Ning Shuima's heart skipped a beat, and she finally changed her words. You? Of course, you did not teach me, but I have been in the devil world for so many years, and I have heard some things. How can I not know? So it was because of what you heard in the devil world? There was no emotion in his voice, but there was a hint of coldness. Yes, Ning Shuima nodded. Anyway, the relationship between men and women in the devil world had always been messy, so he could not suspect anything. Shun Jiuli's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. He seemed to be joking. Okay, I will lie here. How are you going to sleep with me? Was he flirting with her? Also, from his tone, did he have a hobby of being raped? Speaking of which, why didn't he blush or pant when he said these things to a child? His tone was still a bit like teasing a child. Damn it, women were naturally shy when it came to this kind of thing. Ning Shuima was no exception, even if she had experienced 2 lives, and even if she had been a secret agent. However, she was bolder now. Although she was blushing, since she had seized this opportunity, she wanted to continue doing it. She had not slept with him many times, and she had already died several times. It was too unfair. With this thought, Ning Shuima decisively took the initiative. Anyway, she had to cover her face. She was not afraid. She blinked and said in a tender voice, Are you really going to let me do whatever I want? You've learned a lot of nonsense. There was no emotion in Shun Jiuli's voice. He raised his hand and pinched her cheek. At this time, he actually said, You look so ugly. Ning Shuima, big brother, saying such words at a time like this is like pouring cold water on people, okay? Of course, she knew what she looked like now. Her face was still disfigured. She gritted her teeth and simply leaned against his ear and chuckled. It's the same even if the lights are off. You can imagine when my skin was white and clean. Shun Juli. This conversation was too adult. The light in his eyes faintly flickered, and his palm stroked the middle of her back. My eyesight is good. Whether the lights are off or not, it's all the same. His fingertips gently stroked her scratched back. It was obviously a very simple action, but it made Ning Shuima, who was extremely sensitive due to the drug, tremble. Her waist went soft, and she almost collapsed in his arms. She took a deep breath and tried to support herself. She wanted to raise her hands, but found that her hands were still restrained by him. She curled her lips and smiled. Don't tell me you're going to let me do whatever I want. What's the point of holding my hands? She looked very charming when she curled her lips and smiled. Her eyes were also very lively. There was a kind of charm that Shun Juli had never seen before. It hit his heartstrings heavily. His eyes deepened slightly, and he let go of her hands. Okay, you can continue. His eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Sure enough, he continued to lie there and let her do whatever she wanted. Chapter 1858. He kept looking at her. No one could see any emotion in his eyes, but Ning Shuima still panicked from his stare. She had the urge to turn around and run away. However, her extreme thirst for him made her want to continue. She steeled her heart and tore open his lapel, exposing a large patch of his moonlight white skin to her eyes. So beautiful. The Almighty's figure was really perfect. He was so perfect that she couldn't find any flaws. Her little hand caressed his collarbone, as if she was touching a fine sculpture. "You're really good-looking," she praised him. Shinjuli did not say anything. She was not the only one who complimented his good looks. However, when she said it in her soft voice, his heart skipped a beat. He continued to stare at her, waiting to see how far she could go. He was originally trying to coax her with a joking attitude. After all, she had been holding it in for too long. It wasn't good for her to be depressed in her heart. He wanted to let her play for a while so that her depression could be released. It would also be convenient for him to use a special method to expel the poison from her body. But now, there was a strange feeling rising from within his body, making his aura slightly unstable. Ning Xiuma also made up her mind. Wasn't it just taking the initiative? Although she hadn't taken the initiative before, she had seen a pig run before. She lowered her body and kissed his neck, his Adam's apple, his collarbone, his chin, his lips, and finally his ear. She curled her little tongue and sucked his earlobe into her mouth, gently biting it twice. The man's body stiffened again. Ning Xiuma was surprised to find that his body seemed to have a reaction. She felt a certain part of his body touching her. Thus, she blushed and rubbed herself against him. Shenjuli suddenly turned over. Ning Xiuma felt the world was spinning. When she opened her eyes again, she was already under him. He was pressing her so tightly that she couldn't move at all. She didn't feel anything when she was on top of him, but now that she was being pressed down by him, she could feel a strong sense of urgency from him. It made her heart beat wildly. He stretched out a finger and placed it on her little mouth. There was a dark light in his eyes. "Xiuma, you're playing with fire." Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows and looked up at him. His face was still calm, but his chaotic heartbeat betrayed him. A certain part of his body betrayed him. She didn't answer him. Instead, she raised her hand and hooked his neck. She kissed his Adam's apple and breathed into his ear. "Julie, give it to me, okay? If you don't save me, I'll die." "Xiuma, I only treat you as a child." Shun Julie sighed and held her hand that was burning the fire. "Bear with it. I will find another way to save you." He did not want to play with her anymore. "I'm not young anymore. I'm thousands of years old." She raised her head and nibbled on his collarbone. His body stiffened again. "But I raise you with my own hands. You're like my own daughter." He couldn't change his mind. Ning Xiuma's face darkened. She knew it. She was raised by a man when she was naked. It was really sad. "But I'm not your biological daughter. I'm not related to you by blood. Julie, I only see you as my husband." Ning Xiuma kissed his chin again. The last two words obviously made Shun Julie pause. "Husband? Do you know what husband does? Protect me, pity me, go through hardships with me, have children with me, and never leave my side." Chapter 1859. Ning Xiuma felt tears welling up in her eyes as she spoke. She and Shun Julie had been entangled with each other for 3 lifetimes. Now that they were finally together, he was still asking questions. She raised her hands to hug his waist and pressed her face against his chest. "I miss you. I really miss you." His chest was damp from her burning tears. Her voice contained an indescribable sadness, causing his heart to suffocate as if it was drowning. He lowered his eyes to look at the little person in his embrace. He calmed down and tried to suppress something. "Xiuma, the reason why you can't grow up it's not because of this. I'm thinking of a way to make you grow up. Give me some time. I won't leave you alone." It turned out that Shun Julie was not indifferent to her growth. He was also looking for a way to make her grow up. "You won't be able to find it in this lifetime," Ning Xiuma blurted out. If he could find it in this lifetime, she wouldn't look like a child when she was reborn. "What did you say?" Shun Julie wanted to see her face clearly, but she clung onto him like an octopus. Her head was pressed tightly against his chest. It was impossible for him to pull her off him, even if he wanted to. "Nothing." Ning Xiuma also knew that she had let it slip. She listened to his heartbeat greedily. She didn't know how long she could stay in this little body, so she wanted to hug him for as long as she could. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. If they talked in this position, all the ambiguity would be gone. Moreover, she could feel that the inexplicable heat flow in her body was getting faster and faster. A huge desire was surging in her body like a tidal wave, making her feel the pain in her veins again. Her head was buzzing, and her mind was filled with the images of her rolling with him. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and her whole body was so hot that it was almost burning. His lapel had been messed up by her, and a large part of it was open. It was very tempting. "I don't feel good, Julie. I really like you." Her voice was filled with urgency. She felt like she was going to explode from the desire poison. The poison was too overbearing, and she was losing control. Julie took a light breath and raised his hand to hold her in place. "You want me not just to cure the poison that prevents you from growing up? Isn't it because I'm the strongest person in the world?" "No." Ning Shuima shook her head and said word by word, "I like you. Julie, I like you." She couldn't help but raise her head to look for his lips. There was a bit of resentment in her voice as she said, "Didn't you say that you would let me do whatever I want? You didn't keep your word." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a sudden warmth on her lips. Her lips were sealed tightly by his. "Shuima, it's not good for you to do this kind of thing." His voice was slightly hoarse, and his pair of cold eyes were as deep as a well. It was as if he wanted to swallow her whole. However, there was a kind of determination in his voice. His lips were on her lips. "Shuima, once we start, we can't stop anymore. Don't you regret it?" Ning Shuima's heart was beating like a drum. She knew what Julie meant. He wanted her, but could her body withstand him? She swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She didn't care anymore. If it hurts, so be it. She put her hands around his neck and let him get closer to her. She answered him with 3 words, "I don't regret it." After thinking for a while, she added, "You have to be gentler. I'm too tender." Chapter 1860. She put her hand around his neck and let him lean closer to her. She answered him with 3 words, "No." After thinking for a while, she added, "You have to be gentler. I'm a little tender." When she said the last 4 words, she regretted it. She was afraid that he would use this reason to back off. Just a little tender. Actually, it's enough." After saying this, she felt like her face was burning. Right now, she was like an anxious woman who was begging him to come to her. Julie did not say anything, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. He pressed his fingers on her back and rubbed hard. There was a faint white light flashing. Ning Shuima's body suddenly heated up. There was a loud bang in her head. She felt dizzy and thought that her soul was flying away again. When the strong dizziness passed, she quickly opened her eyes and found that she was still in Julie's arms. He was still half pressing on her. His eyes were fixed on her body. His fingertips brushed the corner of her lips. "Shuima." There was a hint of lingering in his voice. He leaned over and held her in his arms. Their bodies were tightly pressed together. Ning Shuima even felt that her breasts were pressed against his chest. When he moved slightly, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. At breasts, Ning Shuima subconsciously lowered her head. She exclaimed softly and opened her eyes wide. Full breasts, slender waist, slender legs, and exquisite curves. How is this the body of a 12 or 13-year-old child? It was clearly the body of a 16-year-old girl. She suddenly looked up. "You have a way to make me grow up." There was surprise and anger in her words. She had been depressed for thousands of years with this lowly face. She had been worried about whether she could grow up or not. She was almost desperate to grow up. She did not expect that he could make her mature with just a spell. This person was too hateful. Why didn't he use it earlier? He knew how much she wanted to grow up. Julie only replied with 4 words, 2 hours. Ning Shuima widened her eyes and quickly understood. "Are you saying that I can last for 4 hours in this adult form?" Julie looked down at her and said, "It seems that you have become a lot smarter." Ning Shuima opened her mouth and wanted to ask him more, but Julie hugged her tightly. He raised his hand and spread her hair. Her hair spread out on the pillow and spread out under her body. "Shuima, are you sure you want to continue talking to me?" His fingers caressed her delicate neck, where the veins were throbbing. It was obvious that although her body had turned into an adult, The poison in her body had not disappeared. It was still wreaking havoc in her body, but she was barely able to suppress it. His gaze was focused, and his voice was a little hoarse. His slight panting made her heart beat wildly, and her small face could not help but turn red. Her small hand was still pushing his shoulder. She subconsciously wanted to take it back, but he held it and kissed her fingers. The tickling feeling went straight to her heart. "Are you shy?" Shunjili said in a low voice. His voice was right next to her ear, with a hint of teasing. "I thought you didn't know how to be shy." Fortunately, Ning Shuma only felt that her face was burning. Until this moment, she finally understood that she could never compare with the Almighty in terms of shamelessness. Once he decided to do something, he would do it calmly, and no one could change his mind. Chapter 1861. Just like now, she was the one who took the initiative at the beginning, but now she was completely passive. She could feel his hands moving around her body. His fingertips were hot, but his movements were calm. With a flick of his fingertips, he took off her belt and slid inside her clothes. Her body trembled, and she gave a soft snort, but then she held her breath. Wasn't he being too that? He hadn't even started yet, and she had already made a sound. Would she leave a bad impression on him in this world? She hadn't even finished thinking about this when her lips were forcefully pried open by him. His pleasant voice sounded in a low voice. "Don't suppress it, just follow your heart." His kiss was forceful and domineering. He attacked her lips without leaving any leeway. She was hugging his real body and not an empty dream. Just thinking about this was enough to make her blood boil. Her hands trembled as she hugged his waist and raised her head to receive his kiss. The familiar scent that belonged to him filled her nose, making her heart feel like a balloon that was filled with air. It was as if it was about to fly. His fingertips were warm as they brushed against her skin, making her unable to stop herself from trembling. She already loved him so much, and with the effects of the drug, her body was very sensitive. Just a gentle touch and a gentle kiss from him was enough to make her heart beat like crazy. Their breaths were all hot, and their breaths intertwined, causing the temperature in the tent to rise rapidly. His lips and tongue were everywhere, igniting clusters of flames wherever they went, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. "Great God!" she muttered. Her hands went into his smooth hair. She wanted to push him away, but she also wanted to press him into her body. When she said that she wanted to do something to him, she said it in a righteous manner, but at this moment, all the strength in her body disappeared. Her little hand was in a pushing position, but she didn't have the strength to push him away. The blood in her body seemed to be boiling, making her face turn red like a tomato. Her heart was filled with extreme joy and extreme warmth. In her impression, her first time with him wasn't in a situation where both of them were willing, so it wasn't a good one. At that time, he was punishing her, and she felt wrong because of his dominance. Unlike now, even though she was drugged, she really liked how he treated her, and he seemed to be very willing to do so. He kissed her deeply again and again, and she responded to him again and again. Their clothes were tossed out of the tent one after another. When their skin touched, she couldn't help but hug him tightly as she felt his sweaty and hot body. "Shuma, it will hurt a little," he whispered in her ear, and she replied carelessly. Her head was so hot that it was burning into a paste. Actually, she didn't even hear what he said clearly. Finally, he slowly entered. Ning Shuma's body stiffened slightly. It still hurt a little. However, this pain was nothing compared to the pain she had suffered in the past. It was completely within her tolerance range. Moreover, this pain was caused by the man she loved the most, so she didn't care about this pain at all. This was the kind of romance that should only happen on their wedding night. This should be the first time they did it together. Warmth mixed with an indescribable pain wreaked havoc in her chest, and she couldn't help but tear up. Chapter 1862. Does it hurt? He leaned over her body. His breath was very unstable, but his movements were very restrained. He lowered his head and kissed the sweat on her forehead and the tears at the corner of her eyes. He thought she was crying because of the pain his hot breath blew on the side of her neck. She raised her arms and hugged him. Then, She took the initiative to kiss him. The fire in the medicine cauldron gradually extinguished, but the temperature in the bed curtain rose with the rise and fall of the figure inside. Soft moans came from there intermittently. From time to time, one or two sentences with low breaths floated by along with the rise and fall of the bed curtain. Don't force yourself. It's not good for the antidote at this time. Come, call me out. You made love with me just to detoxify. That's the main reason. Shinjuli's voice was calm. He admitted it generously. Be good. Don't let my sacrifice down. Call me out. Sacrifice? She was the one who sacrificed herself, right? She was originally just a bystander. Suddenly, she was dragged in to have sex with him. If it wasn't for the fact that she loved him so much, she would have kicked him down just for saying those words. She suddenly laughed softly. What are you laughing at? His voice sounded surprised. You did make a sacrifice. Her voice was slow and purposely dragged out. Then, do you want me to compensate you? I have a luminous pearl as big as the moon in my demon palace. Just take it as a reward for your hard work this time. He seemed to have done something abruptly that made her cry out, but she couldn't say the rest of her words. Hey, you, be gentler. Since I've given you a reward for your hard work, I have to be worthy of your luminous pearl. His voice was quite calm. So 50,000 years ago, Shunjuli was already so black-bellied. However, she had known Shunjuli for so long after all. She knew his temper deeply. He didn't care about anything and could let go of anything. He was cold and indifferent when dealing with people. His identity also made him used to being high and mighty, giving people a feeling that he couldn't be blasphemed. However, he did things as he pleased. If he liked someone, he liked them. If he loved someone, he loved them. Once he was sure of his feelings, he would not back down. He would even forcefully plunder them. In front of the person he loved, there was nothing he couldn't do. Ning Xiuma didn't know what the original development was, but at this moment, she understood that Shunjuli had already fallen in love with little Xiuma, but he didn't know it. He always thought that his feelings for her were like his own child at that time. Little Xiuma didn't understand the pleasure between a man and a woman. If Ning Xiuma didn't possess Xiuma's body, little Xiuma wouldn't know what to do no matter how uncomfortable she felt. In all likelihood, the relationship between her and Shunjuli would not be broken. Shunjuli still did not know her feelings for him and still treated her like a child. As for the poison this time, other than the most direct method, what else could he do? There was a hint of doubt in her mind. Can you still be distracted at this time? His low voice seemed to be mixed with a faint threat, which made her heart tremble slightly. She was about to open her mouth to argue, but her slightly open mouth suddenly screamed. Time intertwined, and the moonlight slowly moved on the gauze curtain. The night was still long, but their beautiful life had just begun. Shenyanma looked at the person who slowly appeared from the golden light in surprise. It was a very handsome young man. His purple robe shone under the sunlight, and his whole person was as refined as an orchid tree. What was more strange was that this person had a head of silver hair. The silver hair was like the satin of the moonlight that hung behind his back. Chapter 1863. The moment he appeared, his eyes were slightly closed as if he was asleep. He slowly opened his eyes when the golden light disappeared. His eyes were extremely dark, as if they were condensed into the night sky. Finally, you are out. He sighed softly. His voice was as ethereal as a breeze. Shinyanma looked at him in a daze. He could not figure out who he was. After a moment of silence, he asked, Who are you? The man first glanced at Bai Zhe, then finally fixed his eyes on Shinyanma's face. After a moment of careful observation, he suddenly smiled. I am the one who can solve your problems. If you have any requests, just let me know. Shinyanma's eyes lit up. He had a lot of requests now. Can you help me with any request I have? Shinyanma asked in a crisp voice. The man smiled like a spring breeze slowly brushing across the lake. Of course, I am a god. I can satisfy all your requests. Oh, that was great. There were other gods that he could ask for help from. Shinyanma's eyes were even brighter. You are a god too? Then, when he was about to speak, the man continued. However, I can only promise to solve one problem for you. You have to think carefully before you speak. Shin Yinma was speechless. There were two problems that needed to be solved urgently. One was to bring his father back, and the other was to wake his mother up. He stood there and hesitated. The man looked at him with a smile and gently tapped the fan in his hand. He always had a bad taste. He liked to see people struggling to make a decision so that he could feel a sense of accomplishment. Obviously, the little guy in front of him had something urgent to ask of him, but it must be more than one thing. It was difficult for a child to make a decision, so he opened the fan and smiled. "Don't worry, you can think about it slowly." He waved the fan and wanted to walk around and enjoy the scenery first. Unexpectedly, Shun Yinma immediately said, "Okay, I beg you. You have to bring my father back." As long as his father came back, it should be easy for him to wake up his mother. There was no need for this man to do anything, and the family of three could be reunited. It was a great choice. Even Bai Zai could not help but give the young master a thumbs up. The young master was indeed very decisive. The man stopped moving his fan and looked at Shun Yinma. "Who is your father?" "Shun Jiuli, the divine lord of this world." Shun Yinma held his head high. The man's lips twitched slightly. He looked at Shun Yinma and pondered for a moment. "What other request do you have?" Shun Yinma blinked his big eyes. "As long as you can save my father, I don't need you to do anything else." "That person, can you agree to this condition?" Shun Yinma asked. The fan in the man's hand stiffened, and he sighed slightly. This request, perhaps you have to change your request." He did not expect that he would not be able to fulfill this child's first request. Shun Yinma's eyes dimmed for a moment. He pouted and said, "So, your promise just now was just a bluff." That person coughed lightly. "In this world, there was only one thing he couldn't do. I can fulfill your other requests. You know, when a god disappears, it truly disappears. Not even a soul remains." "So?" Shun Yinma's facial expression changed drastically. He glared at the man. "Nonsense. My father didn't disappear. Mother said that my father was seriously injured and is in isolation. He will come out after a while." Chapter 1864. The man was speechless. He did not want to argue with the child. His eyes flickered slightly, and he said faintly, "It is up to you to believe it or not. Little guy, I can fulfill your other two wishes. If you don't tell me, I will leave." He pretended to leave. Shun Yinma did not stop him. He looked at the bell with his big eyes and pursed his lips. He was still very smart. Since his father had locked this person in this bell and had used a special summoning technique to summon him out, in order to make this person keep his word, he must have set up an extremely powerful restriction. If this person couldn't fulfill one of his conditions, he was afraid that he would suffer a backlash from the bell. The man pretended to walk a few steps, but when he saw that Shun Yinma did not speak, he finally stopped. "You still haven't thought about it?" This little guy was too calm. Shun Yinma looked at him. "You have to fulfill 3 conditions." The man's handsome face darkened. "Little guy, don't be greedy. If you are greedy, I will not fulfill any of your conditions." Shun Yinma crossed his arms. "Then don't fulfill any of them. Bai Zai, let's go." He turned around and pretended to go down the mountain. Bai Zai opened its mouth and did not understand what the little master was trying to do. It was stunned for a moment and did not speak. It followed behind Shun Yinma. The man was speechless. He had underestimated this little guy. This little guy was really a weirdo. He could be compared to his father. Shun Yinma had guessed correctly. He was locked in the bell by Shun Jiuli with a special method. If he wanted to get out, he had to unconditionally fulfill one of the requests of the person who released him. If he could not do it, he could not get out of the bell at all times. Before he fulfilled the request, unless the person who released him asked him to follow, he could not leave the bell at all. After he got out, he wanted to fool the other party because he was a child. He wanted to make a request and fulfill it so that he could get real freedom. However, he did not expect this little guy to be so smart. As long as Shun Yinma walked down the mountain, this person would have to be locked in the bell again. He did not know when he would be released again. Therefore, that person rubbed the space between his eyebrows with his fan and could only say, "Little thing, come back. What are your 3 requests?" Unknowingly, he had made a concession. Shun Yinma turned around. "Have you agreed?" The man, "Tell me about it first." I'll only tell you if you promise. The man's face sank. Little thing, don't bargain with me. Don't tell me that I have to agree to your ridiculous conditions. Didn't you say that other than the condition of my father's return, you would satisfy all the other conditions? So you're lying again. That man, he was actually being bullied by a child. He looked at Shun Yinma and could not help but laugh. What if your condition is for me to die and go into self-exile? This little thing was too strange, so he had to be cautious. Shin Yinma stared at him with disdain. You are measuring the heart of a gentleman with a yardstick of a villain. I am not that bored. As long as you don't threaten me and my family, I don't care if you live or die. The man was speechless. Was this something a child would say? The man was almost speechless. After some bargaining, the man finally agreed to help Shin Yinma with 3 things. Chapter 1865. After a round of bargaining, the man finally agreed to help Shin Yinma with 3 things. Of course, it had to be under the condition that his safety was not threatened. The first request that Shin Yinma made was to save his mother. His mother was injured and in a coma. However, he had not thought of the second and third requests yet. The man rubbed his eyebrows and sighed at the power of genes. Shun Juli's son was such a jerk. He did not know that Shun Juli's son was such a jerk. What is your name? Shin Yinma asked in the end. That person's lips curled into a smile. If this question is a condition, I will tell you. Shin Yinma turned and walked away. Then you don't have to tell me. I will call you Hey from now on. The man's lips twitched. He smiled leisurely. Forget it. I will not argue with a child like you. My name is Dao Tianchen. You can call me God Chun or Uncle Chun. God? Except for his father, no one could be called a god. Shin Yinma immediately said his second condition. You can't be called a god. You can't be called a god. Dao Tianchen was speechless. He was a little regretful that he had agreed to the 3 conditions of this little guy too early. His eyes flashed slightly, and he did not know what to think. He smiled gently. Okay. Shin Yinma and Bai Zhe were both relieved. They could not accept someone else being called a god. There was a faint cold fragrance in the hall. On the bed in the hall, there was a human-shaped ice block. A woman in red was lying in the ice block. She looked alive as if she was asleep. The moment Dao Tianchen saw the woman's face, he stopped in his tracks. The fan in his hand fell to the ground. Mo! Shin Yinma suddenly rushed over. Mother! His voice was trembling. When he went out, there was no layer of ice on his mother's body. Now, it had become an ice coffin. He wanted to feel his mother's pulse, but only a thick piece of ice could be felt. He gritted his teeth and wanted to melt the ice. A fan reached over and pried his little hand away. Dao Tianchen's voice was unprecedentedly serious. If you don't want your mother to die, then don't move. Shin Yinma did not dare move. Dao Tianchen stared fixedly at Ning Shuima, who was lying there. No one knew what he was thinking. Hey, you have to save my mother. Shin Yinma urged him. I will save her. Dao Tianchen did not hesitate this time. All of you get out. Shin Yinma was speechless. He did not want his mother to be alone with this unknown man. Just go ahead and save them. I will stay here obediently and not make a sound. I will reduce my presence. Shin Yinma quickly said. Dao Tianchen narrowed his eyes. Little guy, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, let your mother die, and I'll break my promise and lock you up in the heavenly Dao Bell. 2, all of you get out. I will definitely return you a healthy mother. At this point, even if Shun Yinma was still worried, he had to leave. But before he went out, he still asked Dao Tianchen for a promise. You have to promise that you won't do anything bad to my mother. Dao Tianchen was not long-winded this time and agreed. Shin Yinma went out with a stomach full of doubts. The door of the hall was closed again. Dao Tianchen slowly walked to Ning Shuima. His fingers gently touched her face. Mo, after so many twists and turns, you are finally married to him. No wonder he disappeared. Chapter 1866. His voice was soft and gentle as he sighed. I will save you. This time, I will not let you go no matter what. He slightly closed his eyes. His long and slender, jade-like fingers repeatedly waved in the air. Rays of purple light shot out from his fingertips and wrapped around Ning Shuima's body. The ice on Ning Shuima's body gradually melted. Slowly, her real body was revealed. She was still motionless and breathless. If it were not for her face, people would think that she was already dead. Dao Tianxin's gaze landed on her wound, and his gaze was faintly complicated. He sighed softly. Imo, did you fight Mother Earth to the death? What a strong evil. He stretched out his palm and pressed it on her stomach. This time, a blue light appeared, and waves of light flickered from his palm, enveloping her whole body. The blue light flickered like the aurora borealis, creating an extremely magnificent and dazzling scene in the room. The wounds on Ning Shuima's body that could not be healed finally began to show signs of healing. They were sealing and disappearing little by little. After a long time, the hideous wounds on Ning Shuima's body finally disappeared. There was also a row of fine sweat on Dao Tianxin's forehead. Obviously, it consumed a lot of spiritual power to do this. When he saw that the wounds had disappeared, he heaved a sigh of relief. Imo, you should wake up. He raised his hand and cast a spell on Ning Shuima's body. For a long time, there was no movement. Shen Yinma waited anxiously outside the door. The person had been treating his mother for 6 hours, but he still had not come out. There was no movement in the room at all. This made him very anxious. After waiting for another hour, he finally could not wait anymore. He was about to rush in to take a look. Suddenly, the door of the hall opened. Mother, wake up. Don't you want me anymore? Mother, I am scared. I can't live without you. Mother, do you want me to be an orphan? Mother, I am scared. Please come back. Shen Yinma lay on the bed and looked at his mother, who was lying on the bed. He called for her again and again. Every word was spoken in a sobbing tone, and they were all filled with fear. His mother's breathing and heartbeat had stopped. It was obvious that she had passed away. I don't know why her soul left her body, and her soul doesn't want to come back. I have searched the 6 realms with my secret technique, but I still can't find her soul. The only person who can bring her back may be you. You will be her only concern. So, Shen Yinma, you have to call her over and over again in her ears. The more miserable, the better. The more bitter, the better. If she doesn't wake up in 3 days, you'll lose her forever. This was what Dao Tianxin told Shen Yinma 2 days ago. At that time, Shen Yinma did not have the time to reprimand the man for not saving his mother immediately. Instead, he immediately followed the man's instructions. Unfortunately, his voice was almost hoarse from shouting, but his mother still did not move. She did not have the slightest intention of opening her eyes to look at him. It was already the 3rd day. If his mother didn't wake up today, he would really lose her again. He would become an orphan. Dao Tianxin sat at the table next to him and looked at Ning Shuima, who was lying on the bed. Where did her soul go? She was not in the 6 realms, but her soul was still there. What made her forget about her son and indulge in pleasure? Dao Tianxin had wandered around the hall more than 100 times. Chapter 1867. Dao Tianxin had wandered around the hall no less than 100 times. He had studied every brick and tile inside and out, but he still couldn't figure out what was so special about the hall. Although he felt that the hall was a little strange when he came in, he couldn't figure out what was strange after checking it out. Ning Shuimo really felt that the Almighty's stamina was amazing. She was tormented by him for 4 hours, which was 4 hours in modern times. The Almighty only wanted her once from the beginning to the end. This time, it was midnight. With her stamina, she was so tired that she didn't even know when she fell asleep. She vaguely felt that Shun Julie had helped her clean her body. She vaguely felt that he was holding her in his arms. After that, she did not know anything else. When He Tian woke up, she slowly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she was still a little nervous. She was afraid that she couldn't see him when she opened her eyes, or that she was floating in the air as a bystander. But when she saw everything around her, she was satisfied again. She was still lying on the embroidered bedding in his arms. Her arms were tightly wrapped around his waist. She looked up and saw his picturesque eyes. He was still sleeping. His eyes were slightly closed, and his black hair was scattered on the pillow. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and he looked unbelievably beautiful. She suddenly felt tears in her eyes. She had been entangled with him for so long, but she barely woke up in his arms. The last time he wanted her, he directly disappeared. This time he was still there. He hugged her so tightly, as if she was the only treasure in his life. The sunlight shone in through the gaps in the curtains and danced on the floor, sprinkling a soft light. The light blue bed curtain was still hanging low. Outside the bed curtain was a screen that was painted by the Almighty himself. Every stroke was so beautiful. Ning Xiuma didn't want to move. She opened her eyes and was in a daze for a while. Her dream was surprisingly long and surprisingly real. It was as if she had traveled back in time to 50,000 years ago and to the Almighty's side. Here, he was still alive and had even achieved something good with her. She raised her head and looked at him quietly, using her gaze to trace his brows and eyes. She couldn't get enough of him. Time was so good that she couldn't bear to let go even a little bit. After watching for a while, she leaned her head back into his embrace and quietly listened to his steady heartbeat. For some reason, her eyes felt a little sour. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. Then, she stared at his hair and suddenly had a strange idea. She excitedly and carefully tied her hair with his. As husband and wife, they will never part even in old age. If he didn't wake up from this dream, or if she could bring him back, how great would that be? Thousands of thoughts rose and fell in her mind. In the end, she didn't want to think about anything. She closed her eyes again, intending to cultivate her drowsiness. I think you should look at me for a while longer. A magnetic and lazy voice came from above her head. Ning Xiuma raised her head and met his deep blue eyes. So you woke up a long time ago. You're so restless. How can I not wake up? Shun Jiuli's lips seemed to have a smile. He raised her little face so that she could see him more clearly. I think that if you look at me from this angle, I would look the best. Ning Xiuma. This person's skin was really thick. Chapter 1868. How do you know that you look the best from this angle? Have you seen it yourself? She deliberately argued with him. God is omnipotent. Shun Jili raised his hand and stroked her hair. He was deep in thought. You didn't shrink. Could it be that sleeping with me can really cure your chronic illness? This doesn't make sense. In fact, Ning Xiuma had already noticed this. Shun Jili clearly said that his spell could only allow her to maintain the adult form for 4 hours. Now, 12 hours had passed, but she was still the same. She secretly took out a mirror to take a look. It was actually her appearance after 50,000 years. In other words, it was Ning Xiuma's appearance. She had the face of a lowly and the body of a devil. This made her very satisfied. She felt that this was her body. Moreover, she felt very comfortable with Shun Jili in this appearance. Her lips curled up into a smile. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of her eyes. He kissed her lips. His pleasant and magnetic voice sounded lazily. Are you still sleepy? His voice seemed to have a little hook, which made her heart tremble. He kissed her ear again. I feel that the medicine on your body hasn't been cured yet. Ning Xiuma was speechless. He was craving for more after tasting it. However, his physical strength was too terrifying. Moreover, it was her first time, so it should still be painful. She remembered that she was in pain for a few days when he raped her. She quickly pushed him away. No, it's still painful. He held her in his arms and raised his eyebrows. It's still painful? Are you sure? Of course. No, it didn't hurt at all. Apart from the soreness on her body, she couldn't feel anything else. She was surprised. Suddenly, she had an idea. You use medicine on me? Only his medicine could be so perverted. Shun Jili grunted and turned over to press her under his body. His voice was muffled. Don't waste my medicine. The temperature in the gauze curtain rose again. The curtain that was just opened was put back again. The shadows in the curtain rose and fell. Ning Xiuma fell asleep again. This time, she slept all the way until evening. In her dreams, she vaguely heard him whisper in her ear, Am I dreaming? Xiuma. Her response was to snuggle deeper into his embrace and call out to him in a muffled voice, Guru. Shun Jili tightened his arms around her and looked down at her. What did you call me? Ning Xiuma didn't say anything and fell into a deep sleep. When Ning Xiuma woke up again, it was already evening. Outside, There were thousands of rays of multicolored light, spreading across the horizon like satin. A chill ran down her spine. This was the scenery she was used to seeing when she stayed in the side hall of Fanteon Palace. The sunset was infinitely beautiful, and she enjoyed it alone. In the Fanteon Palace, she had seen such a scene countless times. Every time, she would hug her knees and watch by herself without anyone accompanying her. Was she back again? She looked around anxiously. There was a thick screen and a light blue bed curtain. Everything was so familiar. It was the same scenery she saw in the side hall. Her heart suddenly sank. It seemed that she had woken up from a dream. She moved her body in the quilt. Her body was still sore and soft. Could it be that a wet dream could make her feel like this? All right, where is Nienma? She remembered that she rushed back but fainted in front of little Nienma. Then she had the long dream. Chapter 1869. Was the child frightened? Was he the one who dragged her to this side hall? She looked around again. The hall was still the same, but the decorations were much more exquisite. For example, the screen, the incense tripod on the table, and the vase on the table. There was even a plum blossom in the vase to add some liveliness to the hall. The decorations in the hall were simple and elegant, giving people a sense of peace. She got out of bed and looked down again. She found that she had changed into a new dress. It was as red as the morning sun, and the style was fitting. It fluttered as she walked. She did not remember that she had such a dress. Where did little Nienma find it? She was curious, so she checked her body again. Her heart skipped a beat. She had changed all her undergarments. Even her underwear was no exception. Her lips twitched. Little Nienma could not have changed her so thoroughly. Could he? Could it be that he had other reinforcements? Was it a fairy from the celestial kingdom? She could not figure out. She moved her arms and legs, and the wounds were all gone. She did not feel anything except for a kind of lazy soreness. Where did Nienma go? She had just fainted in front of him. Did that scare him? She opened the door and walked out. Everything was so familiar that it couldn't be any more familiar. There was a bamboo forest on the left side of the hall and a colorful lake on the right side. There were swaying trees planted by the lake, and the wide leaves swayed in the wind. Ning Xiuma looked at the swaying trees for a moment and suddenly felt that the tree seemed to be thinner. She rubbed her eyes again. Perhaps it was an illusion. The swaying trees were famous in ancient times. Other trees would have a growth ring in year, but it only had one growth ring every 3,000 years. Its growth speed was shockingly slow. A few thousand years was not much, but its life was very long. This kind of tree only grew in the Fanteon Palace. Little Nienma inadvertently told her about the growth characteristics of this tree. Needless to say, this knowledge was taught to him by his father. Thinking of Shun Jiuli, she felt like her heart was being pricked by needles. That person had completely disappeared. He had disappeared from this world. Gods and demons could not coexist. Gods and demons loving each other was against the will of the heavens. Only one of them could live, and he chose to sacrifice himself, leaving her to spend the long night alone. The future was still so long. So long. It was so long that no end could be seen. But she couldn't see any real hope. She closed her eyes slightly and turned around to look at the side palace where she lived. He had slept in this side chamber for 2 nights, and both times he had dreamt of things that happened 50,000 years ago. What was so strange about this hall? Or did it have some kind of strange magnetic field, allowing people to enter this dream? Her gaze suddenly fell on the 2 stone sculptures in front of the main hall, and she was stunned. She was no stranger to these 2 stone sculptures. They were Qiong Qi and Tong Shi. Strangely, were they not awakened by little Nienma? Why are you pretending to be a stone statue again? Could it be that little Nienma was worried about her being alone in the hall, so he sent the 2 mythological beasts to guard the door for her? That was possible. That little fellow was actually quite attentive and considerate. She missed her son and wanted to find him. Before she walked out of the courtyard, she suddenly heard a melodious sound of the guqin. Her body suddenly stiffened. This sound, it was something that only Shun Jiuli could play. Almost without hesitation, she rushed in the direction of the sound of the guqin. Chapter 1870. The Hawksbill Turtle Pavilion was built on top of a cliff and had an antique feel to it. Although it was called a cliff, it was actually a skyscraper. It was more than 1,000 meters high and slippery all around. Even apes cannot climb up. Of course, the people in the Pantheon Palace could fly. Everyone in the Stone Palace could go up, but in the Pantheon Palace, no one dared to climb except for the Divine Master. The 8 mythological beasts said that it was a forbidden area set up by the Divine Master. Only the Divine Master could go up. Ning Xiuma did not care about that. In order to find the clues left by Shan Julie, she had even gone up this forbidden area several times. However, other than the lone pavilion, there was nothing special about it. And now, the sound of the Guqin was coming from that pavilion. Ning Xiuma stood at the foot of the mountain and felt that her legs were a little weak. Could it be him up there? Could it be? The sound of the Guqin sounded like it was played by him, but he had disappeared. How could he appear again? Unless it was a dream. However, she had already woken up from that dream. This was living reality. She could know the result if she flew up, but she felt that her legs were very heavy and she could not lift them up. She stood at the foot of the mountain and listened to the sound of the Guqin in a daze. She did not know what she was thinking. She did not know how long she stood there. Even when the sound of the Guqin stopped, she still could not go up. The sound of the Guqin curled up and stopped, but the sound was still lingering in her ears. The surroundings were silent, as if the sound of the Guqin had never appeared. She sighed. Was she hallucinating? Was she? Although she thought so, she did not give up. She flew up and went straight to the peak of the mountain. The moment she flew up and stood at the edge of the peak, she felt as if a big stone had hit her heart. The pavilion was still the same, but there was a circle of snow-white floating gauze around the pavilion. It fluttered with the mountain wind and swayed like clouds. In the gazebo sat a man in white. His wide white robe was fluttering in the wind. A Guqin was placed on the table in front of him. He casually rested his elbow on the table and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. You're finally willing to come up? Almighty! Ning Xiuma's body swayed, and she staggered. She almost fell off the big rock. A white veil flew out like a waterfall and wrapped around her slender waist. In a blink of an eye, she had already flown into the gazebo. She landed in his arms. A familiar aura, a familiar person. Ning Xiuma's entire body stiffened as she stared blankly at him. Was this a dream or a real person? She wasn't dreaming, was she? Are you stupid? Shenjili put her on his lap and looked at her face for a moment. He touched her forehead with the back of his hand. You don't have a fever. Is it the side effect of the medicine? Ning Xiuma felt as if she had been doused with a basin of water. She instantly came to her senses. So this was still a dream. And it was a dream from 50,000 years ago. She seemed to be disappointed and relieved at the same time. She raised her hand and hugged his neck, murmuring, Your Pantheon Palace hasn't changed for tens of thousands of years, right? Sure enough, time doesn't leave a trace. Shenjili raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Why are you so emotional? Have you entered my Pantheon Palace before? I entered it 50,000 years later. It was almost the same as now. I can't tell which is a dream and which is reality. Ning Xiuma rubbed her eyebrows. She felt a little confused. Chapter 1871. Why are you in such a daze? Have you lost your soul? Shenjili placed his hand on her wrist to check on her body. Ning Xiuma smiled. Suddenly, she lifted her head and kissed him on his chin. I'm a little tired. It's okay. I will be fine after some rest. A little tired? Shenjili looked at her with a subtle gaze. Under his gaze, Ning Xiuma nearly burst into flames. She jumped off his lap and sat in front of him. Why did you suddenly come here to play the zither? She thought that she had already woken up from her wet dream. The music is good for your recovery, Shenjili answered. Then, you should have stayed in the hall and played for me alone. You should not have come so far away. By the way, why did you move me to the Snow Appreciation Hall when I was asleep? The name of the side hall that she slept in was the Snow Appreciation Hall. Shenjili raised his eyebrows. Snow Appreciation Hall? Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. When she looked back at the hall, there seemed to be an inconspicuous plaque. There were a few big words on the plaque that she did not recognize. Nyima once told her that it was the Snow Appreciation Hall, so she always thought that it was the snow at the appreciation hall. She was a little absent-minded earlier, so she did not look at the words carefully. Now that she thought about it, it seemed that the strokes of the words were indeed different from what she saw 50,000 years later. Jili seemed to have thought of something. He looked at her from head to toe and teased her. Snow Appreciation Hall. This name is not bad. It fits the mood and the scenery. From now on, the hall will be called the Snow Appreciation Hall. Ning Xuema was speechless. He was teasing her again. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Was this the origin of the name of the Snow Appreciation Hall? Was she the one who named the hall? Ning Xuema decided not to think about it for the time being. She looked around and asked, "Why do you like to play the guqin here?" She did not feel that there was anything special about the mountain. "Quiet," Jili answered lazily. Ning Xuema looked at him and felt a little wronged. They had just consummated their marriage last night, and he had tormented her enough. Usually, when a girl woke up in such a situation, shouldn't her husband prepare some nutritional supplements? However, he moved her to the back of side hall and left her there alone, while he ran over here to play the guqin in a carefree manner. The Almighty was indeed the Almighty. He didn't know how to dote on others. She didn't say anything. She stood up and walked around the mountain peak. Soon, she discovered that there was something different about the mountain peak. This mountain peak wasn't too high, but standing on top of it, one could overlook all the living beings in the world. To be able to look down on the other 35 heavens, at the corner of the mountain, there was a snow-white boulder. The boulder was flickering with fluorescent light, as if thousands of rays of light were gathering on it. Ning Xuema only glanced at it a few times before she felt her heart beating wildly, and she felt a little dizzy. Looking at the boulder was not comfortable, but she seemed to be addicted to it. She couldn't help but look at it again and again. She seemed to see countless characters flying around on the boulder. She wanted to see them more clearly, but those characters seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze, so she couldn't see them clearly. She took a few steps forward, hoping to see them more clearly. But unexpectedly, his head suddenly became dizzy, and he staggered backwards. However, she didn't fall to the ground. Instead, she fell into a feigned embrace. "Don't look at that," Jili whispered in her ear. He carried her back to the gazebo and sat down. "What is this boulder for?" Ning Xuema was puzzled. She had come to this mountain more than once 50,000 years later, but she had never seen this boulder. Chapter 1872. Sky Mirror Stone. Jili answered with 3 words. "All right, let's not bother about this stone. Are you hungry?" Ning Xuema's stomach actually grumbled when he asked. Jili chuckled. "You are indeed hungry." Ning Xuema blushed and looked at him provocatively. "So what if I'm hungry? Can you cook a good meal for me here?" Jili held his chin and looked at her with a faint smile. Shouldn't the wife be the one to cook? The word wife pleased her. Ning Xuema squinted her eyes like a crescent moon. "I'm not your wife yet, am I? We haven't gotten married yet." Jili played with a strand of her hair. "You want a ceremony?" Ning Xuema raised her eyebrows. "Of course. You have to know that a woman's wedding day is the day that she looks forward to the most. All right, then I'll give you a ceremony. What kind of ceremony do you want?" Although she knew that this was a dream, Ning Xuema still said what she looked forward to the most. For example, a road paved with flowers, a bridal sedan. She said all the wedding methods that she could imagine in one breath. She even accidentally said the wedding dress. Jili listened and rubbed her head. "You have a rich imagination. All right, I'll give you a wedding like this in the future and let you be completely satisfied for once." Ning Xuema smiled, but she felt a little bitter in her heart. This was a dream after all, a golden millet pillow. When she woke up from this dream, his gentleness and promise would disappear with the wind. The sun finally set and night fell. When night fell, Ning Xuema finally realized that this mountain was different from the rest. The stars in the sky were floating below the mountain. She stood on the mountain peak and looked down. What she saw was a spectacular Milky Way. Thousands of stars were floating below, like a river full of stars. The beauty of the scenery could not be found anywhere else. Jili began to play the guqin again. The sound of the guqin drifted around the mountain peak, and even the stars at the foot of the mountain seemed to move along with the sound of the guqin. Ning Xiumo rubbed her rumbling stomach. This devil lord had obviously learned the art of Anidia. Even if she didn't eat for a year, it wouldn't matter. How could she feel hungry after she possessed her body? Was this really still a dream? Shenjili was also strange. When he asked her if she was hungry, she thought that he would prepare a table of delicious food for her. However, he seemed to have forgotten about it after he asked. Now, he was playing the piano again. Just as she was feeling a little resentful, she suddenly heard a pa sound. A fish fell from the sky and landed right next to her feet, giving her a fright. The fish was golden all over and wasn't small in size. It opened its mouth and puffed up its cheeks as it hopped around with all its might. Fish actually fell from the sky. Ning Xiumo was even more excited than a pie falling from the sky. She grabbed the fish and beamed with joy. "Julie, how about I roast a fish for you?" Shen Julie raised his eyebrows and looked at her. He obviously didn't believe her. "The fish you roast, is it edible?" Ning Xiumo was proud. "I've been away for 3 days. Of course, I have to look at you with new eyes. I'll cook it for you now." She had learned how to cook in the real world so that she could make a good meal for him when he returned. Now that she could show off her skills, she naturally didn't want to miss it. "I'm looking forward to it." Shen Jili replied her with 2 words. Ning Xiumo immediately cooked the fish. She was the Devil Lord. No matter what kind of utensils it was, she could easily make them appear. Shen Jili watched her busy at the side, and his eyes flashed. Ning Xiumo cooked the fish very quickly. After a while, a plate of braised fish was already out of the pot. She handed him a pair of chopsticks. "Come try it." Chapter 1873. Shenjili took the chopsticks and tasted it. It tasted pretty good. He couldn't help but look at her again and again. Ning Xiumo was gorging herself while looking at him proudly. "How is it?" "Not bad." Shenjili gave a fair evaluation. This great god didn't praise people easily. She remembered that she had mastered a spell that took others 2 years to master in a month. In the end, when she went to show off in front of him, he only gave her a not bad evaluation, which was quite a blow to her. Therefore, it was not easy to get a not bad from him now. Shun Jili was still looking at her. Ning Xiumo was a little scared by his stare. "Why are you looking at me like that? There's no flower on my face." Shun Jili smiled leisurely. "You look like a flower." It's like you're a different person." Ning Xiumo's heart skipped a beat. Although little Xiumo was her past, she was still ignorant at that time. She was still a child in terms of thinking. Unlike now, she had the memories of 3 lives and had experienced too many joys and sorrows. She had been rolling in a mortal world for so many years. Whether it was her mentality or her personality, it was actually very different from before. It was like she was a different person. She tilted her head and looked at him. "Then which one do you like?" Shun Juli raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "What do you mean, which one? Didn't you say that I'm like a different person? Do you like the current me or the previous me?" Shun Jili raised his hand and rubbed her face. "Whether it's the current you or the previous you, isn't it still you?" That was true. Ning Xiumo ate half of the fish but was still not full. She looked up at the sky again. Why didn't the fish come down? But this fish was really delicious. Even with her half-baked culinary skills, the food was still delicious. After eating, she felt that her strength had increased a lot. Even the soreness from before was gone. Needless to say, it was Shun Juli's credit that fish could fall from the sky. Ning Xiumo hugged one of his arms and said, "Julie, why don't you let God drop a few more fish? This is the Heavenly River fish. It takes 1,000 years to grow to this size. If a mortal eats it, they can extend their lifespan by 1,000 years. If an immortal eats it, they can rapidly increase their power, break through bottlenecks, and quickly level up. Even the Celestial Emperor once asked me for a fish like this and offered countless peaches in exchange for it, but I didn't give it to him." Shun Juli said leisurely, "Do you really eat it like an ordinary river fish?" It turned out that this fish was so expensive. Ning Xiumo sighed. "Forget it. I was going to steam another one for you." She wished she could show off her cooking skills in front of him and let him praise her. Shinjuli glanced at her and didn't say anything. Instead, he played a few notes on the zither. After a while, 3 more fish fell from the sky. They were even bigger than the previous one. Shun Julie ordered slowly, "I want 1 steamed, 1 fried, and 1 stewed." His eyes were full of expectation. "Can you make all of them?" His request was a little too much. Ning Xiuma had already learned 2 cooking methods. However, it was just cooking. She could learn by analogy. She could try to explore the other aspects. She started to roll up her sleeves. Her eyes were shining. "I can try." "Try?" Shun Julie waved his sleeves and took away 2 big fish, leaving only the smallest one for her. "Try that one." Ning Xiuma stared at the 2 fish in his hands. She was unwilling to give up. "Let go of these 2. I'll cook these 2 fishes," Shun Julie said slowly as he cooked the 2 fishes. The 2 of them had suffered for so long. It was time to write about their sweet daily life. Of course, there was also a hidden plot. In fact, careful readers should be able to see that what Xiuma thought was a dream was actually not a dream. You asked me what it was exactly? That was a secret. Ha ha. It will be revealed later. Chapter 1874. Ning Xiuma's competitive spirit was aroused. "How about we have a competition? Let's see who cooks the best." With the first successful fish as the foundation, Ning Xiuma gained some confidence. Shinjuli looked at her and said, "Okay." He then added, "Utensils can be made at will, but seasonings can't be used." Huh? Ning Xiuma widened her eyes. What? Wasn't he trying to make things difficult for her? Who would carry a bag of seasonings with them? She didn't even have any salt. She couldn't just boil it in plain water, right? Seasonings made with spells will hinder the effect of the fish. You have to use natural seasonings. Shun Julie explained to her as he slowly took out all kinds of seasonings from his body. He placed the bottles and cans in a row as if he was lining up. Regardless of whether it was the previous life or the future, some deep-rooted habits could not be changed. For example, the Almighty's obsession with cleanliness. He always placed things neatly, as if he was inspecting an army. Ning Xiuma looked at the bottles and cans. She couldn't help but think of the medicine bottles left in his bedroom. They were also arranged in the same way. It was a pity that she would never see him again in the real world. Now, it was nothing more than an illusion in a dream. She felt sour in her heart. She was handling the fish scales and accidentally cut her hand. Blood came out. She was about to deal with it herself when a hand reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her up. "Why are you so careless?" Shun Julie glanced at the cut on her hand and helped her to deal with it. His hand was warm and dry, just like the temperature in her memory. The strength he used to hold her hand was just right. It wouldn't hurt her, and he handled it very cleanly. Ning Xiuma lowered her head to look at his busy appearance. Her eyes suddenly felt bitter and sour. Such a small wound was a piece of cake for Shun Julie. In just a few moments, the bleeding had stopped and the wound had healed quickly. He looked up and saw her watery eyes. The corners of her eyes were red. He was startled. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Ning Xiuma threw herself into his arms and hugged his waist. She could feel his warmth and his breath. It was so warm, so nice, so real. These were all things that she could no longer feel in real life. The bitterness in her heart intensified, and she hugged him even tighter. If it was possible, she really wanted to kidnap him out of this dream and into reality so that the 3 of them could stay together forever. Shun Julie placed his hand on her head and rubbed it. Then he forcefully pulled her out of his arms and looked into her eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Ning Xiuma wiped her eyes. "Nothing." She said it was nothing, but she couldn't stop her tears. If only this was true. If only he was really by her side. Shun Julie looked at her, who was crying like a baby, and laughed. "Is it because there is no seasoning? How about I lend you my seasoning as well?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to wipe her tears. "Although you have grown up, your crybaby habit hasn't changed at all." Ning Xiuma knew how little Xiuma was like in front of Shun Julie when she was a child. When she was punished or couldn't get something she wanted, she would use crying to torture him. Shun Julie often didn't fall for her tricks. He often watched her cry leisurely. Occasionally, he would say, "Cry. It looks better when you cry. Your tears should fall in pairs to make it more beautiful." Chapter 1875. Every time he said something like that, she would get angry and her tears would disappear in an instant. She hated him for being so hard-hearted. Her tears had always been invincible, but when it came to him, it was so easy to hit an iron plate. However, whenever she cried badly, Shun Julie did not seem to care. He even laughed at her, but in the end, he would always fulfill her request and say, "You look good when you cry. It will be great in the future." Ning Xiumao suddenly realized that she seemed to have merged with little Xiuma's memory. Originally, she only saw some scenes of little Xiumao and Shun Julie in her dream. There was no scene of him saying those words when she cried. Now, it automatically appeared in her mind, just like her original memory. Was it really a dream? Then this dream was a little too long. Could it be that she had transmigrated to 50,000 years ago? Would she be able to go back again? She originally traveled to this world, so it was not a big deal to travel again. But what about little Nianma? Was she dead in the other world? Little Nianma had already lost his father. If he lost his mother as well, she did not know how he would cry. Ning Xiuma's heart ached. She was most sorry for the child. She did not take good care of him. Also, although she did not know what happened 50,000 years ago, she knew the final ending. The ending of little Xiuma and Shun Julie was not good. Little Xiuma jumped into the purple evil spirit and became a sacrifice, while Shun Julie left the celestial devil continent and went to the Tianxi continent. There, he met her reincarnation. She frowned as she sat in his arms, her thoughts drifting off to God knows where. Shun Julie looked at her quietly. He did not disturb her. He held her in his arms with one hand, and the other hand was busy cooking. Ning Xiumao was awakened by a very good smell of food. Her eyes fell on the slightly golden fish that was roasted. The aroma was so good that it could steal people's souls. She could not help but swallow her saliva. You have roasted one. It was too fragrant. It was simply too fragrant. Ning Xiumao felt that she had never smelled such a delicious grilled fish in her life. If it smelled so good, then it would definitely be a delicacy. Shun Julie calmly turned the fish over again and answered her, "You were lost in thought for too long." She didn't. She was lost in thought for a quarter of an hour at most. Ning Xiumao remembered that she hadn't cooked the fish yet. She quickly jumped out his arms and said, "I haven't cooked the fish yet." As she quickly processed the fish in her hand, she looked at the fish in his hand that was almost done grilling and asked, "Can we exchange later? Why don't you taste mine and I'll taste yours?" Shun Julie sprinkled the last layer of seasoning on the fish. "We'll talk about it when you're done." How stingy. He was afraid that she wouldn't be able to cook well, so he would be at a disadvantage if they exchanged, right? This person really didn't want to be at a disadvantage no matter when or where. Ning Xiuma pursed her lips and steamed the fish. Since she knew how precious the fish was, Ning Xiuma naturally did not want to waste it. She was very attentive and focused on cooking. Shun Julie had unknowingly squatted beside her. He watched her work and said casually, "Your cooking skills have improved a lot. I remember that you were very stupid in this area." He really knew how to tell the truth. He wasn't afraid of hurting her self-confidence. Ning Xiuma replied, "Hard work can make up for it." Chapter 1876. Ning Xiuma replied, "Diligence makes up for stupidity." Before she could finish her sentence, a piece of fish appeared in her mouth. The fresh and fragrant taste filled her mouth, making her want to swallow her tongue. She had wanted to have a backbone and not eat his fish, but since it was so delicious, then she would reluctantly eat it. "When did you learn to cook?" A long, long time later. Ning Xiuma wanted to answer him like this, but he would definitely not believe it. So Ning Xiuma answered in a proper way, "Not long ago." For her, in reality, she did learn to cook a few days ago, and she did not lie. "You are a promising child." Shun Julie praised her and stuffed a piece of fish into her mouth. Ning Xiuma was squatting there, and suddenly there was a brocade stool under her, which made her sit very comfortably. Shun Julie also sat next to her on the same brocade stool. While talking to her, he stuffed fish into her mouth. Ning Xiuma, who was eating delicious food, was very easy to talk to. Her eyebrows and eyes were curved, and she answered almost all of his questions. "Did you know Luo Jiuchen before?" Shun Julie asked casually. "No." Ning Xiuma blinked. Even in her dream, it was the first time she saw him, okay? Shen Juli's eyes flashed with a touch of deep thought. Ning Xuema's heart moved. In fact, she also wanted to ask about Luo Jiuchen's origin. You seem to be very familiar with that bastard. What does he do? He drugged me as soon as we met. Shen Juli's fingers carelessly handed her some handy tools, and he answered carelessly, he has bad intentions. You should stay away from him in the future. Who is he? Ning Xuema did not give up. Shen Juli stuffed a piece of fish in her mouth and blocked her mouth. Just an idler. Ning Xuema. She still wanted to say something, but Shen Juli clapped his hands. Well, I have given you all the fish. Is yours cooked? Ning Xuema looked at the big fish bone in his hand. It was a complete fish skeleton, and there was not a single piece of meat left. It turned out that he had unknowingly fed her all the grilled fish. This person's cooking skills were not for show. Compared to him, her cooking skills, which she had painstakingly practiced cooking skills, were at most passable. Her steamed fish was out of the pot, and the taste could only be said to be passable. Shen Juli sat there and tasted the food. She asked him unconfidently, is it good? Shen Juli ate elegantly and calmly, and answered her, it's still edible. It was edible. Even the dogs would not like to smell the food that she had cooked. With such an interruption, Ning Xuema forgot to ask about Luo Jiuchen. After eating and drinking, Ning Xuema was very satisfied. She felt that this was the life that only gods could live. The only flaw was that she could not bring little Nianma over and let him taste the precious fish. The little guy was still growing, so eating this would be very beneficial for him. Unfortunately, this was only a dream. She could not bring everything back from the dream. Nianma sighed. Nianma, mother, Nianma misses you. Don't leave Nianma alone. She vaguely heard a call in her ear. The voice was very far away and very vague, but it made her heart tremble. Her body stiffened. What's wrong? Shen Juli was holding her and looking at the stars. He was keenly aware of her abnormality. Chapter 1877. What's wrong? Shen Juli was holding her and looking at the stars. He was keenly aware of her abnormality. Did you hear anything? Ning Xuema asked with uncertainty. Shen Juli looked at her and asked, what did you hear? Little Nianma's voice. Ning Xuema answered casually. Nianma? Shen Juli raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Who is he? He is your son after 50,000 years. Ning Xuema wanted to say so, but she could not say it. She paused for a moment and tilted her head to listen again, but she couldn't hear any calls. Perhaps she was hallucinating. Ning Xuema looked at Shen Juli and suddenly had an idea. If she tried to tell him the truth, how would he react? However, even if she wanted to ask, she had to ask in a roundabout way. Julie, do you think I've changed a lot recently? Shen Juli looked at her and said, it is as if you have changed into a different person. After her body grew bigger, her personality was also very different from before. Shen Juli did not suspect that she was possessed by someone else. He had secretly checked her soul several times, but the soul inside was indeed her and not some wandering spirit. What was more strange was that he was actually used to her changed personality. It was as if she was supposed to be like this when she grew up. He also liked her personality when she grew up. When she was young, although his feelings for her were different, he only treated her as a child and did not have any improper thoughts about her. When she was poisoned, he even wanted to use a special method to detoxify her by consuming half of his spiritual power. He did not intend to use the most direct and simplest method. It wasn't until she became a completely different person and started to cling onto his body that his mentality suddenly changed. That was the reason why he was able to detoxify her last night. He looked at her beside him. She looked up at him with a pair of watery eyes. Her little face seemed to be stained with the glow of the sunset. He did not know why, but he suddenly remembered how she was under him last night. Suddenly, his throat tightened and his eyes gradually darkened. Ning Xuema did not know that she had been targeted by the wolf. She hugged his arm and tried to beat around the bush. Then, do you feel that I have matured? Shen Juli looked at her for a moment and his eyes darkened. You have indeed matured. Have you never suspected that I was possessed? Ning Xuema finally gathered the courage to ask. Your soul is in your body. Shun Juli answered. His eyes looked at her, was even more unpredictable. It turned out that he had already examined her soul body. It seemed that he was indeed suspicious. Ning Xiuma didn't know if it was because she was relieved or if it was because of something else, but when she lifted her head, she forgot that she was sitting in his embrace. The two of them were so close that when she lifted her head, it was just enough for her lips to meet his. Her red lips touched his thin lips. Her heart skipped a beat. She was about to lean back and move away from him, but he pressed her head down and kissed her lips forcefully. Oh, She wanted to say something else, but when she opened her mouth, his lips and tongue had already begun to invade her. Her heart was beating like thunder, and her head was buzzing. Focus, he whispered softly beside her lips. His movements were forceful and gentle, so she could not say another word. His movements could be said to be calm and composed, but it was incomparably forceful. The tip of his tongue opened her teeth and accurately searched for her tongue, forcing it to dance with him. He did not give her any room to retreat. Chapter 1878. She wanted to struggle, but her hands were firmly held by him. She was in his arms, so she had no choice but to let him do whatever he wanted. She originally thought that he just wanted a kiss from her, but she didn't expect him to fall to the ground while hugging and kissing her. In that instant, Ning Xiuma understood what he wanted to do. The moment she was pressed down by him, her heart was startled. Although the scenery here was magnificent, the ground beneath her feet was made of solid bluestone. Moreover, it was bumpy. If she fell on it, she was afraid that her back would be ground to mush before she could finish worrying. Her body had already landed on a soft blanket. This person was really well prepared. He even prepared a blanket. But they were outside, okay? She pushed him away and blushed like an apple. We can't do it here. Don't worry. There's only you and me here. No one else, but no buts. Be good. There's still poison in your body. Ning Xiuma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't have any poison left in her body. Okay? He was the one with the poison in his body, wasn't he? No, he couldn't say that there was still poison in his body, but he was addicted to it. It turned out that this divine master was also like this when he had a taste. The stars around the peak rose and fell. The wind blew the white veil at the corner of the pavilion. The world was peaceful, and he and she were very harmonious. It was not an ordinary harmony. She couldn't deny that this Almighty was very studious. When he made love with her for the first time, his movements were a little stiff and painful. But now, the Almighty was a professional player. This lasted for a long time. Ning Xiuma felt that the fish she ate had been used up by this exercise. Time passed, and it was already the latter half of the night. Ning Xiuma was so tired that she lay on the blanket and couldn't get up. Shun Juli, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He was cleaning her up and applying medicine on her wounds. When he was cleaning a certain part of her body, the shyness that she felt when she ran away from home suddenly returned. She could not help but block it. He looked at her hand gesture and guessed. Do you want more? Want your sister? Ning Xiuma opened her eyes and tried to get up. I'll do it myself. However, the moment he moved, he felt as if his entire body was falling apart. He didn't want to move at all. We're already like this. Why are you still shy? Shen Juli found it strange. Any woman would be shy, all right. Ning Xiuma thought that she had a thorough understanding of the Almighty, but now she realized that she only knew the surface. Once this supreme divinity decided to act shamelessly, it could completely change her worldview. She turned to look at him. His robes were already neat and tidy, and his celestial aura was floating. He still looked untainted by the mortal world. Looking back at himself, he was just like the saying in a dream of the Red Chamber, naked and without any worries. Fortunately, he had already cleaned her up. Ning Xiuma grabbed the clothes next to her and put them on. Shun Jili sat at the side and watched her busy herself. When she was dressed, he waved to her and said, "Come here." How would Ning Xiuma dare to go over? She looked at him cautiously. What are you doing? She didn't want to come again. If she came again, she wouldn't be able to leave this mountain. She was afraid that he would cast a spell to pull her over again. She even took a few steps back and rejected him sternly. I don't want to come again. Chapter 1879. Shunjili raised his eyebrows in surprise. I just want to give you a massage to loosen your muscles and bones. What are you thinking? Ning Xiaoma was speechless. Shunjili sighed. I didn't expect you to be impure so soon. Ning Xiaoma had the urge to bite him. Damn it. He had been flirting with her all along. Why did he label her as an impure person? She never thought that Shunjili would have such a wicked taste after his first taste. Even when he was with Shui Yimo, he did not seem to be like this. At that time, he was more fond of Shui Yimo. Perhaps he already knew that she came with a purpose, so his eyes were always flashing with deep thoughts. As for the time when little Nianmao was with her, she miserably had sex with him once. After that, he disappeared, and later, he violently punished her. Unlike this time, she did not know that he could be so evil. This kind of him made her feel a little strange, so she moved her but back again. What are you afraid of? Shunjili sat there and looked at her. His tone was very patient. Are you afraid that I will eat you up? Damn it. He had already eaten her 3 times today, all right? The reason why she was still so lively was all because of her good health. Come here. I will make you very comfortable. Shunjili sat there solemnly. His words were like the big bad wolf who was tempting Little Red Riding Hood, but his tone was very serious. Ning Xiaomo wanted to cry, but had no tears. His words could easily lead people astray. Shunjili's fingers tapped on the futon under him. He looked like he was about to laugh. Xiaomo, if I want to do anything to you, even if you are 800 feet away from me, I can still make you throw yourself into my arms in an instant. This sentence was indeed true. Ning Xiaoma certainly knew what he was capable of. He could indeed do this with just a few gestures. Thus, she sat in front of him and turned her back to him. All right, since you're still sincere, I'll let you serve me this time. Shunjili smiled. Naturally, he didn't want to argue with her anymore. His massage technique was very professional, and he also used a spell during the massage. Therefore, the soreness in Ning Xiaoma's body disappeared like snow melting away. Moreover, his actions were very proper, and he didn't take advantage of her at all. Ning Xiaoma finally breathed a sigh of relief. After such a torment, she had forgotten what she wanted to say earlier. The night breeze was getting colder. Ning Xiaoma subconsciously leaned into his arms and sighed. Everything is just like a dream. If only this was not a dream. If only she could bring little Nianma here, then she would be satisfied. The two of them snuggled together and looked at the flowing river of stars and the overlapping sun and moon outside. Shunjili seemed to have thought of something. Let's pick a date and have the wedding. Although he didn't care about the ceremony, since she liked it, he would do it as soon as possible. Ning Xiaoma's heart skipped a beat. She could not help but ask, do you really want to marry me? Shunjili raised his eyebrows. Don't you want to marry me? You even brought a lot of dowry. Do you want me to show you the proposal letter? Ning Xiaoma coughed. That thing, didn't you burn it? Well, I wanted to burn it, but it was not easy to ignite it. So, I threw it into the storage space. Shunjili pinched his fingertips, and a red invitation letter appeared in his palm. Do you want me to read it to you? Ning Xiaoma coughed. Since she already had little Xiaoma's memory, she naturally knew what was written on the invitation letter. Chapter 1880. Julie, you and I love each other, so we're doing good for the people. Marry me and be my husband. I have countless jewels as my dowry. She was so straightforward that it made people's hair stand on end. Shunjili stretched out his finger and knocked on her head. I have taught you for a few years, and you still learn to be like this. You are a disgrace to me. When he first saw the post, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had the impulse to pull her over and slap the post on her face. Ning Xiaoma understood that the reason why little Xiaoma was like that was because of the environment. Shunjili only came once every 10 days or half a month to teach her. Each time he came, the time was limited. He just let her memorize books. She memorized a lot of books, but after all, she was in the demon realm and the devil realm. There were few people in the demon realm and the devil realm who were literate. Everyone was generally very straightforward. Little Xiaoma grew up in that kind of environment. Gradually, she developed a temperament where she would use her fists to subdue others. In addition, after she entered the devil realm, She had not seen Shunjuli for nearly 1,000 years. Thus, she had long forgotten all the literary words that he taught her. Therefore, when she proposed to Shunjuli, she wrote such a straightforward letter. Even the words were written in a threatening manner. Shunjuli sighed when he read it. Every time he saw her, he had the urge to drag her to his side and make her his woman again. Straightforward, naive, reckless, but her strength was off the charts. When she smiled, her eyelashes curved like an angel. When she cried, her tears rolled down in pairs, making people want to hold her in their arms and pamper her. This was the feeling that little Xiuma gave people. Shunjuli had lived for too long and was too bored. He had saved many people or things, and even brought back the particularly clever ones to teach for a few days. However, he had never been very patient with this. No matter how smart and clever a spiritual pet was, after raising it for a while, he would let it go again, or let it choose another master. Of course, he had adopted more spiritual pets, but it was the first time he had raised a demon. He was the master of the 6 realms, so the devil realm was naturally under his jurisdiction. Naturally, he would not look down on the devil realm. However, it was still very refreshing for him to personally teach a devil that was born from the heavens and earth. For the first time, after teaching her for so many years, he actually didn't get tired of teaching her. After she ran off to the devil world to conquer the world, although he no longer went to see her, he still paid attention to her news from time to time. He knew that with her ability, she wouldn't suffer any losses. Later on, when she became the devil master, he even had the feeling that the child he taught had finally grown up and become a talent. As for her sudden proposal letter, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he naturally ignored it. He did not think that he would want to marry a child. What's more, her method of marriage proposal was so strange that he would never agree to it. But even if he didn't agree, he still treated her differently. He still cared about her and paid attention to her movements. He even kept looking for ways to make her grow up completely originally. He had never thought of taking her as his wife, but from a certain point last night, it was as if he had changed his nature. The thought of wanting her was howling in his chest, and he wanted to keep her by his side forever. Since he wanted her and could also cure her poison, he naturally went with the flow. He was not an irresponsible person. When he and she were having sex, he had already made up his mind to marry her. Now that he mentioned it, he casually pinched her little face. In a few days, I will draft a marriage proposal letter and send it to your M.O. palace to prepare for our marriage. Chapter 1881. Ning Xuemal widened her eyes. This was too fast. It was too smooth. Was she really dreaming? Was there a time when their marriage was so smooth? It was impossible, right? Ning Xuemal suddenly thought of something. All right, we can't get married, right? Didn't they say that gods and devils can't love each other? Shunjuli raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who said that gods and devils can't love each other? Why do you say that? Ning Xuemal was also stunned. She blurted out, didn't they say that gods and devils can't coexist? If gods and devils love each other, they will go against heaven's law and bring disaster, bring about the destruction of the world. Shunjuli stretched his legs and rested his chin on his hand. He looked at her thoughtfully and said, where did this saying come from? Why didn't I know? Could it be that the Shunjuli of this world didn't know about heaven's law? Then when did he know? Ning Xuemal felt a little confused. She coughed. It said that this is heaven's prophecy. Maybe heaven's law hasn't made this prophecy yet, but it doesn't mean that it won't happen in the future. Shunjuli glanced at the white stone not far away and then looked at her in his arms. Heaven's law, no one knows it better than me. If it really had a prophecy, I would be the first to know. Now, I don't know, so how did you know? Ning Xuemal choked. Shunjuli looked at her with a deep gaze. Xuemal, are you hiding something from me? If she told him that she was Xuemal 50,000 years later, what would he think? What would he do? Ning Xuemal made up her mind and looked at him. Julie, have you heard of time travel? Shunjuli looked at her and shook his head slightly. Ning Xuemal took another breath. Actually, I'm not the current Xuemal. I'm 50,000 years from now. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly heard a heart-wrenching cry. Mother, don't leave Nyinma behind. That cry was extremely sharp, like a heavy hammer striking her heart. There was a loud bang in her head, and she felt dizzy. When she came back to her senses, she was surprised to find that she was floating in the air. She subconsciously looked down, but before she could see anything clearly, she heard another cry. Mother! Wow, Mother! Ning Xiuema shuddered. The space in front of her suddenly twisted and spun like a kaleidoscope. Then she felt her vision go black. Her body felt heavier than ever. Ning Xiuema opened her eyes and saw the light blue bed curtain. Outside the bed curtains, a luminous pearl emitted a faint light. Her hand was tightly held by someone, and a small head was pressed against her hand, crying heartbreakingly, Mother, don't go. Mother, don't go. You can't abandon Nianma. Nianma will be good and obedient. You can't do this to me. Warm tears flowed down her hand. Ning Xiuema's hand trembled, and she was completely awakened. Her lips moved. Nianma, the little head on her hand, suddenly froze, and then he looked up in disbelief. The moment his eyes met hers, the child's eyes suddenly opened wide, and his voice trembled. Mother! His little face was streaked with tears, and his eyes were swollen from crying. His big eyes looked like small eyes from crying. He plunged into her arms. The little child was only 2 feet tall. He pulled Ning Xiuema's clothes and cried loudly, Mother, you scared me to death. Woo! Chapter 1882. Nianma plunged into Ning Xiuema's arms. The little child was only 2 feet tall. He tugged at Ning Xiuema's clothes and cried loudly, Mother, you scare me to death. At this time, he finally cried to express his grievances like a child who was only a few months old. Ning Xiuema struggled to hold him. She felt that this body was very heavy, and many parts of her body were in pain. However, it was her body in this world that had just returned from Mother Earth and was severely injured. Imo, you're finally back. A voice was heard from above. The voice was vaguely familiar. Ning Xiuema heard it and looked up. Her body was slightly stiff. A handsome and tall man in a purple robe was standing in front of her bed. He was waving a fan in his hand and looking at her with a smile. There were waves of light in his dark eyes. It seemed as if he was happy and teasing her at the same time. There was also an indescribable emotion in his eyes. His purple robe was extremely complicated and gorgeous. The light from the luminous pearl above his head shone on his purple robe, making it look as if there was water flowing on his purple robe. Dao Tianshun. No, it was Luo Jiuqin, the guy who drugged her 50,000 years ago. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Ning Xiuema's mind, but she did not show it on her face. She even raised her eyebrows in surprise. Who are you? Her reaction was very fast. At this moment, she already knew where she was. She was back in the real world, and the person in front of her was the only person who existed 50,000 years ago. Perhaps he was also the person who knew the truth. If she asked directly, he would never tell her with his scheming mind. Therefore, she had to find a way to ask him. Her eyes were too pure, as if she had just woken up from a dream. It did not look like her soul had just returned. Luo Jiuqin looked at her and seemed to be trying to find something from her face. After a moment, he slowly smiled with a gentle smile. I am Dao Tianshun, and I am also the only honored lord in this world. You were severely injured and dying, and I saved you. Do you know that you almost died? He looked at the clock in the middle of the hall and sighed again. If you hadn't woken up in another 15 minutes, then I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Fortunately, you've come back and you're awake. The only honored lord? What kind of title was that? Ning Xiuema was not interested in the other things he said, but she did not like these words. Her heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad premonition. What does the only venerable mean? Luo Jiuqin sat on a chair beside her bed and smiled. I am the only great lord in the 6 realms. He then glanced at little Nianma, who was staring at him in Ning Xiuema's arms. I have agreed to one of the conditions of this little guy. One of the conditions is that he cannot be called a deity, so I call him Great Lord. Ning Xiuema's face paled. Another god. After this world's Shun Jiuli's soul was destroyed, another god appeared in this world. Mother Earth once said that gods and devils couldn't coexist, and gods and devils couldn't love each other either. If there were gods, there wouldn't be devils, and if there were devil masters, there wouldn't be gods anymore. If she wanted a god to be reborn, she, the devil master, had to die. When she came back from Mother Earth, she planned to leave this continent with little Nianma as soon as she recovered. As long as she was not on this continent, perhaps Shunjuli could be reborn in 100 years. However, now another god had appeared. In this world, gods and devils couldn't coexist, but there couldn't be two gods, right? If Luo Jiuchen was really a god, did it mean that Shunjuli would never come back? Chapter 1883. Ning Xuema felt that her hands and feet were cold. She looked at him for a moment and suddenly sneered. You are boasting too much. Do you think you are the master of heaven and earth just because you said so? You don't believe me? Luo Jiuchen stopped waving his fan. Only a fool would believe you. Ning Xuema was disdainful. Luo Jiuchen chuckled. His smile was absolutely beautiful and had a soul-stirring power. If he showed such a smile to other women, those women would be instantly killed. They would be obsessed with his smile, allowing him to do whatever he wanted and obeying him in every way. However, the mother and daughter in the hall were not interested in his smile. Shen Yanma was the first to jump up. Now that his mother was back, he had more confidence. You are not the master of heaven and earth. My father is. Don't try to fool us. Luo Jiuchen's eyes showed a hint of a smile. Little Nianma, your father was indeed the master of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, he has Luo Jiuchen. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Xuema interrupted him. Although her voice was still a little weak, it was very powerful. Luo Jiuchen's pair of charming phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced at Ning Xuema's face. Imo, do you still remember me? She called out his real name as soon as they met. Did she still remember the things that happened 50,000 years ago? Rumor had it that she had lost her memory from 50,000 years ago. Ning Xuema did not say anything. She just closed her eyes slightly. You can go out. I am tired. Imo. Luo Jiuchen's eyes flashed slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Ning Xuema did not open her eyes. Her voice was weak. Luo Jiuchen, I don't want to talk about the past now. I'm tired. Let me rest. Her face was indeed very pale. It seemed that she would faint at any time. Luo Jiuchen paused and sighed softly. Have a good rest. I will come to see you tomorrow. Nianma was fast asleep. The child had been watching over her for 3 days without rest. He had cried for 3 days and finally fell asleep. She was sleeping in her arms, her small hands unconsciously clutching her clothes tightly, as if she was afraid that she would run away again. Even in his sleep, he was restless. From time to time, he would mutter, Mother, don't leave Nianma. The 3 days that she was in a coma must have traumatized the child. Ning Xuema gently placed her palm on her son's eyes. Although she was very tired, she still insisted on reducing the swelling in her son's eyes. She then pulled the child closer to her side, letting him lean closer to her. There were only the two of them left in this world. She was the child's pillar of support, so she couldn't willfully abandon him. She had just talked to her son and found out everything that had happened after she fainted. She knew that she had been dead for 3 days. She also knew that Luo Jiuchen was released from the bell by Nianma. She also knew that Luo Jiuchen had to agree to 3 conditions. 2 of the conditions had been fulfilled. Perhaps, after he had completed the 3 conditions, he would truly become a god and replace Shunjuli. When she thought of the last point, Ning Xuema broke out in a cold sweat. She would never allow such a thing to happen. Shunjuli was irreplaceable. She did not hope that Shunjuli would always be a god, but once Luo Jiuchen became a god, it meant that Shunjuli would never come back. Ning Xuema's senses were still very sharp. When Luo Jiuchen stood here, just now, his aura was very strong. Chapter 1884. Ning Xuema's senses were still very sharp. When Luo Jiuchen stood here, just now, the aura around him was very strong. It was almost as strong as Shunjuli's. Therefore, she could not completely deny this person's words. Now, this person was a huge threat. Both Ning Xuema and Nianma's injuries were minor, so they could not confront this person head-on. Therefore, Ning Shuama temporarily used a stalling tactic to send this person away first. Ning Shuama closed her eyes slightly and silently thought. Since Shun Julie immortalized and she came to Fanteon Palace, many things had happened. She had to carefully think through it. However, there were too many clues, and they were like a mess in her mind. She could not sort them out at the moment. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyebrows. Her body was a little sore after lying down for a long time, so she gently turned over. However, this time, she froze. The area between her legs was sore and numb, and it hurt a little. This symptom, it was clearly the symptom of just having sex. Could it be that she was raped by Luo Jiochin when she was in a coma? No, it could not be. Little Nianma also said that he had not left her side for the past 3 days. No matter how bad Luo Jiochin's character was, he could not have done such a dirty thing in front of a child, right? She thought of the dream again, and her heart suddenly moved. In the dream, she and Shun Julie had a few tender moments. She remembered that when she woke up, she had just been intimate with Shun Julie. Could the sex in the dream also make the body in the real world feel the same? Dream? Was it really a dream? Little Nianma said that she felt like she was dead for the past 3 days. There was no sound, not even a heartbeat. It was clearly a symptom of her soul leaving her body. Was it not a dream? Was it just like when she ran to Yi Qingwan's place? Did her soul travel through time and space to 50,000 years in the past? If it was time travel, then everything she encountered there was real. Shun Julie was real, and she had a relationship with him was real. The story of Lil Shuama was also real. And most importantly, what Mother Earth said about gods and devils not being able to love each other, gods and devils not being able to coexist, this so-called heavenly Tao was also false. Otherwise, with Shun Julie's intelligence, there was no way he wouldn't know. Where did this rule come from? Or perhaps there was no such rule at all. Mother Earth lied? But that woman clearly swore at that time, and it didn't seem like she was lying. Maybe after he recovered from his injuries, he would go and find Mother Earth again. Even if he had to force her, he would force her to tell him the truth about what happened 50,000 years ago. Strange. How did he travel back in time to 50,000 years in a row? And every time, it was in this palace. Was there something special about this palace? 100 thoughts flashed through Ning Shuama's mind. She couldn't lie down anymore, so she simply put on her clothes and got out of bed. Her body was also very weak. She staggered when she got down, and the wounds on her body hurt faintly. She closed her eyes and rested for a while before starting to get busy in the hall. She used to be a special agent, and searching for things was her forte. As long as there was even the slightest abnormality in this hall, she would be able to find it. However, no, she did not find anything. The only thing she felt was that this hall was cooler than other places, and Shun Julie's aura was slightly heavier. Ning Shuama was actually a little absent-minded during the process of searching. It was too similar. The layout of this hall was too similar to what it was 50,000 years ago. Even the furniture had not been changed. The screen, the light blue bed curtain, and the vase painted with mandala flowers. Chapter 1885. The screen, the light blue bed curtains, and the vase with mandala flowers. Everything was so familiar. It was as if the 50,000 years were just a waste of time. There was no trace left in this hall at all. Even the quilt on the big bed was like the quilt in the past. The second time she had sex with Shun Julie was on this big bed. She felt as if there was boiling water in her heart. That time was just a dream to her. Who would have thought that there was a gap of 50,000 years in between? Now, everything was there except for him. After all, she had just woken up after being dead for 3 days. Her body was still very tired, but she did not feel sleepy. She recalled the time travel journey again. At the last moment, she wanted to say that she came from 50,000 years in the future. However, her soul left her body and traveled back in time. Was it a coincidence? Or was it something that she could not say? She left just like that. Did her body faint or return to her 50,000 years in the past? Would Shun Julie notice it? What would he do? Thousands of questions were hovering in her mind. She was having a headache from thinking too much. She simply covered herself with a quilt and went to sleep. Her eyes fell on the quilt again. She clearly remembered that she was lying in the same bed with Shun Julie until dawn. Now, there were only her and little Nianma in the quilt. There seemed to be a soft part of her heart that was suddenly hit by someone. The pain was unbearable. The saddest thing was that things had changed. She closed her eyes again. If she had a dream, would she travel back in time and see him again? With this beautiful fantasy in mind, she fell asleep in a daze. In fact, not only did she not dream of Shun Julie that night, but she also did not dream of him for the next 4 or 5 days. It was drizzling. The pitter-patter of light rain weaved into a curtain of rain, making the world hazy. The sound of a flute came from afar and echoed in the drizzling night. Ning Xuema frowned slightly. These days, Luo Jiuchen had been playing the flute for half a day. To be honest, the sound of the flute was really good. His skill was comparable to that of the legendary Xiao Shi, who could play the flute to attract phoenixes. Fortunately, no birds or beasts could enter the Fanteon Palace by themselves. Otherwise, his flute music might have attracted a phoenix. Even if he couldn't attract a phoenix, he could at least attract a peacock. Ning Xuema felt that his flute sound was vaguely familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. Her memory was amazing, and she had the memories of 3 lifetimes. However, in these 3 lifetimes, there was no memory of this flute. Then, when did she hear it? It couldn't be the prenatal music she heard in her mother's womb, right? Every time she heard this music, she felt a little irritated. Now, in this boundless rainy night, hearing his sorrowful flute music made her even more irritated. Lil Nianma was studying. He was also annoyed when he heard that. He covered his ears and complained, "Isn't this person annoying? You brag about it every day as if you're mourning." Ning Xuema touched his head. "Mother, let's go out and have a look." Little Nianma pulled the corner of her clothes. "Mother, this person is an old fox. Don't be fooled by him." Ning Xuema chuckled and flicked his head. "Of course not. Who do you think your mother is? I will never be fooled by him." She turned and walked out. She also set up a soundproof wizardry barrier in the room to prevent the sound of the flute from disturbing her son. Chapter 1886. It was drizzling. In the small pavilion, Luo Jiuchen was leaning against the railing. The sound of the flute was long and lingering, as if it was telling the sorrow of parting. He stood there like this, looking like a fallen flower, standing alone, and a pair of swallows flying in the rain. Ning Xuema did not appreciate it. She landed outside the pavilion and looked at him with her arms crossed. When the sound of the flute stopped, Luo Jiuchen's eyes were fixed on Ning Xuema. "Amo, is my flute sound good?" "It is very good. It is so noisy that Nianma can't study hard." Ning Xuema laughed. "However, I would like to advise you. After all, you're only a guest in the Fanteon Palace. It is not good for the guest to always disturb the host. Nianma, and I do not like the sound of the flute. If you want to play it, you can go somewhere else." Luo Jiuchen looked at her. In the rainy night, his eyes were a little deep. "Imo, don't you think that the sound of the flute is very familiar? You used to love listening to this flute." Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. She had recovered the memory of the Devil Master, but it was still in the dream. She did not know what happened after that. Perhaps she could take this opportunity to ask more questions. Perhaps she could get some information. She smiled faintly. The past is not the present. People's preferences change. It has been too long, and too many things have happened. Forgive me for my poor memory. I can't remember some things clearly. By the way, when have I heard the sound of your flute? When you were a child? No, when you were still in the stone egg. Imo, you were actually hatched by me." Luo Jiuchen's eyes were bright. Damn it, it was really prenatal music. She raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "Go on." Luo Jiuchen sighed softly. "More than 50,000 years ago, I accidentally found a stone egg in the mountains and recognized it as a natural spiritual object. But at that time, you were targeted by a snake and almost fell into its stomach. It was I who saved you from the snake's mouth and placed you in a place with rich spiritual power to make it easier for you to hatch. At that time, I was afraid that you would be bored, so I played the flute by your side every day. Every time you heard it, you would let the eggshell light up to match my rhythm. You were very obedient. Later, I had to leave for a period of time, and when I came back, I couldn't find you anymore." He seemed to be immersed in ancient memories as he slowly recounted. Ning Xiaoma looked at him and didn't say anything. It turned out that she was indebted to this person for hatching her, but he had also plotted against her, causing her to almost lose her life. With this, they could be considered even. "Amo, I fell in love with you at first sight. I've been looking for you all this time." He smiled at her again, his eyes full of affection. Love at first sight for an egg. Then his taste was really strange. This person was a smiling tiger. You would never be able to guess what he said was true and what he said was false. He smiled like a magnanimous immortal, but the things he did were completely different. These days, his gentle offensive towards her was very obvious. When she was bedridden, not only did he come to visit her every day and talk to her, but he also brought her all kinds of nutritional products and all kinds of rare fruits to nourish her body. In order to get information from him, Ning Xiaoma also tried to talk to him. However, this person was really an old fox. His words were watertight. Ning Xiaoma didn't get any valuable information from him after asking several times, so she was too lazy to deal with him. When Ning Xiaoma heard him say love at first sight, she smiled slightly. "Your Excellency's words are a bit untrue. This is the first time I've heard of someone falling in love with an egg at first sight." Chapter 1887. When Ning Xiaoma heard him say love at first sight, she smiled slightly. "Your Excellency's words are a bit untrue. This is the first time I've heard of someone falling in love with an egg at first sight." Taking a step back, if you really did fall in love with me at first sight, why did you harm me in the sea? Why did you drug me? Luo Jiuqin's eyes deepened, and there seemed to be a dark light flickering in his eyes. After a while, he smiled and said in a gentle voice, "Mo, I like you, but at that time, you only had Shun Julie in your heart. That's why I drugged you. I wanted to get you." He saw that Ning Xiaoma's expression was not good, and then sighed. "I also know that I used the wrong method, so I've always wanted to make it up to you." He was lying. Ning Xiaoma did not believe that he would come up with such a seemingly legitimate, but actually fabricated reason. This lousy reason could fool the inexperienced little Xiaoma, but to fool Ning Xiaoma, he was fooling a fool. Ning Xiaoma pursed her lips and smiled. She tilted her head and looked at him. "I don't believe it. You want to use me to scheme against Shun Julie, right?" Luo Jiuqin's expression changed. "How do I scheme against him?" Ning Xiaoma blinked her eyes. "The poison you gave me can't be neutralized with ordinary antidotes. Aside from using the matter between a man and a woman to neutralize it, there should be other special methods to neutralize it. For example, using divine power or something like that. At that time, I wasn't tall enough, so it wasn't suitable for the matter between a man and a woman. You also know Shun Julie's character, so he wouldn't use the most direct method. He could only use special methods to cure it. You wanted to use Shun Julie's divine power, right?" Luo Jiuqin's fingers held the flute, and he looked her up and down. He sighed softly. "Mo, it seems that you really do remember. In fact, I drug you because I wanted to get you, but I accidentally let Shun Julie beat me to it. That day, he used a special method to save you. It'd consume a lot of divine power, but that was not my original intention. Later, I did not know that he had used that method in the battle with him. After all, after he cured you, he expelled you from the Fanteon Palace. You were crying so hard that I thought you were wronged and felt indignant, so I injured him in that battle." Ning Xiaoma's heart skipped a beat. What Luo Jiuqin said was different for what she had seen and experienced in her dream. If she hadn't transmigrated to replace little Xiaoma, she reckoned that Shun Julie would have to expend a lot of divine power to cure her poison. And because of this, he lost to Luo Jiuqin. However, she had already replaced little Xiaoma and had slept with the Almighty. She had also detoxified the poison in his body. Shun Julie should not need to waste any more of his divine power. Did that mean that the outcome of the battle between him and Luo Jiuqin had changed? Did he change something that happened 50,000 years ago? She calmly leaned against the pillar and asked, "What happened after that?" Luo Jiuqin's eyes fell on her. "You forgot what happened after that." Ning Xiaoma gently flipped her hair. "It's been too long. I forgot most of it. Tell me. Maybe I'll remember everything. Luo Jiuchen walked to her side. Amo, the past is the past. Why are you still talking about it? You should learn to look forward. Ning Xiuma looked at him sideways. What do you mean? Luo Jiuchen raised his hand to stroke her hair. Ning Xiuma took a step back to avoid him. He sighed softly. Shun Jiuli has disappeared. He will never appear again, and you still have a long time. Are you going to be alone for the rest of your life? Why don't you marry me? I've always liked you. Chapter 1888. Luo Jiuchen raised his hand to stroke her hair, but Ning Xiuma took a step back to avoid him. He sighed softly. Shun Jiuli has disappeared, and he will never appear again. You still have a long life ahead of you. Are you going to be alone for the rest of your life? Why don't you marry me? I've always liked you, and you actually like me too. You were just blinded by Shun Jiuli for a while. You and I should be a proper couple. Not only did this bastard want to take Shun Jiuli's position as a god, but he also wanted to take his wife. Ning Xiuma said lightly, Since you are a god, how noble is your identity? What kind of girl can't you have? Why care about a widow? Imo, I don't care that you were with him before, nor do I care about that child. If you are willing, I will raise that child as my own son. I like you. So will you marry me? Luo Jiuchen took another step forward and raised his hand to pull her. Ning Xiuma's heart was filled with anger, but she didn't show it on her face. She took another step back. Luo Jiuchen's figure flashed slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind her. He raised his hand and put it around her shoulder. Mo, can't you see my feelings for you? His movements were extremely fast and overbearing. Ning Xiuma was seriously injured and hadn't recovered yet, so she didn't avoid him and was hugged by him. There was a faint fragrance on his body, which was different from the cold fragrance on Shun Jiuli's body. His fragrance was slightly warm, which seemed to be able to let people down their guard and accept him. Ning Xiuma struggled, but he seemed to be determined to win. He held her tighter and simply put an arm around her waist. Mo, I've waited for more than 50,000 years. Isn't this infatuation enough? His voice seemed to have the power to bewitch people and make them submit to him. Ning Xiuma looked up at him and sneered. You've waited for me for more than 50,000 years? I don't believe it. You've only been imprisoned for 50,000 years. I've been thinking about you for the past 50,000 years, Luo Jiuchen said affectionately. He looked at her in his arms. Very good. She actually didn't have any intention of struggling. The woman in his arms had a pair of watery eyes. Although her small mouth was still sickly pale, the shape of her lips was excellent. When she pursed her lips slightly, he wanted to pry them open and taste her beauty. Luo Jiuchen's eyes darkened and his body heated up. He lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, a soft finger pressed against his lips, preventing him from approaching. Ning Xiuma glared at him. Why are you in such a hurry? Can we talk nicely? She glanced at him with a hint of affection. It could be said that her eyes were like silk, and she was more delicate than a flower. Luo Jiuchen's heart trembled. He hugged her tighter, and his handsome face was closer to her. Didn't we make it clear? What else do you want to hear? Ning Xiuma pouted. But I still don't know your true identity. You keep saying that you have feelings for me, but you're so mysterious. After all, Ning Xiuma used to be a special agent. One of the special agent's skills was to use seduction to seduce people into telling the truth in order to get the information they wanted. Ning Xiuma didn't use this easily, but once she used it, few men could resist her charm. She was now the Devil Master and had the ability to seduce people. Once she used the combination of the two, it could be said that even gods and ghosts couldn't resist her. After all, Luo Jiuchen didn't know her well. In his mind, she was still the innocent little girl from 50,000 years ago. Chapter 1889. After all, Luo Jiuchen didn't know much about her now. His impression of her was still that of a simple little girl who hadn't grown up 50,000 years ago. In an instant, he fell into Ning Xiuma's trap. His mind rippled, and he had an impulse to give her his heart. It turns out that you were worried about me. In fact, it doesn't matter if I tell you. There used to be a god of creation in this world. The god of creation created everything in the world and all living beings in the 6 realms. He finally told her all about his life experience. It turned out that there was also the creation of heaven and earth in this world. The so-called god of creation was a bit similar to Pangu in Chinese mythology. After he created heaven and earth, he died of exhaustion. All kinds of organs in his body transformed everything in the world and all living beings in the six realms. Because it was just the beginning of the chaos, there was no distinction between good and evil. All living beings in the six realms were in the stage of ignorance and instinct. Every day, they fought for territory. The six realms were in chaos, and blood flowed like rivers. There were no rules, just like a country couldn't have no laws to restrain its people. Heaven and earth urgently needed a rule to restrain all living beings in the six realms. So there was the way of heaven. The way of heaven was the rule of heaven and earth. If all living beings in the six realms violated the way of heaven, they would be punished by the way of heaven. Since there was the way of heaven, there was also the guardian and executor of the way of heaven. Thus, there was the emergence of God. There could only be one God. It was unknown whether something had gone wrong with heaven and earth, or whether heaven and earth were afraid that one person would be too strong, or perhaps they wanted the gods to have competitors. Heaven and earth naturally gave birth to a main god, and after a few years, another sub-god was born. The master god was Shunjiuli, and the master god was Luo Jiuchen. If the master god died, the master god could be promoted to the master god and become the new guardian of the way of heaven. Moreover, the master god could also challenge the master god. If the master god wanted to abide by the way of heaven, he had to accept the challenge. Of course, when Luo Jiuchen told her about his life experience, he didn't say anything about the master god and the master god. He meant that there were two gods in the world, and the two gods could compete for the position. Luo Jiuchen didn't want to fight for power. He wanted to be free in the six realms, so he gave the position of the master god to Shunjiuli. Although he spoke in a dignified manner, Ning Xuema sneered in her heart. Although she didn't have much contact with Luo Jiuchen, she had a general understanding of his temperament. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that he wasn't ambitious. 50,000 years ago, in order to fight for the position of the chief god, he must have caused a lot of trouble for Shunjiuli and used a lot of underhanded means. For example, he drugged little Xuema and wanted to cause Shunjiuli to lose a lot of his power. This was a good example. As for the rest, Ning Xuema hadn't recovered her memories from that time, so she naturally didn't know. However, she could roughly deduce it. It seemed that the appearance of little Xuema was an opportunity for Luo Jiuchen to plot against Shunjiuli frequently. This person's kung fu was not much worse than Shunjiuli's. If Shunjiuli lost half of his power to save little Xuema, he would definitely not be Luo Jiuchen's opponent. It was not surprising that he failed and was injured. However, she didn't know what happened later that made Shunjiuli lock Luo Jiuchen in the Tian Dao Bell. Little Xuema sacrificed herself to seal Zisha, and Shunjiuli went to other continents. After Luo Jiuchen finished talking about his life experience, his eyes focused on Ning Xuema's face. I have always disdained to fight for the position of the Master God with Shunjiuli, but I couldn't bear to let you be hurt, so I had to fight for it with him. Now that he has disappeared, there can only be one Master God in this world, so he won't come back no matter what. You have to think about your own happiness. You are the Devil Lord, and I am the Master God. You and I are a match made in heaven. Chapter 1890. He was handsome, and he wasn't inferior to Shunjiuli. Especially his eyes. They were like flowing waves, rippling with deep affection. When such a man spoke gently to someone, it was hard to resist his charm. Ning Xuema bit her lips and seemed to have been bewitched by him. She was slightly moved, but she still struggled to say, "No way, right? Didn't they say that the love of gods and devils is the calamity of the six realms? It will cause the purple fiend to explode." Shunjiuli. His soul was scattered because of this. If you also become a god, our love will still trigger the calamity of heaven and earth. Therefore, we definitely can't. Luo Jiuchen's smiling eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. The love of gods and devils is the calamity of the six realms? Who said so? How can I not know? Ning Shuma's heart stirred, and she immediately sold out Heavenly Tao. It's Heavenly Tao. It said that Heavenly Tao has a warning. Luo Jiuchen frowned slightly. I don't believe it. Could it be Shinjili who told you? Ning Shuma sighed gently and sold Mother Earth out. It's Mother Earth. She said she saw the warning of Heavenly Tao. Luo Jiuchen chuckled. Only the guardian of Heavenly Tao can understand the Heavenly Tao Stone. Even if that Mother Earth saw it, she wouldn't understand. So she must be lying. But she didn't look like she was lying. Maybe the Heavenly Tao Stone really did have such a warning. Therefore, I can't take this risk. Ning Shuima shook her head. Luo Jiuchen's gaze flickered slightly, and he suddenly grabbed her slender waist. Let's go. I'll bring you to see the Heavenly Tao Stone. She had to admit that this Luo Jiuchen's skills were truly high. When he said this, he was still in the small pavilion beside the lake, but when he finished speaking, he had already brought Ning Xiuma to the peak of the single stone peak. It was drizzling, and he casually conjured an umbrella to cover the two of them. Ning Xiuma pushed the umbrella and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "With our skills, why do we need an umbrella?" Luo Jiuchen smiled. Imo, don't you think this is more romantic? Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. It was as if he had been stabbed by an awl. He froze, and Ning Xiuma took the opportunity to escape from his embrace. Luo Jiuchen's eyes fell on her feet. He didn't know when she had put on a pair of strange shoes on her slender feet. The heels were high and sharp. The pain on his feet just now was caused by her stepping on such heels. The place where she had stepped on was burning with pain. He narrowed his eyes and shivered. Imo, what do you mean by this? Ning Xiuma swayed gracefully in her high heels. With an innocent look on her face, she said, "These are new shoes that I invented. That's why I'm wearing it for you to see." Why? You don't like it? She lowered her eyes slightly and looked a little aggrieved. So you can't even accept my shoes, then? The beauty was angry, and when she walked in such shoes, she did have a kind of enchanting style. Her face was innocent, and she had a kind of frightening charm. Luo Jiuchen's mind suddenly swayed, and he naturally didn't blame her. Ah, I see. Imo, you look very good in these shoes. I like it very much. He wanted to hug Ning Xiuma's slender waist again, but Ning Xiuma turned her body and avoided his arm. She glared at him. Don't always touch me. We don't know if we can fall in love yet. I don't want you to take advantage of me for nothing. Besides, my shoes look good, but it's easy to step on people, so you should stay away from me.